Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter commanded Gryffindor's lost golden dragon. Here is short summary. When Harry hears a mysterious voice calling for the lost golden dragon of Gryffindor, he uncovers an ancient legend, and a power that could change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Severus and Alex were flashed by Fawkes back to Hogwarts and Alex's room in the hospital wing. Alex had on a set of Severus' black robes on which he lengthened and put red and gold appliques. Severus and Alex walked out. Alex had a cane but used Severus' arm for support. They walked into the main hospital area to find it filled with reporters, the minister and a few of his lackeys like Dolores Umbridge, who Severus absolutely despised. To Severus' disgust, Lucius Malfoy came in and stood next to the minister. Severus saw Harry trembling at the sight of Lucius, but he saw Petunia holding him tightly. Next to Harry sat Ronald Weasley, and Severus felt like walking over and slapping the boy. Albus was answering questions stating that Vernon Dursley had died trying to protect his family. Severus saw Lucius smirk. When they entered together with Alex's arm in Severus, a few photographers snapped pictures and Severus scowled. Umbridge looked at the tall handsome man with the cane and asked very loudly who he was. Albus smiled and quickly introduced him to everyone as Alexander Griffin, the new teacher scheduled to begin teaching in September. "I haven't signed yet, Albus," Alex said with a frown. Yes, well we all hope Mr. Griffin joins us in September," Albus stated. "He doesn't look like much of a professor," Umbridge said loudly. "Oh, trust me, Dolores, Hogwarts would be lucky to have him," Amelia Bones stated coming into the hospital. "He is a fine orb, but unfortunately, as you may see, he had one close call to many and has finally listened to his son's pleas and has decided to retire from the Corps." Mad Eye came and stood next to Alex. "Not everyone has decided to give up life and limb for the Corps, Dolores. Alex is one of the best, but he is an even better father." Mad Eye did not know the plan but knew when to back Amelia. He was confident she would fill him in later. Harry laughed. "I will be glad if Mr. Griffin and his son Gideon come to Hogwarts. I met Gideon recently and he is really cool." Severus raised an eyebrow and looked at Alex, who smiled. Severus smirked. Alex was talking to Harry telepathically and obviously was telling the boy their plans. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry but Mr. Potter needs his rest, so if you will, I think we have harassed him and his family long enough," Albus stated. Minerva escorted the press out, leaving Fudge and his entourage behind. Fudge came straight to the point. "Albus, I think we need to reconsider Mr. Potter's living arrangement. It is obvious that his aunt cannot handle all the rigors of his needs, especially now that his uncle has died. I think he should be placed within a loving wizarding family environment." Albus nodded. "I agree, and I have already asked the Weasleys if they would fulfill that position." Come Albus, the Weasleys don't have a Canute to their name, unless they are planning to live off of Harry, and if that is the case, when the boy reaches of age he too will not have a Canute to his name," Lucius stated. "I could more than handle the boy's needs without having to depend on the Potter fortune, plus my son Draco is his age, he would have a brother." "Yeah, well, Harry is already my brother," Ron shouted. Lucius scowled. "I would be able to teach young Harry the finer graces of being a gentleman, which it is plainly obvious that the Weasleys cannot do," he glared at Ron. Arthur looked at Ron and shook his head. Lucius continued, "As well as teach him how to manage his estate, which we all know they cannot do." "Albus, Lucius has a point," Fudge said, and immediately Harry started coughing. Poppy frowned. "Okay, everyone out. Minister, I am sorry but you will have to leave, Madam Bones." "I need to see Alexander," Madam Bones said, and Madam Pomfrey nodded. Fudge and his entourage left and Lucius gave Harry a wink as he left. Mad Eye left with them to ensure they left. "Albus, this is exactly what we were trying to avoid," Minerva started, and Severus gave her a glare and shook his head slightly. She instantly got his unspoken message. Molly ran over and hugged Harry. "Oh Harry, you poor dear, don't worry, we will not allow Malfoy to get custody. Arthur and I will fight it." "That will not be necessary, Mrs. Weasley. I have no intention of leaving my aunt and cousin," Harry stated. Harry, you know you could live with us, Mr. Weasley stated, and Harry nodded. Thank you, but no, Harry stated firmly. Harry, living with your aunt is not safe. They were able to find you and the wards fell. I will not hear of it. You will be moving in with us, Mrs. Weasley stated. Madam, the boy has told you no. I fear any more insistence on your part and Amelia would have to charge you with attempted kidnapping, Alex stated, getting annoyed at the woman. Molly huffed and Albus sighed. Come now, Alex, Molly does care a lot for the boy. But obviously not enough to listen to what he has to say, Alex stated firmly. Well, I never, Molly said with a huff. Well, it is time you did then, Alex stated. What I want to know is how they found out where Harry was. Phileas said, sitting on the bed next to Harry's. Someone gave Lucius Malfoy Vernon's name and he was able to track him down from there, using Muggle means, Petunia stated. Ron jumped up. I told you, Harry, I told you hanging out with those slimy snakes would get you in trouble. Harry turned to Ron. Ron, none of the Slytherins told on me. Of course they did, Harry, who else would? They would all sell you out in a heartbeat. Ron, I never told any of the Slytherins my uncle's real name, Harry stated. So how did they find out? Ron asked. Harry glared at Ron. Think hard, Ron, really, really hard. What was the last thing you said to me on the train? Ron paled. Harry, what? You don't mean, Ronald, what did you do? Molly said as Ron slumped to the floor. Ron, listen, I know you did not mean to. You would not intentionally hurt me, but that does not mean that you don't. You are a good friend, but you are not a perfect friend. You get jealous a lot. You accuse people of all sort of nasty stuff without proof and you don't know when to be quiet. But you also fought for me. You were willing to take a hit for me. You cared enough to defy your parents and the ministry to save me. You took me into your family. When everyone else was celebrating, you were the one to notice I was hurt, and because of you I was saved. But this time, Ron, this time you are the one who caused me to need saving. Ron was on the floor crying. Harry sighed. You have to learn to give people a chance and not see them based on what you think the house system means. Slytherins are not our enemies, but there are some Slytherins who personally are, Draco Malfoy being one. Just because someone is in Slytherin doesn't make them naturally evil, nor does being sorted into Gryffindor mean you are naturally good. Just remember, the person who betrayed my parents to Voldemort was a Gryffindor. Harry turned to Molly. Mrs. Weasley, I know you really do care about me, but there is a strong possibility that Fudge would insist on Malfoy taking me in, and I cannot take that chance. My aunt and cousin are leaving the country and so am I. We are going to start a new life. In years to come, if Voldemort comes back, I will return, but until then I have to go. But Harry, your aunt, it is just not safe, Mrs. Weasley said. The wards never fell, Mrs. Weasley. Even with a fiendfire on the house, the wards did not fall. Lucius tried everything but he could not get through. It was Fawkes that got us out. Arthur nodded and came and gave Harry a hug. Take care, Harry. Thank you for everything, Mr. Weasley, and don't worry, even though Ron was a prat destroying all my things, Fred and George and Percy all helped me out a lot, and Fred and George rescued me last year. I don't hold your family owing me anything. Harry gave a tearful farewell to Mrs. Weasley and then to Ron. Harry gave Ron a brotherly hug. Ron, I want you to try next year to make one friend in Slytherin House, just one, and see for yourself. Wally is really cool and I am sure he will forgive you for hitting him with the book. Listen, if Mr. Griffin's son Gideon comes to Hogwarts next year, there is a good chance he will go into Slytherin. Give him a chance, he may turn out to be a good friend. I met him and I think he could be a good friend. Ron nodded. Tell Hermione, Ginny and the twins, and Percy goodbye for me. As the three Weasleys left, Severus looked at Harry. Gideon. Yeah, I like the name Gideon. Don't you think Gideon is a good name for your son Alex? Harry said with a smile. Yes, Gideon is the perfect name for my son, Alex replied with a smile. Do you two think it is likely I would name my son Gideon? Severus said with a sneer, but Harry saw the familiar amusement in his dad's eye. If Alex doesn't mind, maybe my middle name could be William, Harry said, giving Alex a sad look. I don't mind, Harry, and I think it is a good choice, Alex said, and Harry came up to him and gave him a big hug, and of course Severus should not mind. Severus rolled his eyes. Albus smiled. So let me get this straight. The whole of Britain is going to believe that you, Petunia and Dudley have left the country, but you will be in fact living with Severus and Alex as their son Gideon. Gideon William Griffin, Harry said with pride. Amelia laughed. Not exactly, Albus. Petunia and Dudley really are leaving the country. We already have organized new identities for them in Australia. We also organized a new identity for Alex and have started on Harry's. Alex scowled a bit. Originally I was going with Alex McFarlane. We already had Gringotts make all the documents with that name, but Albus, you announced my name as Alexander Griffin before you gave me a chance to talk. Albus sighed. I meant no harm. It is a name I thought would be suitable. Amelia looked at Alex. I will send a message immediately to Ragnog to make the changes to your name. It should not be too difficult. The way Umbridge was looking at you, I am sure she is going to try and get your file. I will send a message to my usual leaks to ensure she gets it. She then went through the plan with Albus, Minerva, Phileas and Poppy. They would simply change the fact that Harry was dead to that he has left the country. Albus smiled. This was a good plan, and he told Alex the offer of teacher stood. Alex said he would consider it. Harry was really pleased with the plan and the history they had come up with. Alex was really cool. Fisher came in, and after another tearful farewell Petunia and Dudley left. Petunia gave Harry a vial of her blood just in case he needed it and told him he would always have a home with her. Amelia was right. As soon as Umbridge returned to the office she sent out her toadies to get information on an Auror named Alexander Griffin. It took almost an hour, but she was able to get her hand on the classified file. She was shocked. The file was so classified that not even the minister could get it. She smirked. Even thought it was highly classified, she was still able to secretly get her hands on it. The man was an international Auror, which meant he could cross borders and capture international criminals. He was a dragon rider. She had never heard of a branch of Aurors named dragon riders. She read his qualifications, O's at both owl and newt level. He had been home-schooled. He had taken the usual subjects but also a few rare ones like Kiha, Egyptian magic, and boat building. Boat building. What parent teaches their child boat building? He spoke most of the European languages as well as Chinese, Latin, Greek, Gobbledygook, Elvish and Mermish. He spoke several strange ones as well, like ancient Egyptian, Celtic and Enahotl. What the hell was Enahotl? Umbridge gasped when she looked under languages and saw dragon speak. He could speak to dragons. The Auror level dragon rider took on a whole new meaning. He had taken his mastery in defense with a specialization in weaponry, but also had done advanced studies, above newt but not as intense as mastery, in runes, arithmancy, potions, transfiguration, charms, Kiha and ancient Aztec magic. Where did the ministry find this man? She noted that he had not gone to the Auror Academy, nor did he do any formal Auror training. All of his missions were labeled classified and sealed. She turned to his personal information. He was a pure blood and a descendant of Godric Gryffindor, though not the main line. He was 32 years old, 2 dead brothers, not married, 1 child, Gideon William Griffin, age 11. She looked. She did not see a mother's name. It was blocked and sealed. She flipped through the files until she saw an approved application for sole custody of the child Gideon. She gasped when she saw the other name on the application. She ran to Cornelius' office, where she was sure he was still in a meeting with Lucius. Severus told Harry that until such time as they could do a blood adoption he would have to stay hidden. Harry merrily went to his room in Severus' apartment. He was glad he had left most of his stuff there. It was only the adventure novel that Severus had bought for him that he had been reading that was gone, but he knew he could buy another copy next time he went to Diagon Alley. A little before dinner the flow rang. It was Lucius Malfoy. Harry heard Severus' exclamation and hid. "Severus, can I come through?" Lucius asked, and Severus allowed him through. He was half expecting it. "I have come to ask you something and I want the truth," Lucius said. Severus looked at Lucius and raised an eyebrow. "Someone just told me that you have a son, is this true?" Lucius asked. Severus sighed. "Technically, yes." Lucius looked at the man who suddenly looked depressed. "What do you mean technically? I was told you were the carrier, you gave birth to him." Severus looked at him. "Alex has sole custody, I have absolutely no rights." Alex is a pureblood Auror and I am a half-blood Death Eater. I think Alex has made sure Gideon's name is not even on my file in the ministry. I barely get to see him." Lucius frowned. "Severus, you know I would have helped." Severus stood up and poured a glass of fire whiskey which he drank in one and then refilled his glass and poured a glass for Lucius. "Listen, I met Alex when I first started teaching here at Hogwarts. He was connected to the school and Dumbledore and well, you've seen him. I was young, Lily was married and had Harry, I was on mission to Hogwarts and couldn't contact you all and I was alone. Alex is really fantastic, strong, powerful. He is an international Auror, a dragon rider. I was mesmerized, he is just so perfect. I fell in love with him but he was strongly against the Dark Lord. Because I was pretending to be on Albus side he readily accepted me but I knew he would have rejected me if he ever found out the truth, so I used a glamour to hide the mark. When I realized I was pregnant, he was away on a special mission. Albus, Minerva, Filius, Poppy they helped me get through that time. When he found out I was pregnant he treated me like I was the greatest wizard in the world. I knew he genuinely loved me. I am not going to lie to you, I was prepared to give it all up for him." Severus gulped down the rest of the fire whiskey and poured another. "When I had Gideon I remembered how small and beautiful he was. I didn't want to be with the Dark Lord anymore, not because I didn't believe in his cause but because I loved my son and my partner more, they were my world. But you can't get rid of the mark, I had to answer his call. I couldn't tell you, if the Dark Lord found out about Alex and Gideon he would have had them killed, Alex would never have turned and I could not risk that. Do you remember that year how much I avoided you?" Lucius nodded. "I thought you were depressed because Lily was targeted." Severus shook his head. "Even though Lucius was right, Alex knew that you were a Death Eater and I couldn't let him know I was your friend. He never knew about Draco being my godson. I had to hide it from Alex who knew I was hiding something. He asked me repeatedly what it was but I kept telling him it was the stress of teaching. Then that night when Lily died and I was arrested, he found out. He was so angry. He visited me in Azkaban. He looked at the mark and asked if I had it the whole time. I tried to tell him I loved him and had wanted out but he was so very angry. He got the courts to grant him full custody. Albus tried to testify for me but it didn't help concerning custody." Severus looked at Lucius. "I couldn't tell anyone, it hurt too much. It sometimes is even easier to think of him dead. Only a small handful of people know and they don't mention him, only Albus who is still friends with Alex. I saw them in passing a few times. Alex let me see him on those occasions but he never allowed me to visit. Through Albus he allows one present on Gideon's birthday and at Christmas but no letters." Severus looked at the glass and closed his eyes. Lucius looked at the hurt in his friend's face. "It was hardest last year when his Hogwarts letter came back rejected. I wanted to die. Then Albus told me he heard that Alex wanted to retire from the Corps and he offered him a job. I know Albus had someone else in mind for the position but it was too perfect an opportunity. If he accepts the job then Gideon will come as well. He looks like he wants to take the job but he is still not sure. When he came to talk to Albus he brought Gideon and let him visit, which was when Potter met him. Potter was helping me with some parcel script translations and Gideon was intrigued by the boy who could speak to snakes. The boy knows who I am but Alex wants me to keep my distance. He says once I have the mark on my arm I would not have any rights over him." "You still love him?" It was a statement more than a question. Severus nodded. "More than he will ever know." Lucius sighed. "Severus the First have a son too. I know how you feel. I went through the same insecurities and doubts about the Dark Lord as you did. I was secretly glad when he is gone so Draco would not be sacrificed. Listen, take my advice, while Alex is here woo him, let him know how you feel. Get back into his life and you will get into your son's. He must have loved you deeply for you to get pregnant. I saw how he looked at you today, he still loves you my friend. I just think he might think life is a bit dull with me after a life on the backs of dragons," Severus said. "Well you just have to become more outgoing, go on a hiking trip, go climb a mountain, do something and get your man back. Let him see beyond the faded mark on your arm. Severus you are my friend and as your friend I am telling you, you have to do this. You know this explains all the years of you rejecting every person Narcissa tried to set you up with. I have to admit, he is very good looking. I imagine he has a great body. Like an Olympian god, and he has the power in bed to back it up, Severus said. Lucius laughed. Lucius, I have to tell you something. I was actually going to send you an owl. I heard Minerva pouting earlier. It seems as if Petunia Dursley is planning to leave England and go to United States of America and is taking her son and Potter. I am surprised. I would have thought Dumbledore would have stopped her, keeping his golden boy away from Hogwarts. I must admit I never thought Albus would have let him go, but after last night, I think it shook him. I think they also made some sort of deal. If you want the brat, you have to act fast. I don't really want the brat, I want the Black Estate. It's the main reason I went after him, not so much revenge for the Dark Lord but for the massive black fortune. Sirius refuses to die, and with Andy disinherited and Bella in Azkaban, Sissy is next in line. However, Potter is Sirius' heir. If I get him, I get control over the Black Estate and the Potter estate as well. There was a knock on the door. Severus looked at his scroll and saw Alex's name. It's Alex. Lucius, go. If he finds you here, I will never see Gideon again, please. I am going. Now remember what I said, woo him. After Lucius left, Severus chuckled and imagined he could have gotten a BAFTA or an Academy Award for that performance. He was still chuckling when he let Alex in. Severus knocked on Harry's door. You can come out now. The three had a private dinner in Severus' apartment and they all discussed the events of the last 2 days. Severus was actually surprised at how well Harry was taking all of the changes. Harry told them that he was glad to leave the Dursleys forever and that he now had a brighter future. Nearing the end of dinner, Severus told Alex about his conversation with Lucius. They explained to Harry that what Severus told Lucius had been organized. Harry smirked and teased, "You lied. I thought you abhorred lying. You know very well that this is different and necessary, brat." Severus gave Harry a playful light swat behind his head. Alex was glad he made Severus Harry's carrier. Severus was a good dad and obviously loved the boy as his son, and Harry loved Severus as a father. Alex smiled when Harry called him Papa. "So Papa, will you be living here in the dungeons with us?" "Well, actually I am going after dinner and reopen my family's quarters. Gabriel tells me that it has not been used in centuries. When Golden Heart arrives we could check out some of my other houses and see what state they are in," Alex said with a smile. "Golden Heart is coming here?" Harry asked as his eyes twinkled in excitement. "Yes, he is on his way," Alex said, eating his dessert. "How do you know?" Harry asked. "I can sense him. The same way I reached out and spoke to you, I can reach out to him," Alex explained. After dinner Alex stood up to leave. He leaned on the cane, not as heavily as before, but he still needed it. "Are you sure you are up to opening your family quarters tonight?" Severus asked. "I will call Fox to help me and the house elves will actually do the cleaning. It should not take long," Alex replied. "You could still stay here tonight and move in tomorrow. It will give the house elves time to clean up properly tonight," Harry suggested. "That sounds good, but I need a bed and I don't want to throw Severus out of his. I know he only has 2 bedrooms down here. Worst case scenario, I could always go back to the hospital wing for the night. I am sure Poppy would not mind," Alex said with a chuckle, remembering how the woman had fussed about his leaving earlier. "You could share Severus' bed with him. You know he thinks that you have a body like an Olympian god, and he told Lucius Malfoy that you have the power in bed to back it up. Maybe you could show him if it is true," Harry stated not so innocently. Harry knew the 2 men were deeply attracted to one another and he felt they needed a strong push in the right direction, even thought he knew he was going to get at least 1 swat for his words. If it got them together, then the swat would be worth it. Severus turned beet red and was horrified at Harry's words. "Harry James Potter, I cannot believe you just said that. That was exceedingly disrespectful and rude," Severus said sternly. "Did I not tell you that there are some things you just do not ask, or in this case suggest or repeat? Your suggestive comment was beep and something I would have never expected from you. I know you know better. I am very disappointed in you, young man." Harry wasn't too sure of his plan now. Severus' disappointment and scolding hurt more than a swat. He lowered his head shamefully. "I am sorry, Dad. I am sorry, Papa." "Bedroom right now." Severus said and gave the boy a stinging swat. "I will deal with you properly in a little while." Harry ran to his bedroom without looking around. "Alex, I am so sorry, I don't know what got into him," Severus said. He was still red and he was avoiding Alex's eyes. Alex raised Severus' face, so they were looking at one another. "What has gotten into him is that he wants his dad and papa together. Don't get me wrong, he was disrespectful and rude and deserves whatever punishment you give him. I guess he seems to like the idea of us as a family," Severus said as he looked at the closed door that led to Harry's bedroom. "I don't mind the idea as well," Alex stated and looked with amusement at Severus' surprised expression. "You don't mind? Why would I not? Legally Harry is mine and he is a wonderful boy, and I definitely don't mind the idea of being with someone who thinks I look like an Olympian god." Severus blushed. "You know you look really cute when you blush," Alex said softly and leaned forward. Severus' eyes widened and then closed as Alex's lips touched his. He beeped as Alex pressed in and strongly and passionately keyed him. The key lasted a long time and Severus surrendered to the intoxicating pleasure that Alex's tongue and lips provided. When they broke apart, Severus was breathing heavily and Alex leaned to his ear. "I look forward to proving my power in your bed, Severus, but just be forewarned. I haven't had say in 1,000 years and I have a lot of pent-up energy I need to release." Severus beeped. He would have to have a really cold shower when Alex left. Alex straightened up. "I must go, there is much I need to do tonight." Severus cleared his throat. "Maybe when you are finished, you could come back here." Alex smiled. "Indeed I could, and I just may." Severus closed his eyes again and used all his occlumency training to control himself. Alex chuckled. "For now go ahead and deal with our disrespectful son." Severus nodded and moved to open the door to let him out. Alex was about to tell him that he was going to call Fox, when they both saw a half-human, half-frog person standing outside Severus' door. Peyton Parkinson had had the worst month of his life. He had a small black market trade among the Slytherins making potions, and he had sold Victor Bulstrode a contraceptive potion which apparently did not work as Judith Davis became pregnant. Of course Victor blamed him. Peyton had been working on a polyjuice potion when Victor burst into his room. Victor beat the living daylights out of him and then poured the frog essence in the polyjuice and forced it down his throat. Both Snape and Poppy had tried to help, but neither knew if they could help. He had to lie to Snape, but he knew Snape knew the truth. Victor of course was not punished as no one had proof, and the headmaster did not care for the interactions of the students in the dungeons unless their actions affected the Gryffindor students. However, someone had anonymously sent a letter to Judith's parents, who took her home for a weekend. She came back sick but no longer pregnant. Snape had called his parents and his father came in and told him that he had no room in his life for a son who looked like a freak. If he recovered his looks he could come home, but not before. When Snape reminded his father that he was supposed to graduate this year, his father had said that if he had not recovered his looks by then, Snape had permission to sell him for experimentation. He knew his mother had also come to the castle but had gone to visit his sister Pansy. Pansy had sent a letter stating that she was now an only child and she was claiming his Abraxas colt he had gotten for Christmas. He had fallen into a depression, and it made it worse when the headmaster said it was best that the other students not know he was there, for his protection. None of his friends visited him, only Snape did. His fiancée Jessica sent him a letter stating that his parents had spoken to hers and their engagement was off. Their marriage had been arranged since before he had started Hogwarts. Then came the day when they brought in the statue. He had heard all the commotion. Everyone had forgotten he was there, and it was over an hour before Madame Pomfrey came in and put the wards around his room so he would not hear what was going on. However, he had already heard everything. He had pretended to be asleep when Pomfrey had come in, so they felt that he did not know. Since then Snape visited the Gryffindor statue man every day and passed his door straight. Peyton became more depressed because Snape obviously was no longer working on a potion to help him. He heard Snape and the Potter boy coming in and out all the time. At first it sounded like Snape treated the Potter boy like he did any of the snakes, but eventually Peyton realized that his head of house cared for the boy much more. Peyton had always respected and looked up to Snape. Snape was the closest thing to a caring parent he had. Snape was the one who he went to when he had problems. Snape was the one who sat with him when he had dragon pox. Snape was the one who scolded him when his grades dropped. Snape was even the one to bail him out of the Muggle jail, the August after 5th year when he and his friends had gone to the Muggle pub and gotten busted for purchasing Muggle drugs. Snape was also the one who tanned his hide royally for going to the Muggle pub and purchasing Muggle drugs. For Peyton, Snape was the man who he wanted to emulate. He even had plans to become a potions master like him. The day Potter came to spend his detention with him, he was angry. His parents had rejected him and now the boy had taken Snape away as well. He knew that Snape looked after all his snakes the way he did Peyton. Peyton was not special, but Snape had always made him feel like he mattered. Later that night he felt badly and cried at his hopelessness. He had snuck out of his room a few times and had seen the good-looking man in the bed. He realized that Snape had fallen for the man. He had never seen his head of house smile so much. He actually looked younger when he visited the man. He knew that Professor Snape had forgotten him, and to be honest, Peyton did not blame him. Who would want to visit the frog when Prince Charming was in the next room? He made his plans and had decided to kill himself before graduation. However, last night he heard the commotion with Potter. He heard them talking. Madame Pomfrey had as usual warded his room, but as usual he broke her wards. Even when Madame Bones passed by he hid in the corner near the door so she did not see him. Madame Pomfrey had reassured them that he was not only warded but had been given sleeping potions, which of course he did not take. He heard of the plans to create a new life for Potter and the Professor and Mr. Gryffindor. Personally he was happy for Professor Snape. He was a good man who deserved a family of his own. Peyton knew the headmaster would not help him. Maybe Professor Snape would, but the man was moving on with his new life. If he wanted Snape to help him, it was now or never. He waited until Madame Pomfrey had left and made his way to the dungeons. Peyton. Severus, who is this? The tall red-haired man said. Peyton took a breath and said in his new croaky-toady voice, Mr. Gryffindor, my name is Peyton Parkinson. I am the other secret patient of the hospital wing and I have come to ask Professor Snape for help. Peyton saw Snape's eye narrowed when he had called the man Mr. Gryffindor. Peyton. I heard about all of your plans of making Potter your son. The blood adoption, faking that he has gone with his aunt to Australia or America as you were saying, and all about making Mr. Gryffindor, Alexander Griffin. Teacher. I want. Peyton stopped. There was a sharp silver sword at his throat. Snape's eyes widened. Alex, please don't hurt him. He is one of my students. He is just a frightened boy. Tell me, boy, what do you want? If you even speak the words blackmail, your neck will leave your body, the cold, powerful voice said near to Peyton's ear. Snape drew his wand. Alex, I will not let you harm him. Peyton stammered. You are a Gryffindor. You are honorable. You will not hurt me. The sword pressed in and Peyton felt the sharp blade touching his skin. I am a Gryffindor. I am not a Dumbledore pretending to be a Gryffindor. You don't know anything about what a true Gryffindor is like. For us, family comes first. If I think you will hurt me or mine, I will kill you without blinking or losing sleep. I am a warrior boy and killing is my job. Alex, please. Peyton has come for my help. He is just a boy who needs help. Severus said, his wand still on Alex. Severus heard Harry's door crack open. Without turning or lowering his wand, he said loudly, Harry, I told you to stay in your bedroom. You open that door and I will blister your backside. He heard the door close. Alex, please. Don't make me hex you, Snape said, his voice cold. Sir, please, I didn't mean to cause all this trouble. I just need help. Peyton croaked in a desperate plea. Alex considered the boy's pleas and lowered his sword, but Peyton saw that Snape did not lower his wand. Transfigure your cane back, Alex, Snape said. Peyton did not move but lowered his head. He knew Snape liked the Gryffindor and was now jeopardizing his relationship with the man. Lower your wand, Severus, and I will transfigure the cane back. The Gryffindor's voice was cold. Peyton sighed and, ignoring the two men, stated, Professor Snape, sir, you know my parents have abandoned me and you know that the headmaster will not let me stay here long. Street Mungo's is not going to keep me without money. I have nowhere to go and my future is bleak. I cannot do my newts or go on any apprenticeship. I know you were unable to brew the potions to change me back, and if you can't do it, I don't think there is anyone in the world who can. The moment I step outside of Hogwarts, I am going to be killed or worse. I was wondering if you will speak to Madam Bones or the man from the Department of Mysteries and see if there is anything they can do to help me go somewhere where I can be relatively safe. I am willing to be obliviated to my knowledge of your new family." Alex turned away from Snape and looked at the boy. "How did you get like this?" Severus sighed as he saw Alex turn the sword back into his cane. He was impressed at the speed at which the wordless transfiguration had been done. The sword looked very impressive and sharp. Severus lowered his wand. He knew he had spoilt things with Alex. He had seen the man's eye twitch, a sign that he had been angry, but there was no way he was going to have him hurt the boy. While Peyton told Alex the story of how he had turned into a half-frog creature, Severus considered the boy. When he entered Hogwarts, Peyton had been a lot like Draco. Spoilt, rich, stuck up, prejudiced, and would do anything he thought would get his parents' approval. Peyton had, however, turned out to be a decent young man. There was a chance that if the Dark Lord had returned, his parents would have forced him into joining his service and he would have gone. However, Peyton would have joined only because his parents commanded it and not because he believed in the Dark Lord. Alex turned to Severus. "And you could not change him back?" I was unable to finish my experimentations. The normal treatments have not worked," Severus said. He was embarrassed to say that he had not worked on any new experiments for Peyton in a while. Though the last treatment had done some good, the boy was no longer green. Alex considered Severus and then to the boy, "Do you mind if I take a vial of your blood?" No sir," Peyton said. Alex nodded and turned to Severus. "Severus the First will see you and Harry tomorrow." Severus nodded after pulling a wand on the man. He hardly expected him to want to stay the night. Alex called Fawkes and told the Phoenix to carry him and Peyton to the hospital wing. When they flashed out, Severus watched the spot where Alex had last stood for a few minutes. He then took another deep breath and went to have a talk with Harry. An hour later, Alex stood in the middle of the living room where he had grown up. It had changed over the centuries, as he assumed Gideon's descendants had all added to the room. Helena had told him that the Gryffindor family quarters had been closed in the middle of the 13th century when the last Gryffindor had retired to southern England. The elves had not taken long to give a preliminary cleaning. Harry had been right, it would have been best to leave for the night and leave them to clean properly. He did not want to go to the hospital wing, and he definitely did not want to go back to Severus. He was upset with the man. He was cute and Alex liked him a lot, but right now he was upset with him. He went through the door to the apprentices' quarters and found himself in the modern-day Gryffindor common room. He walked around looking at the paintings and the comfortable-looking room. He looked at the tapestry with himself on golden heart. He looked at the figure on the astronomy tower. He passed his hand over the figure. "Father." He held back the sob that was stuck on his throat. He took a breath and felt Gabriel next to him. He smiled. "Gabriel, is your secret room still around?" The ghost spluttered. "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Indeed. Meet me there in 5 minutes," Alex said, and heard the ghost chuckle but float out. Alex gave the elves a set of instructions as to what he wanted. Once he gave the instructions, he called for Fawkes. "Fawkes, I want you to take me to Gabriel's rooms, the one in the forest," Alex said, and saw the Phoenix glare at him. "I am not going to do anything stupid, and I promise I am not going to put the wards to block you," Alex told the Phoenix, who was giving him a look he knew well. The Phoenix let out a sharp screeching sound. "Okay, I am just going to test Mr. Parkinson's blood and magic, but I am not going to do anything else, besides that, and possibly sleep," Alex said, and the bird gave him a glare. "Alone? I am going to be sleeping alone. Please, Fawkes, Gabriel is already waiting." Fawkes gave a low trill that was unmistakably a warning, and Alex nodded. I know. The bird rested on his shoulder and flashed out. The Phoenix took him to a clearing in the forest with a gigantic tree to one side. Alex moved to the tree and, taking out his wand, he did the secret magical charm to open the door in the tree. With Fawkes still on his shoulder, Alex went into the tree, the door closing behind them. Fawkes spit out a ball of fire and a torch on a bracket lit up. The room in the hollow of the tree was large. There was a bed, a small table with 3 chairs, and a washing area. Gabriel was sitting on one of the chairs. "You know, not even Helena knows about these rooms," the ghost said. "Of course not," Alex said with a smirk. have you brought anyone here since you died? The last people to come here besides me were you and Aiden, Gabriel stated and sighed. It was after William had died and Salazar had walked off. Alex had been so angry at his father that he stormed out and going through the secret tunnels to the forest came here. Gabriel already had 3 glasses of goblin mead poured out, waiting on the 2 who were like his brothers. That is not entirely true. Remember Gideon came to drag our drunken asses back to the castle, Alex said with a small laugh. Gabriel chuckled. Until then I did not even know that he knew about the tree, far less the password to enter. I think Gideon knew more than we ever gave him credit for. He never admitted it, but I knew it was him who stunned that priest in Cairo. He actually did admit it. He was drunk at the time and had just destroyed half of the dueling room, and had just blasted your dad out of the room. Really, mister, I never break the rules, center of my father's eye. Alex said in shock and Gabriel laughed. Fox squawked and Alex rolled his eyes. Yes, him, and you knew very well that he broke the rules all the time, saving you and your brother's asses, Gabriel stated and Alex laughed. So he blasted father. Yeah, he was hurt, angry and grieving. Everyone thought you were dead and then Aiden left. Aiden blamed your dad for your death and well, Gideon was left alone. He finally broke a few days after Aiden left. He drank your entire stash of goblin whiskey. What? I must have had 4 bottles of that thing, Alex said. 3. Remember Constantine and Eric stole 1, Gabriel said. Alex smirked. Yeah, the 2 idiots, their dads whipped their behinds raw. Gabriel laughed. Well, it's a good thing they did. I think Gideon would have killed himself if he had drunk a 4th bottle. Anyway, he confessed to stunning the priest and to threatening the high priest. What's his name? Habby, Hanny, Honey. That bastard wanted to have us killed. That bastard wanted you and Aiden away from his priest. You 2 betted what for? 5 of his priest. It was a fertility celebration, and it's not like they were virgins or anything, Alex said with a grin. Fox gave a loud squawk and Alex rolled his eyes. Come on, Fox, that was over 1,000 years ago. Gabriel laughed. It always amazed me how you and your brothers understood Fox. Well, he has looked after us since we were born. He was Dad's eyes and ears and safety blanket. It is not that difficult to read his trills or glares. I don't think Albus could read Fox that well, and Fox has been with him over 50 years, Gabriel said, looking the phoenix. That is because Albus sees Fox as a creature, a pet, possibly even a friend, but not as part of the family. Aiden always said that Fox was a Gryffindor and that magic didn't give father a brother in human form but had given him one in the form of a phoenix to get better access to us. Even Gideon's son Galen used to call Fox, Uncle Fox. Gabriel laughed. You know Galen became headmaster eventually. Alex nodded. Yeah, Helena told me. It is a bit hard for me to think about little Galen grown up and gone. It was just a few months ago we took him up on Golden Heart for the first time. I remember Gwen almost had a heart attack. I think she locked Gideon out of their bedroom for a good week before she forgave him, Gabriel said with a laugh. Alex laughed. Yes, well, she became pregnant after. Both Gabriel and Alex got quiet and a sadness passed over Alex's face. Helena told me they had a girl. Yeah, Alexandra. You would have liked her, kept Gideon and Gwen on their toes. Alex sighed. This is hard, they are all gone. I am still grieving for William and it's now 1,000 years later and they are all gone. Gabriel stayed quiet for a while and then asked, are you taking Albus up on his offer to teach defense? I don't know. Had he asked maybe, but I don't like being forced into things. Do you know he decided I would remain here hidden just so I could train Harry. He decided I would fit nicely into his plans for his war. God, I think my father would be rolling in his grave to see what his school has become. I notice wizarding etiquette and languages are not being taught and defense is only against dark arts and not true defense. There are not even apprentices at the school. All the more reason to stay on staff, stay and change things. I know you are starting a life with Severus and Harry, so it would be good for you to start back teaching. I will stay, but I will not teach his version of defense. What about you? I notice you are not teaching. Yeah, well, there is not much use for a potions master who can't smell or taste to see if the potion is correct, Gabriel said with a grin. Yes, but you speak more languages than I do, At least you are fluent in French. Why not teach that or Latin, which is needed for potions and charms, or are there spells and potions for people to instantly learn those things now? No, there are no potions, but hundreds or years ago, when Europe was going through one of their many wars, it was decided to stop teaching the various languages. And now, Alex, the wizarding world is so backward and archaic that you would find that many things are either the same or changed for the worst. Salazar did Hogwarts a favor by trapping you so that you are here now to help the school. A favor? A favor? Are you out of your goddamned mind? Do you know what I've been through? What my father, my brothers must have gone through? Alex shouted. I do know, Alex, I was there. I was the one who had to pick Gideon off the cold floor after he nearly drank himself to death. I was the one to keep checking your father to ensure he did not throw himself off the astronomy tower. I was the one who had to comfort Helena and Eric and Constantine and Galen and all the students when everyone they knew suddenly disappeared or went into fits of depression. I was the one to comfort Maria and Edmund when their father locked himself away with the body of their dead brother and abandoned them. I was there to help rebuild the school. I have been here 1,000 years waiting for you and your brother to return. I promised Aiden. I promised him I would protect them all, and I have. I need you to take over now. I need you to protect them and rebuild your father's school. Alex sighed. You sound like Albus pinning all hope on one savior who would solve all your problems. Gabriel sighed. Albus is a good man. You are correct. The wizarding world has taken to choosing one person, and Albus was the one that was chosen many years ago to be that one savior. The wizarding world has left him to save them, to make decisions for them and clean up their messes. He knows his time is nearly up and he is hoping someone else would take the job. Harry, actually, he is only doing what he thinks is best. All the wizarding world, and more specifically Hogwarts, needs is a good leader, someone to point them in the right direction. To identify several leaders, delegate, show them that things don't have to be the same way. Alex looked at his friend. And here I thought you were offering me the teaching job. It more sounds like you are making me headmaster and minister of magic in one. Gabriel laughed. Hey, you called me here. Yeah, I want you to check Mr. Parkinson's blood to see what could be done to help him. I thought Snape was helping him. Alex frowned at the name. Well, you are the potions master I would normally go to for help. Gabriel looked at him. You apprenticed under Salazar as well. But I am no master and I am no way in your league, and besides it's been a while, 1,000 years since I did anything. Yeah, you are so full of it. It was just like a month or two ago in your mind. But I will take a look at the blood. Come on, and while I am looking at it you can tell me about the fight you and Severus had, Gabriel said as he moved to a stairway at the right which lead down under the tree to a potions lab. Alex looked at his friend. How did you know I had a fight with Severus? I know you, Alex Gryffindor, the same way you know what Fox is thinking. I know you. Alex chuckled and started telling Gabriel about Parkinson. An hour later, Gabriel looked at Alex, who was sitting on a stool examining a centaur-made bow that Gideon had in his room. I think if Snape had done his usual methodical research, he would have been able to save the boy, but it is a bit late for potions. Severus is not a good potions master. No, he is considered one of the best in the world. It's just he was a bit distracted and his procrastination will cost the boy. If we could get an Eldar flower in the next few days, we could brew the restoration potion that will help the boy somewhat, but he will always have frog characteristics. It's June, where are we going to get an Eldar flower? Gabriel considered. I could ask Severus or Pomona, they have contacts. Fox let out a screech and Alex looked at him. The bird flew up, twisted in the air making a symbol, flashed and landed back on the top of the shelf he had been resting on. It would be dangerous, but a good idea, and she would be able to help. She could also do Harry's blood adoption. Alex said, and Gabriel looked at both Alex and Fox, totally confused. Alex looked up at Gabriel and said, the Oracle. Gabriel nodded and then grinned. That is perfect. Alex opened the secret door which led from the tunnel which allowed them to come in from the forest. The doorway opened to the side of the stairway to the Great Hall. As the door opened and Alex and Gabriel stepped through, they heard professors babbling and Vector let out a gasp which was more like a little scream. Alex smiled and nodded at them, and Gabriel ignored them totally. They heard the two women giggle and whisper their suspicions about who the mysterious good-looking man was. Alex went in the direction of the astronomy tower and Gabriel went to the hospital wing. Alex opened the door to the astronomy tower. He was still using the cane, but with Fox's help it was better. Fox kept trilling and easing his magic. Alex smiled. It was the same when he and Aiden had wizard pox. Fox trilled and calmed them. He reached up and stroked the phoenix's warm feathers. As he opened the door to the battlements, he saw the figure of a tall robed man who was exuding power. The figure was looking out at the stars. "If I didn't know better, I would have said you were my father. He always came up here when he wanted to think," Alex said, and Albus turned and saw the object of his thoughts. Fox flew off Alex's shoulder and rested on Albus. "Fox likes you," Albus said. "Fox was my babysitter growing up." The phoenix glared and flapped his wings. Alex laughed. "And so much more. I grew up with Fox. I guess it is comforting to have something familiar around you." "Yes, but the whole school is familiar. This is my home," Alex said and passed his hand on the stones of the wall. "There are a few changes, but it is very much the same." There was silence and Alex looked out on the lake and thought of Severus and sighed. "Golden Heart will be here soon, in a few days, and then maybe we could have further talks about how things have actually changed." "The dragon is coming here." "Yes, he is. Actually, that is why I am up here, to tell him I am going to the Oracle and to meet me there instead." Albus looked at him. "I don't think it wise for you to leave. You need to rest a bit. Possible once things have settled you could leave." Alex looked at him and his left eye twitched, but he calmly said, "Yes, I agree. Gabriel suggested we leave right away, since Mr. Parkinson's condition deteriorates daily, but I told him I needed to rest a bit, so we will leave tomorrow evening instead." Albus looked at him. "I am sorry you misunderstand me. You need at least 2 or 3 weeks. I will not allow you to leave here with Mr. Parkinson." Alex looked at him. "I leave tomorrow evening. I am going with Harry and Mr. Parkinson. Severus is free to come if he wishes. Gabriel will also be coming, and he has gone to ask others if they wanted to come along. Regardless, we leave tomorrow." "I will not allow Harry to leave here. There is too much danger." "Yes, danger that you put him in. I am sorry, headmaster, but it is summer and Harry is now in my charge. You no longer have a say in his care. You are a guest here. I am sorry, the last time I looked at the deed for the school it said Gryffindor and not Dumbledore. Now if you will excuse me, I have a dragon to call," Alex said and jumped up on the wall. Alex drew his magic forward and glowed. He raised his head and roared. Severus sat with a glass of fire whiskey. He held the glass and cradled it, but he did not drink. He had had enough, but he needed some level of comfort. Harry was asleep, having cried himself to sleep. He and Severus had had a long talk on respect and about his relationship with Alex and what could possibly happen. Severus then gave him a few swats, nothing too hard, but the little boy cried his heart out. Severus had to hold the boy to comfort and reassure him. Harry was now asleep and Severus felt he needed some comfort and reassurance. He knew he messed up with Alex, but no matter how much he felt about the man, he would not allow him to hurt an innocent student. He felt badly, but being put in the same situation again, he would do the same thing. He also felt badly about Peyton. Concentrating on Alex, he had completely forgotten about the boy, and now he knew it was too late. Peyton's life was destroyed because he did not do his job. As a teacher, it was his greatest hang-up. Not the students who were brilliant and would succeed, and not even the dunderheads who risked his life day after day. It was those whose lives he destroyed, and he helped destroy Peyton's in a real way just as much as Victor Bulstrode had. As he sat with the glass of whiskey, he felt his magic pull. He stood up. He called his house elf and asked her to watch Harry. He then ran out of dungeons and, following the magical pull, went up to the astronomy tower. Severus opened the door and saw a fuming Albus with Fox on his shoulder and Alex standing on the edge. Severus moved forward, but Fox flew in front of him and stopped him. Alex was chanted in a strange language. Alex connected with Golden Heart. His heart soared when he was able to communicate with the dragon. Severus saw the glow on the man's face and the love that shone in it. Alex stopped and then, turning, jumped back down. "Hello," Alex said with a big smile. "Hi." Gabriel and Helena came up. Alex smiled. "Golden Heart will meet us at the Oracle." "Very good," Gabriel stated, and Albus frowned. "I am sorry, Mr. Griffin, but this is unacceptable. Harry will not be leaving with you, and neither will Mr. Parkinson. I do not approve of this outing. Well, actually, Mr. Dumbledore, I do not need your approval. Harry will be coming with me because we need to do the blood adoption. Mr. Parkinson will be coming to save his life. Severus is free to come if he wishes. I really want him to come though. As I have already told you, it does not concern you. Phileas says he will come, as will Pomona. Minerva can't, Gabriel stated. I will come with you, Severus stated, and Alex nodded. Good, now I am tired. Severus the First will meet you early in the morning. We will need some supplies. Fox, take me back to where I was earlier, Alex stated, and Gabriel nodded. Fox flew over and flashed Alex away. Severus was tired. Albus spoke for over an hour about how dangerous it was for Harry to leave the castle. Severus opened the door to his apartment and saw Alex sitting on a couch. Harry was asleep on the couch next to him, his head on Alex's lap. What took you so long? I was getting the full blast of Albus' fury. He is a bit upset with you. Why? Because I don't follow his commands like a good little boy. The headmaster can be a bit authoritarian, accustomed to getting his will done, but he is a good man. He has done a lot for the wizarding world. But not necessarily for Hogwarts or for Harry. Severus the First told you if you want to be a father to Harry, you have to be his father and not Albus, General. Harry is now under my care. I am going to do what I think is best for him. Albus did not ask me about the oracle or why I thought it best for us to go immediately. He is just angry because I am not going when he says I could go. He is behaving like a spoilt brat. Severus looked at Harry. Is he okay? He just needed a little reassurance. He is very insecure about being loved. This is Albus' fault. I am not saying he is a bad man or that he does not care. It is easy to forget about the individual when you are coordinating a whole war. It is a mistake my father made and it cost us all heavily. Alex ran his fingers through Harry's hair. Severus picked Harry up and put him back to bed and then came back and sat on the armchair opposite Alex. He bit his lip as he considered Alex's words. Finally he said, "Who is the oracle?" The oracle is an ancient sage. In my time a young wizard would make the journey to her realm in the coming-of-age ceremony. She is rumored to be immortal, so I am sure she is still there. Fox also gave the indication that she is there and I trust him. The journey is dangerous and tests a wizard's ability. I am not going to lie to you. Some who make the journey never return. In essence, if you fail you die, but if you can't control your magic enough to pass the test, then you would be a danger to the rest of the world. To be honest, most of the students who pass through Hogwarts will be able to make the journey. The oracle helps you harness your magical potential. And you think it is safe to carry Harry and Peyton? Severus asked. This journey would be different. Normally a student will go on his or her own when they turn 17. In me and my brother's case, we went together. Harry and Peyton will be with us and we are fully trained wizards. I have made the journey a few times. My father would normally send one of us when a student did not return in the expected time. I think it would be also very good for the other heads of houses to make the journey and meet the oracle. If Albus doesn't approve, they may not come, Severus said, and Alex nodded. Their loss. The oracle would be able to do the blood adoption between Harry and you and I. She can do a magical adoption as well, so Harry would have a magical link to both of us. He would truly become our son. If you don't go, I will just do the link between Harry and myself. No, I will go. I am curious about the oracle. How can she help Peyton? Severus asked. The oracle can help you go through a magical purge where you become who you were truly meant to be. Any spells, charms, glamours, things not natural to you will be removed. It is a hard test and it leaves you magically raw. In 1 or 2 rare cases, it left the person nearly a squib, but it can save him. Severus considered. Will it take off the dark mark from my arm? Alex smiled. I don't know what magic went into the mark, but to my knowledge if there is anyone who could get rid of it, it will be her, but it will be very painful and the oracle has to give you permission to do that test. Severus smiled. He would do almost anything to get the mark off his arm. Alex stood up. Listen, I actually do have to get some rest. Tomorrow we need to organize some supplies and I need some clothes and other personal items. I am thinking of going to the village and get some things. Severus stood up and very quietly said, Do you have to go now? I am not sorry about earlier, but I like you and I. Alex engulfed him in a passionate key. When he pulled out and Severus was breathing hard, Alex said, "If I stay I will not get the rest I need, but be assured I will stay over soon." He keyed him again and held him so close they each felt the other's body reaction. When he was through, Alex swatted Severus on his bum. "That's for pulling a wand at me." Severus looked at him and rolled his eyes. Alex called Fox and flashed away. Severus groaned and went to his room. As he walked he rubbed his bum. The next morning found Severus in Diagon Alley. He was presently in front of the store that sold trunks and camping gear. He stood in front of the store and just stared. "Severus." Severus turned and saw Minerva looking at him. "Good morning, Minerva. I did not know you were coming to Diagon Alley today. If I had known I would have waiting on you." "Are you window shopping?" she asked with a small degree of amusement. "No, Alex asked me to get the supplies for the trip to the Oracle." "Are you not going in, then?" Minerva asked and discreetly cast a silencing spell around them. "Minerva, I hate going against Albus. He is like a father to me, but Alex is right. He has not often done what is best for Harry, and going to the Oracle is what is best now." "And I," Severus said in a breath. There were not many people Severus confided in, actually only 3, one being a ghost. Minerva knew the young man needed to talk. She put her hand on Severus and said, "Let's go get a cup of tea and you can tell me all about the Oracle and Alex." She directed him towards a small outdoor cafe. Severus spoke with Minerva for close to an hour and told her all about what Alex wanted to do with the Oracle and with Peyton and Harry, and all about the headmaster's disapproval. He told her about his guilt with Peyton and how he blamed himself, and then he told her about Alex and how he felt about him, and even about Harry's comments. Minerva listened to the young professor, who at times she looked at as a son. He had such a difficult life and had sacrificed his happiness for the greater good. He was often the biggest argument that Minerva had with Albus, him and Harry. Hearing him talk about Alex was refreshing. Alex is right. Albus is behaving like a spoilt brat, one who is a little too old for a spanking, but it does not mean that it is not deserved. I think going to the Oracle is a fantastic idea, and I wish I could have gone with you all, but I have to organize the children's new certificates and the graduation ceremony. I fully intend on getting Alex to take me there another time. Severus the First think this journey would be a life-changing one, not only for you but for the children. I want you to forget Albus and follow your heart. You are a good man and I trust in you. All you have to do is trust yourself." Severus smiled. "Thanks, Minerva. Now let me help you get your stuff. God knows sometimes you men could be clueless about what is needed," Minerva said and stood up. Severus laughed and went with Minerva back to the store. With Minerva's guidance he bought a tent, which was a full home with 3 bedrooms, a toilet and bath, living room area and kitchen. It folded into a small book-sized package. He also bought fishing gear and hunting gear. The clerk, an old Hogwarts student, also showed Severus a portable potions lab in a trunk. Severus smiled and bought it. The clerk also sold Severus shoes and magical clothes more suitable for hiking. Severus smiled at the purchases, and after 2 hours and a few hundred galleons less he and Minerva parted ways as she headed to the ministry. Severus then went to Nocturne Alley to purchase 1 or 2 things he wanted. Coming out of the alley he saw Lucius and Draco Malfoy. "Severus, how are things? You look happy," Lucius asked his longtime friend. "Alex invited me on a hiking trip with him and Gideon," Severus replied with a smile, and Lucius immediately congratulated him. They spoke for 5 minutes, with Lucius asking him questions on what he got and suggested various things to get. Lucius immediately dragged Severus to Twilfit and Tattings and started taking down exclusive-looking shirts and robes. "Lucius, we are going into the wilds. I already got clothes suitable for where we are going," Severus said in exasperation. "You are right, but you need a haircut, Lucius," Severus said in his stern professor voice that had Draco stepping back, but Lucius completely ignored it. "Severus the First, am not letting you mess this up for you. Now come on, what are you doing in the next half an hour?" Lucius cajoled. I think of what Alex is going to say when he sees you. Come on, Sev, live a little, school is out, stop being the potions professor," Lucius said as he dragged him to the exclusive saloon. Severus huffed but sat in the stylish waiting room of the saloon while Lucius spoke with the receptionist. Draco had listened to the 2 men since they met up, and as they were alone asked his godfather, Uncle Sev, who are Alex and Gideon. Severus looked at the little boy and considered, then said, Alex is an old boyfriend. Severus saw the shock in Draco's face. He did not know if it was because Draco did not know his godfather was gay or the fact that he had never heard of him with a partner, either male or female. Gideon is his son, Severus said, and Lucius, who had come back and sat down next to Severus, nodded in understanding. And you are going hiking with them? Yes, I am considering it. Because of his job, Alex is able to get access to areas normal people can't get to, and I will be able to get access to rare potions ingredients. Oh, okay. How old is Gideon? A little younger than you. He is 11, almost 12. Knowing the next question Draco would ask, he stated, he is homeschooled. Uncle Sev, you should buy Gideon a present, like a pet or a broom. If you want to get good with him, it would be a good idea. Severus considered it and decided that Harry would probably need special clothes himself, so would Peyton. The owner of the saloon came over and personally saw about Severus. An hour later, Severus came out with a short, non-greasy hairstyle that made him look much younger and say, wire. Lucius the First looked ridiculous. Uncle Sev, you look good. All the guys are looking at you, Draco said with a smile as they walked back onto Diagon Alley. Severus. A voice came from the other side of the alley. Oh God, it's Alex, Severus whispered. Alex looked at Severus and marveled at how much more handsome he looked. However, he frowned when he saw Lucius and the boy that could only be his son. He walked over to them. Good day, Severus, Mr. Malfoy, Alex said in a manner which screamed aristocrat. Mr. Griffin, I would like you to meet my son Draco, Lucius said, and Draco gave a small bow. Draco is in Slytherin House at Hogwarts, Severus said in a very cold manner, but Lucius heard the small shiver in his voice. Yes, and unfortunately got himself in some trouble at the end of last term, got himself thrown off the Quidditch team, and I was trying to convince Severus here to put him back on, Lucius stated quickly, coming up with the most plausible explanation of why they were with him. Severus scowled. Draco knows he is not going to get back on. Indeed. Well, it was a pleasure, Alex stated coldly, obviously dismissing them. Yes, please excuse us, Draco and I have a lot of shopping to do, Lucius said and dragged Draco away. Severus saw Draco look back at him and smile broadly, obviously approving of Alex. I thought you were staying in Hogsmeade today. The woman at the robe store recommended I get some shoes here instead. I didn't like the shoes they had there. Besides, I wanted to meet up with you and have some time together. Severus smiled. Okay, since I am new here, why don't you show me around, Alex said with a smile. Severus heard some girls giggle. Severus gave them a stern glare. Okay, Peyton, these are for you, Alex said, tossing him a set of tunics and boots, and these, Harry, are for you. He tossed another set for Harry. These are really cool, thanks, Harry said with a big grin and ran and hugged his papa. Okay, I've got the camping gear, clothes, potions gathering equipment, first aid kit, mosquito repellent and supplies. Am I forgetting anything? Severus asked, and Harry giggled when he came in. Severus looked different. He had short hair, a pair of black jeans and tan-colored hiking boots and a fitted green t-shirt. He had his wand holder strapped to his leg and a knife sheath in his belt. The books, Alex said. Severus nodded and took out a bag with 2 books, one he tossed to Harry and the other to Peyton. The book for Harry was a replacement of the novel he had lost in the fire. The book for Peyton was one on hiking and outdoor survival. Thanks, both boys stated at the same time. The 2 boys went to change and get their stuff when Alex took the opportunity to give Severus a breathtaking key. God, you look so say why, I wanted to ravage you right there in Diagon Alley, Alex said and keyed Severus lightly again. The portrait guarding Severus' door indicated that Professor Flitwick was at the door. So Severus went and opened it. Flitwick apologized and stated that he and Pomona would not be able to make the trip. Severus said he understood and told them he would be back in time to help with the graduation ceremony. Peyton and Harry came out. Both were dressed in jeans and t-shirt and hiking boots. Peyton looked a bit odd with his half-frog head but looked excited. The 2 boys had their things packed and mostly shrunk by Peyton and placed into backpacks. Harry looked excited and Severus shook his head. Severus checked Harry's bag to see what he had packed. Harry, do you remember my rules? Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. Stay at your side and don't go wandering anywhere by myself. Don't touch anything unless you say it's okay. Don't open anything or talk to any strange portraits or statues. Tell you if anything speaks to me that you can't hear or understand, and listen to the adults at all times." Severus gave him a smile. "Very good, I am glad to know you actually listened." Harry beamed at the praise and then with a smirk said, "Oh yeah, and no cheek." Alex laughed and Severus scowled and gave him back his bag, and as Harry turned he gave him a very light swat to his backside. "Get ready, we leave in half an hour." Peyton looked at Alex and asked him, "Sir, I know you've done this route many times, but are you sure it will still be there? I mean, it's been 1,000 years, things must have changed." "That is true, I expect a lot of things would have changed, but the general direction will remain the same. There may be more dangers, or there may even be a shopping mall near the Oracle and we could take the train to her. I don't know, but it is a chance I am willing to take. Don't you want to take the chance if it will help you become your old self again?" "Yes sir, I do, but I don't want to go using a 1,000-year-old map either," Peyton croaked out. "After all, if there is another basilisk or a manicore, it's not you guys they will be after but the tasty giant frog." "There are no basilisks or manicores in the forest, or at least I hope not," Severus said. Alex had told him about the route earlier. "But there are ginormous spiders, as big as small elephants," Harry said, trying to put the backpack on his back. Severus cast a featherweight spell on the bag and Harry slipped it on. "Really? I like spiders. I always wanted to see an acromantula," Peyton said happily. "Well, if you go into the forest you will be seeing thousands. There is a whole stack of them, all in the trees, on the ground, on the rocks." Harry started but stopped when he saw his two guardians looking at him sternly. "Young man, how do you know about the acromantula in the forest?" Severus said sharply, and Harry immediately saw his error. I, Harry started and immediately put his hands over his bum to protect it. "Harry, where exactly are the acromantula?" Alex said, ignoring Severus' angry glares at the little boy. Harry sighed and told them about Hagrid's message and how he and Ron went into the forest and met Aragog and how the car rescued them. Harry waited for the swats, but Severus just held him in a tight hug and told him what a silly Gryffindor he was, and of course there was a stern warning and then a swat. Alex was silent. The acromantula would be a problem. It sounded like they were directly in the path they were going to have to take. He was even angrier that Albus allowed the unchecked spread of such dangerous creatures so close to the school and actually on school property. Acromantula were one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world, and to have thousands, as Harry said, well, most likely more than a few, as he knew the little boy may have exaggerated, he hopped wandering freely, was ludicrous. When he and Golden Heart returned, that would be one of the first things they would get rid of. Gabriel came in with Helena. Alex told them what Harry had said. Gabriel confirmed the acromantula nest, and to Alex's horror he confirmed that there were hundreds of the creatures. "So why didn't you tell me about them? You know the route to the Oracle," Alex asked Gabriel sternly. "To be honest, I forgot about them. Talking with you, my mind has really been on things 1,000 years ago. The acromantula have only been there about 50 years, Gabriel replied. "Anything else you forgot?" "No, but to be fair, I do not know anything outside the school boundaries, except what the students and teachers talk about. I have not gone outside the compound in hundreds of years." "Can you fly over that part of the forest and land at the base of the mountain?" Helena asked. "I don't have Golden Heart. He has gone straight to the Oracle," Alex said. "What about Fox?" Helena asked, and Alex just shook his head. "What about Thestrals? We could use them," Gabriel suggested. "You have Thestrals?" "Yes, Hogwarts has the largest herd of domesticated Thestrals in the world," Helena stated. "Yes, if we could use at least 2, that would be perfect," Alex said, and picked up the bow and quiver of arrows, which he strapped to his back. Gabriel had given it to him, and his sword now hung at his side, which was another argument he had with Albus earlier, to get his personal possessions back. The portrait guarding Severus' door indicated that the headmaster and 2 men were at the door. Severus frowned when he saw the names. "Ah, I see you are adamant on going on this quest," Albus said with a frown and looked at Alex, who nodded. "Severus, my boy, I am so disappointed in you, taking Harry and Mr. Parkinson here into such danger." "Is there something you wanted, Albus?" Alex stated seriously. "Yes, I have invited 2 order members, Remus Lupin and Charlie Weasley to join you on your journey. They will be there to help young Harry and of course you all," Albus stated, and the two men stepped forward. "Gentlemen, this is Alexander Griffin, the retired Auror I was telling you about." Severus smirked. Albus did not tell the two who Alex really was, and he wondered what fairy tale he had conjured to the two men. He considered the two Order members. Albus was so Slytherin in nature it was a wonder he did not wear green all the time. Remus Lupin was a werewolf and an old friend of James Potter. He was a member of the Marauders, the little gang that James had. He was the one Albus first wanted to be the Dada teacher. Severus knew that Albus wanted Remus to tell Harry about James and tell him how much James hated him and therefore destroy what relationship Harry had with him. Charles Weasley was Ronald Weasley's older brother who had graduated from Hogwarts 3 years ago. He was not as tall as the twins but was very muscular and obviously accustomed to the outdoors. He had the characteristic Weasley red hair. He was currently training as a dragon handler in Romania. Severus knew that Charles was supposed to spend his vacation with his family. Obviously Albus had convinced him to make this trip instead. Severus assumed Charles's real role was to show Harry the joys of being with the Weasley family. Severus also assumed the two may have had orders to convince Harry not to go through with the blood adoption. Possibly to encourage Harry to return with Charles and become a Weasley with Remus as his godfather. Severus knew he would have to watch those two like a hawk and try as much as possible not to leave Harry alone with either of them. Albus smiled and Alex frowned. "Albus, there is no reason to." Alex started. No, my dear boy, it is very important that you are all kept safe and I felt that it was necessary for you to have extra hands. And you felt the best way to do it was to compromise Gideon's true identity. Let me remind you something. Not all of your Order members are Saints, Albus. If you reveal my son's identity to all and sundry I will be forced to silence you. Do not make me your enemy, Albus, Alex said coldly. Listen, Alex, things have changed. The world has changed. I do what I do for the benefit of the wizarding world, Albus stated, and his power came to the front, a tactic which was very intimidating and usually had all submitting to his will. However, Alex was not fazed. And I do what I do for the benefit for me and mine. Hedwig came soaring in and rested on Harry's shoulder. Good, the last of our companions has arrived, Severus said, picking up his backpack, which also had the featherweight charm on it, and breaking the tension in the room. Alex looked at the two Order members and smirked. I hope you two are prepared. I will not be helping you. You don't worry about us, Griffin. We know what we need to do, Lupin said, and there was a strong gust of wind and Alex was out of the door and Remus and Charlie found themselves without wands. Alex turned and handed the wands back to them. I certainly hope so. The small group made their way to the main foyer of the school near to the Great Hall, where Minerva waited on them. Alex sighed. So far he had taken a liking to the feisty head of Gryffindor House. Honestly, he felt she was a good choice. She reminded him a bit of his mother. However, he hoped that she would not take Albus side. Minerva looked at Remus and Charlie, surprised to see them. Mr. Lupin, Mr. Weasley, what are you two doing here? Albus called and said he had an urgent mission for us, that Harry was being taken on a dangerous mission and needed our protection, Remus answered. That old fool, did he tell you about the new arrangements with Harry? She asked them. They both nodded and they all saw the disapproval on Remus' face. Severus looked at Charlie sternly. Did he tell the rest of your family? Charlie scowled. Just Mom and Dad and me. I was glad too. My mother has been in tears since yesterday. Both Severus and Alex frowned. Severus looked at Alex. We will deal with it later. Hopefully they wouldn't inform the others. Alex turned to Minerva and said, Minerva, we have to go. I want to reach the mountain base before nightfall. Here, I stopped by to give you this. It belonged to my father. I thought you could use it, Minerva said and gave Alex a compass. It was made of brass and was encased in a small leather pouch. Thank you, Alex said with a genuine smile and gave Minerva a hug. You are welcome, child. Now take care and I will see you all when you return. Harry, don't give Severus or Alex any trouble or we will have words when you return, Minerva said seriously, but her lips were not thin so Harry knew she was not that serious. Yes, Professor, Harry said with a smile. Minerva looked at Peyton. Mr. Parkinson, best of luck. I hope all things go well for you. Thank you, Professor, Peyton croaked. Alex went over to a section of the wall and placed his hand on it and a door opened. "Well, my goodness, and here I thought I knew all the secret passages," Minerva said, and Alex smirked. "Where does it lead to, Alex?" "To a clearing in the forest," Alex said, gave her a peck on the cheek and walked into the tunnel. He moved his hand and the tunnel was lit. Severus indicated for Harry and Peyton to follow Alex, and Harry gave Minerva a big grin and wave before he went into the tunnel. After the two boys, Gabriel followed, and then Severus. Remus sighed and followed, and then Charlie. As Charlie entered, Helena pressed the wall and the door closed. She looked at Minerva. "Albus in his folly has revealed Gideon to others, including these two. One Severus' enemy, the other the brother of the one who betrayed Harry. Things are not going to be good." Minerva nodded. "Albus means well, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I think I will pay a visit to Arthur and Molly and see exactly what Albus told them." Helena looked at Minerva, whose lips were thin and she had a possessive look about her. She did not have the blood, but the woman was a Gryffindor at heart, and when pressed in a corner she would fight to protect what she considered hers. Helena turned and looked at the closed door and without turning said softly, "I know a very good spell which is better that Obliviate, which the Ministry knows nothing about. It would never be detected. It targets a specific memory and makes the person believe the memory which you tell them." "Is this for the Weasleys or the headmaster?" Minerva said just as softly. "I will give you the knowledge. What you do with that knowledge is up to you," Helena said, and turned towards Ravenclaw Tower. Minerva sighed and followed her. Harry was never so excited in his life. The only thing that came close was when he first came to Hogwarts on the train. Never before had he gone on anything remotely like a hiking trip. Yes, the adventure with the Philosopher's Stone and then with the Basilisk were exciting, but they were sort of life or death things. This was a different kind of adventure, and this time he was not the one everyone was looking to save them. His papa and his dad were there. For once he could relax and follow rather than lead. They were soon in a clearing in the middle of the forest outside of the school. Harry looked around. The forest during the day was amazing. The trees did not look spooky and menacing, and he actually heard birds chirping. He heard his papa talking with Gabriel, who floated away, taking his dad with him. His papa then took them to a clearing about 2 minutes from where they had exited the tunnel. The clearing was really beautiful, like something from a storybook. There was a huge tree to one side, and Harry sat back against it and saw his papa look at him and smile. Remus Lupin came and sat next to Harry. "Hello, Harry. I would like to introduce myself. I am Remus Lupin. I was a friend of your father's." "Hello, Mr. Lupin. I know who you are. You were part of the Marauders. My dad told me about you," Harry said with a smile. "Severus Snape is not your dad, Harry, and to be honest, your dad would be very disappointed to hear you call him that," Remus said with a frown. Harry sighed. He was a little angry, but knew he would be in trouble if he let his anger get the better of him. "James Potter is dead. Severus has told me a lot about him and my mom, and I think even though James made many poor decisions when it came to Severus, I do not think he would be disappointed that I have someone who loves me and takes very good care of me. I know my mom would be very happy for me to call Severus Dad." "Whatever Severus told you about James is a lie," Remus said coldly. Harry looked at the man and sighed. "So I guess then he wasn't a good Quidditch player, and not excellent in transfigurations and defense, and not loyal and brave, and he did not love my mother more than anything except me." Remus looked at Harry in shock. "Severus told you that about James?" Harry nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lupin. I know Severus and James were not friends, and I know they had their rivalry. Dumbledore told me it was like Draco Malfoy and me, and if that is the case, then I know there are many bad things Severus could tell me about my dad, but he hasn't. Severus has mostly told me good things about James, and the few negative things he told me, he said, is typical naughty stuff that a lot of schoolboys get into. He has even told me about you and your curse. He told me that you were an example of what Gryffindor bravery was like, living a good life but always fighting a dark curse and not letting the darkness consume you. He told me that you would have died to protect my father, and that your other friend Peter actually did. Severus is a good person, Mr. Lupin, and he is a good dad." Remus looked at the little boy in shock. They heard Alex calling Harry and Peyton to him. Remus looked as Alex showed the two boys some things on a tree and then took out the compass and showed it to the two boys, who looked at him in wonder. He also saw Alex take out his wand and instruct the two boys to take out their wands, and he taught them a simple charm and again showed them the compass. Remus looked at them, and memories of Patrick Potter showing James, Sirius, Peter and him that spell on a hiking trip their second year came to mind. Remus turned and looked at Charlie, who shouted, "Harry, you know you are not supposed to use magic during the summer." Alex frowned. "Mr. Weasley, firstly, we are still on school grounds. Secondly, Harry's wand no longer has any of the ministry tracking devices on it, so it really does not matter, and most importantly, Harry is doing magic under supervision with me, his legal guardian. If I wish to teach my son magic, then that is none of your concern." "I must protest this blatant disregard of the rules," Charlie said sternly, sounding a lot like his mother. "Protest noted, Mr. Weasley," Alex said without looking up, and continued practicing the spell with Harry. "Charles, I will like to remind you that Harry Potter is no longer a student of Hogwarts. Legally, Harry Potter has left England. Gideon Griffin also has not registered with Hogwarts and is therefore not a student. The law you are quoting only applies to students like your delinquent siblings." Severus' voice came in as the man walked in, followed by 4 Thestrals. Alex looked at the black-winged skeletal-looking horses. "Do you see them, Harry, Peyton?" Alex asked, and Harry looked at him confused. "I do, sir," Peyton said. Severus looked at Harry. "I am surprised that you can't see them. You saw." He was about to say that Harry saw his mother die but did not want to bring that up. "You killed the basilisk and saw it die, so you should be able to see the Thestrals, as anyone who saw death should be able to see it," Alex said, looking at Harry. "Well, I was bitten, so I kinda started seeing blurry, and it was still moving around with the sword stuck in it. I blacked out for a bit, so I did not actually see it die. After Fox healed me, and when I could see again, it was quite dead," Harry offered as an explanation. Alex and Severus looked at each other and did not say anything about it again. Harry looked at Peyton. "Who did you see die?" "My grandfather often took me and my cousins to his estate, where he taught us to hunt animals like deer, and on one of those hunting trips he accidentally killed a group of muggles who had wandered onto the estate," Peyton replied, and Harry looked at him horrified. "Come, little one, you will ride with me," Alex said, holding his hand out to Harry, who took it happily. Alex held his hand and put it on the horse-like creature and explained what the creature was like. Gabriel came over and looked at Alex. "I will have to leave you here, my old friend." "You are not coming with us?" Harry asked quickly. "No, little Gryffindor, I am not. These noble creatures would not carry those of my kind. I will be here when you get back, though," Gabriel responded. Alex nodded and said, "Take care of things for me, Gabriel." "Don't I always?" the ghost said with a smile. Alex told Harry to close his eyes, and then he put Harry on the Thestral and then mounted behind him. Alex turned and saw Severus mounting behind Peyton and saw Charlie on the other. Remus stood and watched them, not moving towards the creatures. "Wolf, come on, we have a schedule," Severus said angrily. "I don't think it is necessary for me to come anymore. I think Harry, or I should say Gideon, is in good hands," Remus said. Charlie started to protest, but Severus looked at Remus. "Thank you, Lupin. When we return, we would like for you to come to dinner. Wouldn't miss it. Now go, you have a schedule," Remus said. Alex gave him a little salute, and with a kick of his heels, the Thestral flapped its wings and took off, maneuvering through the trees. Remus heard Harry's squeals of delight. Remus sighed as he patted the Thestral that remained behind. "I better take you back to the castle. I know Albus is not going to be happy to see me." "What's the hurry? Come, Remus, have a drink with me," the Bloody Baron said, and Remus looked at the ghost in shock as it moved towards the big tree at the side. "My lord, please call me Gabriel," the ghost said with a smile, and watched the man's shock as a door opened in the tree. Harry never felt so free. He loved flying. He was at home on a broom, but sitting on the back of the Thestral was amazing. As he could not see the creature, it looked like he was on nothing. It was an exhilarating feeling. He looked up and saw Alex looking down at him with amusement. Alex smiled. Harry looked so happy and had absolutely no fear. He would do well on the back of Golden Heart. He really was a Gryffindor. Aiden would so love this little boy. Charlie looked over and saw Harry as he stretched his hand out, not holding on to the Thestral. He wanted to shout at the little boy and tell him to hold on. He sighed knowing his shouts would not be heard over the rushing air in between them. He was angry at Remus. How dare that man abandon the mission? Did he not know how important Harry was to the war? Albus was so sure the man was loyal to Harry, but it seems as if Sirius Black was not the only traitor. Charlie thought of his parents and their reaction when Albus told them Severus and this stranger was adopting Harry. His mother was outraged. Harry deserved to be in a loving home with brothers who could teach him to be a proper man and not a slimy snake. He was appalled when his father had told them what Ron had done and totally agreed with the sound spanking that his little brother got. However, that was no reason for Harry to choose the evil bat of the dungeons over his family. Charlie sighed. Albus agreed with his mother and wanted Harry with them. With Remus abandoning the cause, he knew it was now up to him to rescue Harry. Alex saw the mountain and the forest edge and angled the thestral to land. The creature obeyed. He smiled as Harry put up his hands in delight as the thestral landed. He heard the two other thestrals land. He dismounted and laughed as Harry jumped down. He looked around. The area ahead was more dense than he remembered but was still recognizable. He patted the creature next to him and whispered to it, and it took off and the other two followed. "Hey, why did you send them back?" Charlie shouted. "Because from here we continue on foot," Alex said, looking at the time. They had approximately 2 hours of sunlight left. "Come on, Harry, you are to follow me, Peyton behind Harry, Weasley next, Severus you take the rear." Alex took out his wand and cast a series of spells and then blasted the overgrowth ahead. He walked in. Harry followed excitingly, asking tons of questions. They hiked for half an hour before the landscape started sloping up. Twice they came up dangerous creatures. The first was a nest of snakes which Harry spoke to and they were able to pass, and the second was an old wolf. Alex killed the creature in less than 10 seconds with his bow and arrow. Harry was impressed and asked him if he could teach him and smiled when Alex told him yes. As the mountainside grew more rocky and the forest less dense, Harry got more and more tired but did not want to look like a baby, so he did not complain. By the time they reached the level area of rock that Alex said was their campsite for the night, Harry was ready to collapse. There was still an hour of light left and Alex wanted to use it to ensure the area was secure. He told Severus to set up the campsite and went to survey and secure the area. Charlie looked at his former potions professor as he took out the folded tent and pulled out the instruction manual. He shook his head and took it away and expertly did the charms that activated the tent. The outdoorsman then sent a flurry of instructions to secure the tent and the other three followed. By the time Alex had returned, his companions were already inside the tent arguing over who was getting what room. Alex scowled and his booming voice silenced Harry, Peyton and Charlie. He sent Harry and Peyton to one room and gave Charlie the other. He looked over and saw Severus in the makeshift kitchen preparing dinner. "So do I assume I get the last room?" Severus asked as he passed the spoon for Alex to taste the stew. Alex smiled and threw a pinch more of the basil in the stew. "I thought we could share." He smiled as he saw Severus turn beet red. Alex walked out and walked into the room with Harry and Peyton and told them there was only one toilet and bath, so for one of them to shower now. He saw Harry look uncomfortable and Charlie came into the room. "I am going first, Rugrats." Both Charlie and Peyton had showered and changed by the time dinner was served. The stew was hearty and everyone ate quietly. Severus saw Harry look at him and Alex and smiled. He knew the little boy was thinking of the sleeping arrangement and the fact that there was only one room remaining. Alex told them to make sure and get a good night's sleep, and while it was early it would be important for them to get to sleep early. If they had a problem going to sleep, Severus could give them a mild sleeping draft. Alex gave Charlie kitchen duty to clear the dishes, and even though the man looked like he did not like Alex, he nodded. He looked at the two other boys and said for Peyton to go to bed and for Harry to take a bath and then go to bed. He then looked at Harry and told him that he was taking first watch guarding and that Severus would take second watch. Harry's face fell when he realized that this meant that while Alex and Severus were sharing the third bedroom, they would not be in it at the same time. Alex looked at the little boy as he went into his room and laughed and whispered to Severus, "I think that little boy wants the two of us in bed together more than we do." Severus sat on the bed, tired but a bit disappointed. He too had hoped Alex would have shared a bed with him. He sighed and took out his things for a bath. He heard a knock on his door and when he opened he saw Harry standing with his towel. Dad, can I talk with you? Harry said quietly. Severus' eyebrow went up. Of course son, come on in. Severus saw Harry looking uncomfortable and then the little boy said, I don't know how to use the shower or toilet. Charlie asked me if my so-called guardian taught me the basics or if he abandoned me to figure it out on my own. So I lied and told him yes I knew how, 'cause I was really upset he had no right making it sound as if Papa was a bad guardian. So he only showed Peyton the special charms and I don't know them. I am sorry I lied. Severus sighed. I understand why you did, but now you don't know how to use it and I am none the wiser either. I did not realize it had special charms. I never went camping in a tent before. He saw Harry's disappointment. Okay, look on the trunk. There are the instructions for the tent. Harry went to get the instructions and he sat on the bed, but Severus pulled him onto his lap. They went through the instructions until they found the charms, but it used German incantations. Severus did not know German. Harry laughed as they kept getting it wrong, but Severus kept scowling. Sometime later there was a knock on the door and Severus tried to hide the purple pig he had just conjured and Peyton came in to ask for a sleeping draught. Peyton laughed and took them to the bathroom and showed them the incantations to use the shower and the toilet. Severus told him he was a lifesaver. It was late and Severus was sound asleep when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He immediately woke and pulled his wand from under his pillow and pointed it at the intruder. He heard a deep chuckle. Now I thought I took care of your desire to pull a wand on me. Severus lowered the wand. Sorry, did not realize it was you. Is it my turn to guard? He asked as he got off the bed. Yeah, come on, change and then come to the living room. I have coffee made, Alex said. Severus quickly changed and walked out and saw Alex with a large mug of coffee. He took the mug and sipped. The coffee was strong and black. It tasted like the coffee his Muggle grandfather would drink. It certainly perked him up. Let me show you the wards I put up. Alex very seriously listed out the wards and where they were. He took him outside and Severus saw the log the Alex had put next to the tent where he had sat. Wow, it is really beautiful here. You could see the school, it's really. Severus said, looking at the school in the distance over the trees. Handsome, Alex said, looking at him. Severus looked at him and boldly walked over to him and keyed him. Alex held him tightly and keyed him back deeply. When they parted, Severus looked up slightly at Alex and said, I want you so badly. I want you to take me to bed. I would love nothing more than to take you to bed and make love to you, Alex said seductively in Severus' ear. However, we can't, not tonight. You have to patrol and I need to sleep. Tomorrow is a long day and I will need to sleep. Severus rested his head on Alex's shoulder and nodded. They heard a wolf howling in the distance and Severus looked over and sighed. The mournful howl echoed his heart. Alex held him tighter and passed his hand through Severus' short hair. They stayed like that for a good 5 minutes until they heard a slight noise. They both immediately turned with their wands drawn. It was Harry. Sorry, come little one, what's the matter, can't sleep? Alex said as he lowered his wand. Harry shook his head and walked towards them sheepishly. Wow, this is a great view. The school looks really beautiful, Harry said and Severus smiled. Yes it does, but it is really late. How about I make you some hot chocolate? I know a good Aztec recipe that will not only ensure you pleasant dreams but it is the most delicious thing you will ever taste, Alex said with a smile. I don't want to be trouble, Harry said quietly. No trouble, I love it and I was thinking of making some for myself, but the problem is I only know how to make for 2. Alex said and Harry giggled. Severus watched as Alex effortlessly picked up the 12-year-old, guaranteed he actually looked more like 10, and took him back inside. Severus looked out at the shining castle in the distance and settled down on the log. They walked uphill for most of the morning, until mid-morning when they came to the first magical obstacle. It was 2 statues of women in blue robes, each standing on either side of a narrow pathway. As they approached, the women opened their eyes. The eyes were like blue sapphires. Who enters the realm of Lady Alatariel, Oracle of Albion? They said together. I, Alex Ignotus Gryffindor, seek entrance and audience with Lady Alatariel. I bring those who seek her guidance and skill, Alex said and Severus saw Charlie look at Alex sharply. The statues looked at Alex and a blue beam of light passed over him. Present your wand, Alex Ignotus Gryffindor, the statue stated, and Alex brought his wand forward and again the blue beam inspected it. You may pass, Alex Ignotus Gryffindor, the statue stated, and then looked at Severus. State your name, wizard. Severus Tobias Snape. The statue's blue charm inspected Severus and stated, you are marked as a dark wizard, but your heart is light, you may pass. Severus looked at Alex. They did not ask for my wand. They alone know what they ask. I heard they asked a witch to strip naked once, Alex said, and Severus looked at him horrified. Harry was up next and he excitingly told the statues his name. The statues looked at him and then their gaze fell on his scar and remained there for at least 2 minutes. Harry fidgeted nervously. Present your wand, Harry of the House of Gryffindor, the statues asked together. How do you know? Harry started. Alex sternly shouted, your wand, Harry. Oh, sorry, Harry said and took out his wand, and the statues examined the wand, and to everyone's shock the wand rose up on its own and stood up straight. The statues looked at Harry and smiled. You may enter, Harry James Potter Gryffindor, the statues stated. I am sorry I questioned you earlier and did not take out my wand when you asked, Harry said as he passed. Your apology is accepted, young Gryffindor, the statues stated, and Harry smiled and ran over to his guardians. Peyton looked nervous but took a deep breath and stated his name. The statues looked at him and, like Harry, took a few minutes examining him. Present your wand, the statues stated, and when he did the statues allowed him entrance. Charlie announced himself next and the statues examined him. You are here on false pretenses, Charles Weasley, which will make your journey difficult, the statue said, and Charlie looked at Harry standing with Alex and Severus and then quickly looked back at the statues. You have a good heart and this journey would be good for your development. You may enter, Charles Weasley, but know if you keep an open heart and mind you would be happier, the statues stated, and Charlie nodded. No one said anything until lunch when they reached the entrance to a cave. Papa, how did the statues know I was a Gryffindor? Harry asked after Severus gave him a pain potion for his aching legs. Well, the blue beam that passed over you tested your magic and heritage, so they know who you really are. If you lied they may not have allowed you to pass. Part of the test is really being honest, Alex said, and Harry nodded. You mean like your name is Gryffindor and not Griffin, Charlie stated. Yes, Alex said and gave no further explanation. Who are you? Charlie asked quietly. I am Alex Ignotus Gryffindor, son of Godric Gryffindor, Alex said, and Charlie looked at him with wide eyes, and when he saw the others were not shocked he realized they all knew. Alex briefly explained his circumstances to Charlie, who listened intently. Does Albus know this? Charlie asked. Yes, Severus said sadly. So why? Charlie started, and Alex stood up and told them it was time to leave. Albus and Alex have differing views on how Harry should be raised, Severus told Charlie as he helped him up. Come on, you two, Alex shouted. They walked for half an hour before they reached a fallen bridge. Alex acioed the end of the bridge and masterfully tied it off. He sent Severus first and told him to take his time. He went last. Halfway through, the middle of the bridge collapsed and Alex told them to hold on, and he levitated the piece of the bridge they were on safely to the other side. Wow, that was. Peyton started. First year charms, Alex said. Half an hour later they reached a large door with plants covering it. Alex sent beams of light towards them and the plants retreated. The door had a puzzle on the front and Alex quickly used his wand and rearranged the pieces. It was the Hogwarts crest. The final piece was missing and he transfigured a stone and made the final piece, which once inserted opened the door. They entered what looked like a large cave. It was dark and musty. Severus conjured a large fireball like he and Phileas had done in the Chamber of Secrets and raised it high so it acted like a light bulb. And like in the chamber, Severus conjured bubble head charms over Harry and his nose and mouth. Peyton did his own and so did Charlie. Alex scoffed at them and walked ahead. They met a team of goblins who tried to rob them, but Alex spoke with them in gobbledygook. Severus did not know what Alex told them, but by the time the goblins left, without any of the team's belongings, they were laughing and gave Alex a bottle of goblin mead. When Harry asked what he told him, Alex told him he would tell him in 5 years. They had to flip a stone switch 100 feet up a wall using their magic and had to fight a mountain troll. Finally they reached a long stairway that looked like it had 10,000 stairs. Harry sighed and asked his dad to carry him. However, Peyton asked if using brooms was allowed. Peyton took out his broom and Severus had his, but Harry had not brought his, nor did Charlie. Alex transfigured a towel into a large flying carpet and Harry excitingly jumped on. Charlie looked at Alex and refused to get on and sternly told Harry to get off, how it was too dangerous. Peyton shook his head. I want to try the carpet, so if you want to use my broom, Weasley, you can. Charlie looked at the broom which had Frog Slim on it where Peyton had held it. Take it or climb the stairs, Severus said and flew off. Alex, following Severus' example, told Peyton to sit and then directed the carpet and they too left. In the end it was a good idea to use the flying carpet and the broom since the stairway had been eroded halfway up. Alex said that the full stairway had been there when he was last there. Harry asked about Charlie and Alex said he had a broom and that they could not force him to use it. There was a water fountain at the top which required a rune combination to solve. Peyton asked if he could try it and Alex smiled and told him to go ahead. It took him half an hour but he solved the puzzle and the fountain activated. Charlie came in with Peyton's broom around the time the fountain started flowing. They decided to camp by the fountain for the night. Charlie asked Severus for the tent and quickly put it up. Severus mentioned that this part of the test would be unfair to those who never did runes. Alex stated that runes was a compulsory course in his day. That night Harry made dinner. At first Alex started to protest but Severus told him that Harry was a great cook. Peyton volunteered to do the dishes but got slime on them and Severus had to do them over. Severus went to bed straight after dinner as he was exhausted. Alex noticed Harry looking uncomfortable and when he asked him, Harry very shyly told him that he was sore and that he forgot to ask Severus for a pain potion. Alex told him to take a shower. Alex asked Peyton to guard for about an hour and he gladly complied. When Harry came out the shower, Alex had a small bottle of oil and proceeded to massage the oil into the young boy's aching muscles. By the time he was finished, Harry was sound asleep. When Alex came out, he saw Charlie sitting by the fountain and Peyton standing guard. He told them to get some sleep. Peyton nodded and went into the tent but the young dragon tamer did not move and looked at him confused. Are you really Godric Gryffindor's son? Yes, Alex said coldly. You are related to Harry. Harry is a descendant of my elder brother Gideon, Alex answered. After a few minutes Charlie stated, Albus believes that Harry is better off with us. I know and I disagree. Harry is my blood and I have adopted him so he is legally my son. No matter what Albus believes, that fact will not change and he no longer has any say on what happens to Harry outside of school, Alex said. Charlie frowned. He wanted to argue that Albus knew what was best. That his family loved and cared for Harry. He wanted to argue that this man had no right appearing from nowhere and demanding control of the wizarding world's greatest hero. Charlie looked at the man and part of him considered that the man was Harry's blood and had a magical right to him, but the other half told him that Albus was the leader of the light. He could not waver, the order was counting on him. He needed to talk to Harry. He got up and walked off. Alex shook his head as he watched Charlie walk off. He checked the area and ensured everything was secure. He sat back at the fountain and thought about his plans for Harry. Thinking of the things he wanted Harry to experience, he thought of his life with his brothers. Alex stood up and looked at the fountain. He noted that one of the pipes was broken. He shook his head as he remembered when he and Aiden had been first here. He chuckled remembering their test. They had lost their backpack with the tent and sleeping bags going over the bridge, because he had insisted that they not use magic and climb over using the rope from the bridge. Of course he fell and Aiden caught him, but he was too heavy and had to get rid of the backpack. It took them half a day to work out the puzzle on the door as the vines around kept mixing up the puzzle, as Aiden didn't want to harm the plants. They were robbed blind by the goblins. Aiden, who was supposed to take the first watch, fell asleep. They woke up the next morning completely naked with not even their wands. They wrestled each other until they heard the troll coming and they got up and ran for their lives. They were lucky they knew wandless magic or they would not have been able to flip the switch. He fell and bloodied his knees and broke his ankle on the stairs and Aiden carried him up more than half the way up. They both solved the rune puzzle for the water. That night in the cold, the two decided to get serious. Aiden concentrated his magic until he wandlessly created a fire and then left him and came back half an hour later with a pair of young rabbits. They roasted it and ate it. He concentrated his magic and used the Aztec magic they had learnt the summer before and healed his ankle and both his and Aiden's bruised feet. They survived the night, and after they finished the journey quickly as they used every advantage they had and all the knowledge they had learnt from all over. He remembered the oracle laughing when she saw the pair of them, naked but walking with big smiles as if they were on a Sunday stroll. When the goblins came to give them back their things, they told them to keep everything but the wands. They did not need anything else. Alex laughed as he remembered the fun he and his brother had. He heard a tingling in his mind and smiled when he heard Golden Heart calling to him. Severus woke and looked at the time. It was an hour after he was supposed to relieve Alex. Why hadn't he waked him? He quickly changed and ran out the tent and saw Alex sitting by the fountain merrily chatting away in a strange language. Severus assumed it was Dragonspeak as it had a series of elegant-sounding roars and it sounded a lot like the language Alex had used on the tower. Alex's face shone with love and Severus' heart leapt as he watched him. Alex saw him and called him across and patted the spot on the ground in front of him. Severus' eyebrow shot up but he sat down on the dirty ground. Alex wrapped his arms around Severus, who sighed and leaned back on the other man's broad chest. He listened to Alex speaking in the strange language and found it rather peaceful. Finally Alex turned to him. "Want some coffee?" Severus nodded and Alex closed his eyes and then waved his hands a bit and then a large cup of coffee came floating out from the tent. Severus chuckled. He took a sip. It was good. He saw Alex looking at him with a smile. "So what could we expect tomorrow?" Severus asked. "If you remember this pathway as a test, what do you think we will expect?" Alex asked. "Well, we had to use charms, transfiguration, knowledge of herbology, wizard culture and runes. We had to use defense on a magical creature so that could be both Dada and care of magical creatures. There were tests on honesty, patience, thinking under pressure, critical thinking and bravery. We have not done anything requiring potions or astronomy. I don't know about history and I assume we may have something with arithmancy. Considering that this is a test of adulthood, there may be a test that would affect our emotional state and possibly something to test our magical strength," Severus said and then took another sip of coffee. Alex smiled and said, 10 points to Slytherin." Severus looked at him and cheekily said, "Indeed, I would have preferred a key." Alex laughed and gave him a quick key but then said, "There's also test on trust and facing your fears." Severus frowned as Alex stood up and returned to the tent. The group rested in a small clearing. They had just passed through the room with sharp spikes which required the precise potions mixture to stop the spikes and open the door. Harry was laughing and found it totally exciting and told them he felt like Indiana Jones, only Severus understood what he meant. Charlie was arguing about the unnecessary danger they had been put in. Peyton was proud that he finished his potion faster than Severus and had been the one to open the door. Severus took out his water canteen and gave it to Harry. He was worried. They had gone through a room with a planetarium and had to work on an arithmancy problem to choose the right door. Alex had stopped helping and had allowed Peyton to work everything out. They then crossed an invisible bridge, however they had yet to face their fears. Not that he hadn't been scared to death looking at Harry cross the bridge. That boy did not seem to know what the word caution meant. Severus was sure he would have a heart attack before they reached the oracle. Alex came up to Severus. "We will be there soon. Don't worry, just remember it is a test and it is not real." The group walked for a half a mile until they came to a temple. In front of the temple was a doorway. Again the statues of the two witches were on either side. They were dressed in blood red. Their eyes were rubies. "We are going to have to go through individually," Alex said seriously. Severus took a breath. "I will go first." He walked through and saw the statues looking at him. Their eyes scanned him with a red beam. He heard them say to go forward. The room was pitch black. He took out his wand and cast Lumos, but it did not work. He tried 2 more spells but neither worked. He put away his wand. He put out his hand and felt around him. He was in a narrow corridor. He took a deep breath and walked straight ahead. The darkness was unnerving but Severus kept walking. Then he heard what sounded like his father's voice, taunting him, calling him a failure and a freak. He heard the man screaming at him telling him how ashamed he was of him. Severus shook his head and kept walking. He had long ago conquered this fear. He cringed however when his father's voice faded and Lily's voice sounded. Severus closed his eyes and took control of himself. The voices faded. He walked for another minute and came to what was a door. He opened and went through. The room looked like a dungeon. It was cold and damp. There was a window high in the wall and through it Severus saw what looked like Hogwarts. He heard a scream. It sounded like a child. He heard the voice again. Draco. The voice sounded like his godson. He followed the sound and saw a group of Death Eaters around the small child. They were beating and kicking him. Lucius stood to one side looking on. Severus did not know what to do. The boy was bleeding and in pain. Draco looked at him pleading. He moved forward. Severus, do not interfere. Draco has disappointed me one too many times, Lucius said. He is a disgrace. Draco screamed, Uncle Sev, please. A large figure kicked the boy and Severus heard the jaw break. Severus ran forward and taking out his wand cast a spell to stun the others. The largest cloaked figure fell and the others angrily turned to him. He sent another spell. Traitor, Lucius shouted. He battled for 5 minutes sending spell after spell. He tried to reach Draco but couldn't. Lucius stood in front of the boy and blocked the way. The air got cold and Severus felt his arm burn. Voldemort was calling. He held his arm and screamed. The others screamed as well. They all turned. In the doorway stood Voldemort. The man looked taller than he remembered and his eyes glowed red. He had a large snake around his neck. You betrayed me, Severus. I should have known. You filthy ugly half-blood Cockney bastard. Voldemort spat and sent a cruciatus at him. Severus screamed. Voldemort was merciless. Finally the curse ended though Severus still felt the pain. Ah, Severus, you have failed the test, Alex's voice said, and looking over he saw the tall dark auburn-haired man walking towards them. Alex smiled and reaching over keyed Voldemort, who smiled. You are a weak man and are not worthy of someone like me. Severus heard Harry's excited screams and Alex called his son across. Papa, Harry called and Alex hugged Harry. Severus reached out. Harry, no, come to me. Harry shook his head. No, I will stay with Papa. You are a snarky greasy git. He is exactly the kind of man I want as a father. I hate you, just like my mother did. Give the boy to me, Alex, Voldemort said. Severus looked on as Harry went over to Voldemort and the man in black robes proceeded to give the boy the dark mark. No. This cannot be real. Harry would fight him. Alex would not side with him. This is not real. Harry is my son and he loves me. Alex is a Gryffindor. He is stronger, braver than Albus and the Dark Lord. He would not ever side with him. This is part of the test. Harry is my son and nothing will change that. Alex is my lover, at least he will be when things settle. They are my family, Severus said and stood up. He looked around and took out his wand. He did not know what spell to cast. He focused his magic and trusted in himself. A spell came to his mind and he screamed, Alohomora. A door appeared behind Voldemort and Harry. Severus ignored everything around him and walked out. The light was blinding. He walked out and saw the two statues of the witches now dressed in white, green and gold looking at him. The green-eyed witches bowed and pointed to the castle in the distance. Severus looked at the white ivory tower at the top of the hill. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, instead of heading up the path to the tower he settled under a tree and rested. Half an hour later Harry came out crying. Severus swept the boy up in a big hug. It's okay, Dad is here. Harry's cry turned to one of relief and Severus held him tightly. After a few minutes Harry said, You promised, you always say what you mean, and you promised I would be your son and you would never abuse me. Yes, I did say that, Severus said and held the boy until he calmed down. Harry and Severus then sat down under the tree. Severus handed Harry his water canteen and then as they waited on the others Harry told Severus about what happened in the room. Peyton came out an hour after Harry and Harry ran up and gave the boy some water. Less than 5 minutes later Alex came out and said, Weasley didn't want to turn his back on me, so he told me to go ahead. Severus looked at him annoyed. You took 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Alex said sounding shocked. I have become slow in my old age. Seeing Harry and Peyton's astonished looks and Severus' scowl he laughed. The secret is to run through really fast and ignore everything around you. My personal record is 2 minutes, Aiden did it faster. Why didn't you tell us before? Severus said angrily. Because then it would not be fair. You must face the test at least once, a soft musical voice said. They all turned around and saw a tall beautiful woman with pale skin and dark blonde hair with a few streaks of silver in it. She had on silver and gold robes. She opened her arms. Alex Gryffindor, you are a sight for my weary eyes. Alex ran over and hugged the woman. She laughed and Harry and Peyton smiled. Everyone, I would like to present Lady Alatariel, Oracle of Albion, Alex said, and the 3 wizards bowed low to her. She laughed. Please call me Ariel. Come on, I am sure you are all hungry. Severus looked back at the gate. There is one more to our party. She nodded. Yes, Charles Weasley, he would be quite a while. Come on, when he is ready I will return for him. She gestured for them to follow. So Alex, what happened to you? I almost fell off my chair when you announced yourself at the Sapphire Gates, Ariel said, and Alex laughed. The small group followed the woman up the hill. She and Alex spoke about what happened and then about events that happened in the past. She told the others about the first time the twins came to her tower, buck naked. The others, except Severus, laughed. The climb up the hill took shorter than they expected, but the friendly conversation and pleasant surroundings made the time fly. Has Golden Heart shown up yet? Harry asked. No, but I expect him any minute, Ariel said with a smile. Once Golden Heart shows up, the faster we could find out what happened to Aiden, Severus said. Ariel looked at Alex with a slight frown. Apparently they are on a mission to find my brother and think Golden Heart may know where he is, Alex said, and Ariel gave him a swat on the arm. Don't worry, Aiden will be here soon, Ariel said. Severus raised his eyebrow. They reached the top of the hill where the tower stood. The top was a large flat plateau. On one side was a large bare courtyard, on another a luscious garden, to the back a large ivory tower castle. Severus, Harry and Peyton looked around. The view was magnificent, and in the distance below they saw Hogwarts and the lake. On the other side beyond the courtyard, were rolling snow-covered mountain tops. Severus looked around. They were actually on the top of a high mountain. He looked over the side. There was a large straight cliff and clouds below them. He shook his head. Ariel gestured to them. Come on inside, my house elves Jenna and Jet have prepared a feast for you all. It has been a long time since they have gotten to show off their cooking skills. The others started walking towards the ivory doorway. Alex laughed. Yes, I feel like I haven't eaten a proper meal in nearly a millennium. He stopped and turned around sharply. Ariel stopped and looked at him and smiled. Alex walked and ran towards the courtyard. He ran at full speed, and passing the courtyard he jumped off the edge. Severus, Harry and Peyton all screamed and ran in the direction that Alex had leapt. Their screams were not heard as the air was filled with the sound of a loud roar. Before they reached the end of the courtyard, a large golden dragon came soaring from the side of the mountain. They barely saw the beaming Alex holding on to the neck of the dragon. Ariel laughed at the sight of the two. Harry and Peyton jumped up with excitement, and Severus looked on with a frown and his arms folded. They watched as the dragon soared high into the sky, roaring fiercely. The dragon flew high and then did a loop in the air. Alex fell off and the dragon flew under him and caught the man, whose laughter could be heard below. The dragon and his rider then flew down low, and Ariel's long hair whipped out when they flew past. Harry cheered and raised his hand in delight. I can't wait to fly on the dragon's back, Harry said, looking at Alex, who was now moving to stand up on the dragon's back. Oh no, you are not going up on that, it is too dangerous, Severus said, his mind imagining all sorts of horrors. Dog. No. They are entirely too reckless and too Gryffindor, Severus said with a frown. Ariel laughed and put her hand on Severus' shoulder. Godric whipped Alex and Aiden Raw a few times before he realized he could not stop them. There are some things you are just going to have to accept. Severus frowned more. Ariel laughed and whistled. The dragon turned and very gracefully landed. Alex jumped off the dragon's back and landed like a cat in front of them. He laughed as Harry immediately asked if he could go up on the dragon. Why don't you ask him yourself? Alex said and ruffled Harry's hair. He understands English, Peyton asked. Alex laughed and shouted to the dragon, "They want to know if you understand English." Severus, Peyton and Harry looked at the dragon, who shook his head in obvious amusement. The dragon stood up on its hind legs and folded in its wings. The dragon shimmered and shrunk. Within a minute, where once stood a large golden dragon, stood a man in golden armor. He was as tall and as broad as Alex. The resemblance was exceedingly striking. However, the man looked older, had long white hair, and his eyes were also a slightly lighter emerald green. "Hey little brother," Alex shouted. The man folded his arms. "I am now 998 years, 10 months, 6 days, 3 hours and 40 seconds older than you." "Whatever you say, little brother," Alex said with a hearty laugh and ran over and hugged him. Ariel shook her head. "Come on, you two, dinner is getting cold." "Lady Ari, you look hotter than I remember," the dragon Animagus said, and ran over and held her tightly and then dipped her and gave her a smoldering key. Ariel looked dazed when she was back on her feet, and she gave him a half-hearted swat on his arm. "I diapered your behind as a baby, you disrespectful brat. Ask me nicely and I will let you do it again," he said seductively. Alex roared in laughter but saw Severus frown and his glance at the now very red Harry. Alex grabbed the dragon man's arm and said, "Come on, we got tiny ears here." The man in gold then turned and looked at the small group. "So who do we have here?" he said with a broad smile. Alex smiled. "These, my dear dragon, are Severus Snape, Harry Potter and Peyton Parkinson. Everyone, it pleases me to introduce my brother Aidan." Severus laid back in the tub and soaked his weary bones. He closed his eyes and thought of Alex and his brother. He had not gotten over the shock of it. There had been rumors that Merlin's Animagus form was a magical creature, but there were never any rumors that there were any other. Aidan was a dragon Animagus. He was Golden Heart. He was the golden dragon. Severus shook his head. If he had not seen the man transform, he would not have believed it. He had seen it and still did not believe it. He closed his eyes and remembered the conversations at dinner. Aidan had explained to Peyton and Harry at dinner that as a dragon he had lived over a millennium because dragons lived really long lives. "I actually know a few dragons who are actually older than I am. The oldest I know is close to 3,000 years old, and she says she knows of one older, though I never met him. I, however, will not live that long because I am not a birth dragon but a human with a dragon spirit," Aidan explained. Harry asked Alex if he was an Animagus as well, and Alex said no. Alex and Aidan share a unique bond. Aidan is a dragon but Alex is the dragon rider. "It is a strong magical bond that unites the two," Ariel said, and the others nodded. "So does that mean you never had another rider over the years?" Harry asked, but then quickly apologized for asking the personal question when he saw Severus giving him a glare. Aidan laughed. "It is okay, little nephew. I have allowed a handful to ride on my back, but they were not true riders. Alex is the only one who I have ever magically connected to. We can sense each other and talk to one another. Our magic connects to one another. When he rides on Golden Heart, he becomes part of the dragon. It is that bond that allows me to naturally know dragon speak and how to stand on Golden Heart's back and know when he is going to turn or move up or down," Alex said. "So don't go thinking you could stand up on the dragon or whatever you were planning on trying," Severus told Harry sternly. They all saw the boy pout. Aidan laughed. "But can I get to ride on Golden Heart?" Harry asked. Alex and Aidan looked at each other, and then Alex said, "Only when your dad gives you permission to." "Oh man, I am never going to get to ride the dragon," Harry said and stabbed the baked potato on his plate. "Keep up with that tone and you never will," Severus had said sternly. As the warm water in the tub got colder, Severus' thoughts moved away from dinner and to his trial in the room. He was partially afraid that Harry would choose Alex over him. Alex and Aidan were Harry's blood relatives. Harry had started to call Aidan Uncle Aidan. The boy would be spending a lot of time with the two, but he knew no matter what, Harry would still need him. Severus knew Alex would be training Harry to embrace his heritage, and if he wanted to be honest, he knew it would include being on that dragon. Ariel said there would be certain things he would have to just accept. He sighed and got out of the tub. Even though he would accept it, didn't mean that he would like it. Severus walked out of the room and saw Alex sitting on a chair in a reading section of the large ornate room. Severus gasped and quickly took the towel he was using to dry his hair to cover himself. Alex looked at him and smiled. You know, if we are going to pretend that we had a son together, you can't expect me to not know what you look like naked. Alex said and smiled at the tall blushing man whose whole body seemed to blush. Alex stood up and walked over to Severus and took away the towel and looked at the whole naked body. Alex licked his lips. You look divine and incredibly delectable. Alex passed his hand over Severus' shoulder, chest and side. It settled on his bum and Alex's hand massaged the firm round globe. Severus held his breath and then swallowed hard as his body reacted to Alex's touch. You can do more than touch, you can taste if you want, Severus said boldly. Oh, I want to taste most definitely. However, the man said and released him and stepped back. I can't, not yet, Lady Alatariel's orders. Severus cursed under his breath. So what are you doing here? He said, sounding angry and frustrated. I wanted to know if you wanted to take a ride with me. Alex said. Ride? You mean on the dragon? Severus said in fear. Yes, I know you are apprehensive about Harry going up. We want to show you that it is not always as dangerous as you think it is. Both Aiden and I know that Harry has a magical bond with us. He can speak to me mentally, he can wield my wand. Most likely when we do the test with him and Aiden, he would prove to be a rider as well. We are not going to do anything without your approval first, so we want you to come up and see that it can be safe. Severus' mind reeled. He had always liked to fly, though he was not as obsessed with it as Harry was. But a dragon was very different to a broom or a thestral. He did, however, trust Alex, but the dragon was really large and would go much higher than a broom. Don't worry, I wouldn't let you fall, Alex said, and he saw Severus' onyx eyes glisten. Severus nodded. You should put on some clothes first, Alex said with amusement. Severus blushed once more. 10 minutes later, Alex and Severus entering the sitting room where Ariel and Aiden were talking. The two were very serious and were obviously concerned over something. They both, however, smiled when Alex and Severus entered the room. You don't know how happy I am to see that my brother found someone to settle down with, Aiden said. Yes, well, I am eager to hear about your many wives and husbands, Alex retorted. Only 2 wives and 1 husband, my dear brother, Aiden said. And many lovers, Ariel said with a laugh. Yes, but there is a difference between someone you bed and someone you take home to share your life with. And from your connected aura, I would say you two are destined to share your lives together, Aiden said. Yes, they are soulmates, Ariel said, however they should not be sharing anything until Severus is ready. I am ready now, Severus said under his breath. Ariel laughed. No, little Sev, you are not ready, not until you have proven yourself. But rest assured you will get the opportunity to prove yourself soon. In the meanwhile, I believe my brother has asked that I take him and his mate on a flight, Aiden said, standing up. You 3 go ahead and enjoy your flight, I will babysit, Ariel said, smiling. As they started out the door, Ariel shouted out, Alex, take a jacket, it is cold out tonight. Yes, Mum, Alex said sarcastically and acquiesced a jacket which came flying toward him. The night was really cold and Severus shivered when he walked outside. He immediately put a warming charm on himself. Now that spoils half the fun, Alex said from behind him, I wanted to warm you up myself. Aiden chuckled and then moved to the open courtyard. Severus watched as Aiden closed his eyes and started transforming. He turned into Golden Heart and sat down on his 4 legs and lowered its head. I will help you up, Alex said, and holding Severus' hand carried him to the dragon's side. Severus looked at the dragon. It was huge, at least 40 feet long from head to tail and about 15 feet high. It looked a bit like a Hebridean dragon, which was native to Scotland, actually one of the islands off of Scotland, except his tail was not spiked and his scales were varying shades of gold, rather than black. The dragon had a soft ridge of silver and gold on its head which spread down its length, and its eyes were emerald green. Severus touched the wing. It was leathery and cold, but it also felt strong and he could feel the magic pulsing from it. Alex stood behind him. Are you ready to go up? Severus looked back at him and nodded. Golden Heart put his front leg out. Climb up on the leg and he would raise you up a bit and then climb on behind his neck like you would a horse or a thestral, Alex instructed. Severus took a deep breath and climbed up on the leg. He slipped off a bit, but Alex was right behind him to hold him and steady him. Tell us when you are ready, Alex said. Severus steadied himself and then nodded. He was very embarrassed as he gave an undignified squeal when the dragon moved his leg up. Golden Heart stopped. Severus took another deep breath. I'm okay. The dragon continued and Severus was able to climb up and settled himself behind the neck. He shifted to get comfortable. He was surprised the soft ridge was really more like horse's hair rather than leathery spikes normally associated with dragons. Okay, I am coming up, Alex said and Severus nodded. To Severus' embarrassment, Alex expertly took one step on the dragon's leg and jumped on, settling directly behind him. Seeing Severus scowl, Alex said, I have been doing this for years and we have a magical connection. Severus nodded. So where do I hold on? He looked at the horns on top of the head which were too far for him to reach. From behind him Alex reached over and wrapped himself around Severus and his jacket enveloped them both. He placed Severus' hands on an area right behind the dragon's head. Don't worry, I will hold on to you tightly, he whispered in Severus' ear and Severus groaned. Are you ready? Severus nodded. Alex gave a soft roar that sent pleasurable shivers all through Severus' body. The dragon slowly stood up, flapped his wings and took off. Severus closed his eyes. The feeling was incredible. It was so much better than a broom or a thestral. There was a magical pulse and a feeling of strong power. Open your eyes, Alex softly commanded and Severus did. The night sky was breathtaking. They were high above the clouds and he could see a million stars overhead that looked like you could reach up and touch them. Below, the tall mountains seemed like small hills and Severus made out the lights of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade in the distance. He could also see a few Muggle towns further out. It was incredible. Alex held him tightly from behind and Severus felt like he was in the safest place in the world. He let out a contented sound that sounded almost like a purr. He immediately felt Alex react. Do that again and I may just have to break my promise to Lady Alatariel, Alex whispered in a deep growl in Severus' ear. Severus purred again and Alex groaned. Golden Heart chuckled. From the top of her battlements, Ariel looked at the dragon lazily flying in the sky and she smiled. Some destinies were worth waiting 1,000 years for. Peyton picked at his food next morning at breakfast. He, Harry and Ariel were the only ones at breakfast. Ariel had informed them that the adults needed to rest after a late night. What about Charlie? Harry asked. Ariel shook her head. He is not ready to admit certain truths and face his fears. I suspect he would not leave the temple for some time. But don't worry, he has a good soul and will be better off when he comes out. Has anyone never come out? Harry asked. She nodded. Sometimes people refuse to accept certain realities. This final test has killed more than the bridge or the trolls. The longest anyone has gone without dying is 1 week. If he is not out by then I will send Aiden in. Harry nodded. I thought I was going to die, that the dragon would eat me, Peyton said. Ariel nodded. Had you surrendered to the dragon, you would have died. What caused you to escape? Peyton looked at Harry briefly and then said to the Oracle, I knew that the others would not abandon me. Professor Snape, Harry, Alex and Charlie came to save me. Ariel nodded. You trust your companions, that is good. Sometimes we need to depend on others when things get too much for us. But I am curious, you did not think of your father or even the headmaster. Well, ma'am, to be honest, at first I did not realize it was not real, so I guess in my mind it made sense that those who I was with would be the ones to save me. Also, my father and the headmaster have both abandoned me in real life. My father was there in the room. He was the one who delivered me to the dragon. My father said he had no need for a son who looked like a freak. I am sure he does not think that in real, Peyton, Harry said. Peyton shook his head. He did not say that in the temple. He said that the day he came to Hogwarts when Professor Snape called him after. I turned. Harry looked horrified and then said, my uncle used to call me a freak and an abomination to God, but Dad has told me that he only said that because he was afraid and lashed out at me to make himself feel safe. Professor Snape is a good dad. I used to imagine that he was my real dad. Peyton said and then cleared his throat. He is a great head of house and you were really lucky to have him as your dad. He loves you a lot. Yeah, I know. That's how I knew it wasn't him in the room temple. The fake Severus told me how he hated me and was only using me to get revenge on my real dad James and that he needed to beat the Gryffindor out of me. I knew it was not him. At first I thought someone had put him under a spell, but then in my heart I knew. I knew it wasn't real. Dad loves me. You both went through a lot in the temple, Ariel said, and the two nodded. Harry turned back to Peyton. Peyton, I don't know your dad, but even Uncle Vernon loved Dudley. I am sure your dad loves you. Peyton shook his head. I don't know Harry. He loves the idea of having a son, but I know my dad has to sort through his own feelings. If I learned anything on this trip is that I don't need him or my family or even my former girlfriend to define me. Even though I look like a frog, I was able to do all the tests, the fountain, the planetarium, the arithmancy puzzle. I even did the potion faster than Professor Snape. I am a pretty amazing person and I am proud of me. So you don't mind looking like a frog? Harry asked. I do mind. I don't like looking like a frog, but how I look doesn't define who I am. I am Peyton Parkinson, not Frog Boy, just like you are Harry Potter and not the boy who lived. These titles may be how people see us, but it is not who we are, Peyton said, and Harry beamed. However, that being said, Lady Ariel, I am hoping that, well, Alex said that you may be able to help me return to normal. I really do not want to be a frog anymore. Can you help me? Peyton said. Ariel smiled. All you had to do was ask. Severus walked around. He did not see anyone. The entire tower seemed to be empty. He called the house elf. A well-dressed house elf silently appeared. How may I help you, Professor Snape? Severus was taken aback. The house elf seemed more cultured and refined than most wizards he knew. It was male, so he knew this one was Jet. I was wondering, Jet, where everyone was. Jet nodded. I will escort you to the dining room. After you have eaten something, I will take you to where you need to be. The house elf turned and walked off, not looking back to see if Severus was following. Severus ate what seemed to be lunch rather than breakfast. The food was fantastic, almost as good as Harry's. Severus thought of his son. He knew Harry was somewhere around because he was not in his room. He knew the tower was safe and he trusted Ariel, but he couldn't help worry. As soon as he finished his coffee, Jet reappeared. Please follow me, Professor Snape. Severus followed the house elf, who took him to a large room at what must have been a basement area. He saw Ariel and Harry were standing next to a large furnace. He walked over and stood next to them. Morning, Dad, or I should say good evening, Harry said with a chuckle. Good day, Harry, Lady Ariel, Severus said. Good day, Severus, Ariel said with a smile. So what are you all doing? We are looking at Peyton. He is being purged of his magic, Harry said. Severus looked at the furnace horrified. He could feel the heat coming from it. What? Severus said and looked inside. He saw Peyton screaming in the middle of the flames. Are you insane? Get him out, he is burning. Severus screamed. No, Dad. Please trust her. She knows what she is doing. Please, Harry said, stopping Severus from moving forward. Harry, no. Peyton is depending on me to protecting him. I can't just. Severus, trust her. I told you it would be hard. Peyton will be safe. Alex's voice came from the doorway. Severus looked at the furnace and the burning Peyton. He looked at Harry and Alex. His heart said to trust his son and his mate. His mind screamed he had to get the boy out of there. He looked at Peyton, who was obviously screaming, though they could not hear him. It took all of his strength not to rush forward and grab the door. Alex moved and stood behind Severus and held him. It will be okay. Peyton will be fine. I give you my word. Come, let's go for a walk in the gardens. Severus' hands trembled and his mind screamed they were committing murder, that Peyton was dying a horrifying death, that he had failed the boy. Severus, trust me. Alex's voice pierced through the loud voices in his mind. He closed his eyes. He thought of who Alex and Harry were. He trusted them. His heart told him that everything would be fine. He nodded. Alex held him and directed him out. Harry, I think you should come with us as well. Ariel can take care of Peyton, Alex said. As soon as they reached outside, Severus threw up. The garden was peaceful but full of life. It was like being in a glade in the forest, but there were plants and flowers that Harry had never seen. He looked at a tropical red flower. He had seen one in a magazine in the library at his old primary school. The article was on the Caribbean and there was a picture of the flower. Harry shook his head. The garden was obviously magical, as there was no other reason why a flower like this would exist on a mountain top in the Scotland Highlands. He heard a hoot and saw Hedwig flying to him. Harry laughed. His owl had been waiting on him when he was shown his room yesterday. Ariel said that she had gone through her own trials to reach the mountain but had fought them brilliantly to get to him. Hedwig landed on his shoulder and he stroked her lovingly. Hedwig was a true friend. Harry looked over. His dad and Papa were sitting on a bench under a tree. Severus had his head on Alex's shoulder and they were holding hands. They looked so perfect together. Harry smiled. This was his real family. The magic he was feeling around his two guardians felt so warm and peaceful. He knew that once they all bonded together his magic would hum. They do look cute together, a deep voice said from the side. Harry turned. Hi Uncle Aiden. Yeah they do. So who is this cutie? Aiden asked, stroking Hedwig. This is Hedwig, she is my owl, Harry said. Aiden nodded and then looking at his brother and Severus asked Harry, let's give them some time alone. Do you and Hedwig want to take a walk with me, to the river? Yeah sure. Let me just tell Papa, Harry said and mentally told Alex he was going with Aiden to the river. They saw Alex raise his hand in acknowledgement. Aiden took Harry to a path behind the garden which led downward. The path was like a narrow road that a horse could travel on but not a car. Uncle Aiden, can I ask you something? Sure. Did you hate your dad? No Harry, I did not. For a long time I blamed him for Alex's death, but even then I did not hate him. Father was a great man but he was not perfect. He made mistakes like all of us. The war was very hard on him. He was actually trying to keep the peace in a way. He personally actually killed almost 1,000 of the Muggle King's best soldiers in less than 1 hour. Could you imagine what would have happened if all of the wizards decided to kill the Muggles? It took me almost 100 years for me to understand why he did what he did. By then it was too late, he was already dead, but I forgave him. Harry nodded. Alex said, Professor Dumbledore is kinda like your dad. He has done many things that I am upset with him about, but in my heart I know he didn't intend on me being hurt. Tell me about it, Aiden said, and Harry started talking about his life. They walked for a long time until they came to a small stream and followed it until it became a small river. They sat on a rock and talked for a long time. Harry held Hedwig in his arms and gently stroked her. She at times hooted when he talked about some of the abuse at the Dursleys, as if backing up his point. So are you sure you want to remain Ron's friend? Yeah, Ron behaves like a real git sometimes, but he and Hermione are my friends. It is like we have a bond. In my heart I know that he would die for me. He needs to grow up and get over this whole Slytherins are evil thing, but I think in time he would change. You did not however tell them about becoming Gideon. No, even though I trust Ron, I don't trust him. Does that make sense? Harry said. Aiden nodded. Maybe in time, when he grows up a bit and proves that he has changed, Aiden said, and Harry nodded. They both heard Alex calling them in their minds. Time to go, Aiden said, and Harry nodded. Aiden looked at him. Do you want to fly back? Harry's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. No, Dad has not given me permission yet. Aiden nodded. Has he banned you from flying a broom? No, but I don't have my broom and I didn't think you would have one, Harry said. Aiden chuckled, and changing his index finger into a talon he cut a branch from a tree. In less than a minute he had stripped most of the leaves off. You just need to keep enough to be a rudder to steer it straight, Aiden told him, and Harry just beamed. Hedwig too looked on in curiosity. Now it is just as a mixture of the levitation spell and the moving spell. Wingardium Leviosa and, mobily, Harry asked. Aiden nodded. The words are not important, but the magic behind it is. Come on, jump on. Aiden got onto the broom and Harry excitingly got on in front. Aiden said the spell and the broom shakily rose up and moved forward. Okay. Just concentrate on the broom moving forward, allow your magic to flow in the broom and command it to go forward. Harry put his hands on the piece of the branch and concentrated his magic. He felt the broom moving. You have it, now add a little speed, Aiden said, and Harry grinned and poured the magic in. Severus and Alex both heard Harry's squealing laughter before they saw him. Severus scowled when he saw the blur that zoomed past them. The blur was followed by a white blur that Severus barely recognized as Hedwig. Harry and Aiden laughed loudly when they landed. Aiden clapped Harry on his back. "You are a lad after my own heart." "You too, Hedwig, you are welcome to fly with me anytime." Hedwig hooted and flew to Aiden's shoulder. Severus walked up with his arms folded. Alex looked at the broom. "How fast do you think he got it?" Alex asked. "I would say about 100, Aiden said. Alex nodded. "Nice. I am sure with practice he could go even faster." "Excuse me," Severus said. "Alex." Aiden and Harry looked at the stern-looking man. Alex laughed. "With practice and a lot of training and supervision." Severus sighed. He did not want to be the bad guy, so he nodded. "Only under supervision, Harry," Alex said, and Harry beamed. Aiden ruffled Harry's hair. "Come on, Lady Ariel is waiting on us," Alex said and gestured to the house elf waiting by the door. The others followed and they went into the tower. Jet took them to the bedroom that was assigned to Peyton. They went in and saw Ariel holding a small baby looking like it was a little over 6 months. "Oh great, you are all here. Everything went well. All of the toxins in his body have been removed. He will be fine," Ariel said, smiling down at the baby. "You de-aged him?" Severus asked. "No, the room he was in basically uses a form of phoenix fire to purify the person. He will now regrow until he is at the age he was when he went in. Since he was 18, it would take 18 hours for him to be back to his normal self. He will have all of his memories, however his body and magic will be as it was meant to be," Ariel explained. The house elf Jenna came in with a bottle and handed it to Ariel, who fed the baby Peyton. "Will he remember the pains of the fire?" Severus asked, looking at the baby. "The fire does not really hurt. At least it does not hurt how you think it does. You feel the pain of your magic leaving you and the reversal of your body, but not the pain of being burnt alive. Most people suffer a trauma of seeing the fire around them. I will have Fox sing a song of peace to him so he will remember the fire but not the fear or the imagined pain," Ariel said. "So does this mean he is like a phoenix now?" Harry asked. "No, he is not a phoenix, nor will he understand a phoenix or exhibit any signs of being a phoenix. The chamber just uses phoenix fire along with a complex set of runes and ancient magic. If he dies, he will not be reborn. No one has also done the purification more than once," Ariel said and turned the baby to burp him. Severus took a breath. "Will it be able to take off the dark mark from my arm?" "Yes it will, but you don't need to use the purification chamber for that. Harry could take it off of you," Ariel said. "What?" Harry and Severus said at the same time. Aiden was now babysitting the 1-year-old boy and trying to get him to take a nap. Alex sat next to Harry and Severus and Ariel sat opposite. "But I don't understand. I have given Dad loads of hugs and he has touched me many times. He never screamed or burnt like Quirrell did," Harry stated. "Yes, but firstly, Quirrell wanted you dead and the magic reacted accordingly. If Severus was to touch you in anger or hatred, he would have been burnt as you said," Ariel said. "But he smacked me a few times when he was angry at something I did," Harry said. The fact that he did not burn meant that he wasn't really angry at you or that he wasn't really angry at all. Disappointed, scared perhaps, but not angry. His smacks were also disciplinary smacks meant to punish you. It may sound strange, but he smacked you out of love, Ariel said. Harry considered it but nodded. "So do I have to hate the mark to get rid of it?" Harry asked. "Not necessarily. Your mother's love gives you protection. Love of a person can be very powerful. You can pour your love for your dad into the mark and take control of the magic and get it to flee like the dark shade did with Quirrell," Ariel said. Harry nodded. "Okay, I am ready. I want to try it." Ariel nodded and turned to Severus. "Are you ready?" Severus looked at Harry and then at Ariel. "Are you sure it will not harm him?" "Yes, and if something goes wrong, I will be here," Ariel said, and Severus nodded. He stood up and took off his long-sleeved shirt and bared his arm. The mark was faded but there. Harry looked at the mark and then touched it. The mark became angry and the snake hissed. Harry hissed back and held on to his dad's arm tighter. Severus screamed. Alex moved behind him and held him up, holding his arm out. Ariel looked on as Harry started hissing louder and she saw him start to glow. Severus screamed louder as the mark on his arm started to burn. "Severus, Knees gave out but Alex held him up. The dark mark started sizzling and it gave off a black smoke. Harry stopped hissing for a few seconds and closed his eyes. They then heard him start to hiss a sort of chanting. Alex started chanting with him in dragonspeak and he too started glowing and his magic engulfed Severus. Severus collapsed and passed out but neither Harry nor Alex stopped, Alex totally supporting Severus. There was a final hiss from the tattooed snake and the mark completely burned off, leaving the bare arm. However, Harry and Alex still did not stop. A minute later Severus awoke with a lurch and started to throw up. Alex turned him over and allowed him to vomit. Both Harry and Alex stopped and looked at the black vomit. Harry collapsed onto the couch. Ariel called Jet, who brought a mug of white drink for Harry. Harry drank it down in one. Alex held on to Severus, who had stopped vomiting but was now crying. Alex banished the vomit and held on to Severus. "I will take him to get some rest," Alex said, and Ariel nodded. Alex lifted Severus in his arms and walked out with him. "Are you okay, Harry?" Ariel asked. "Yeah." Harry looked to the door his dad and Papa had gone through. "I saw him. Voldemort." Ariel came and sat next to him and held his hand. "The mark, it was connected to Voldemort. I saw him. He was in a snake, but it was him. He screamed at me but he could not hold on to the thread holding Severus. I was too strong," Harry said. "Yes, you are much stronger than him." Harry became very pensive and was very quiet. "Do you want to tell me what is bothering you, Harry?" "I am an oracle. Part of my job description is to give advice," Ariel said. Harry looked at her as if considering her and then said, "Dumbledore told me that the night Voldemort gave me my scar, he unintentionally gave me some of his power, that is being a Parselmouth." She nodded. "Yes, the Avada Kedavra is a very powerful spell and the magic that was used to destroy it, did in fact allow you to take part of Riddle's magic." Seeing Harry's confused look, she explained, "In using that spell you have to use a lot of magic and in casting it you tap into your magical core. The spell attacks a person's soul. It in essence, separates your soul from your body. Your soul was protected by your mother's magic. She cast a powerful spell which surrendered her magic to create a barrier around your soul. Her protection spell activated when Riddle killed her. When Riddle's Avada Kedavra hit you, your magic in essence absorbed some of the magic from Riddle's magical core. The spell, however, was sent back along with the protection spell. The ricochet Avada Kedavra separated Tom's soul and the protection spell burnt his body, like it did Quirrell's." Harry nodded and then after a minute said, "Dumbledore told me that by staying with my aunt the protection spell continued to work. Actually that is not true, but Dumbledore genuinely thought it did. Your mother, however, actually did cast the wards on the house on Privet Drive. Your Evan's grandparents were killed by Death Eaters as a message to your parents. The Death Eaters were targeting the Muggle families of those who defied them. So Mum did it to protect Aunt Petunia," Harry said. "Yes, she and your aunt were not the best of friends but they were sisters. Your mum secretly cast the wards to protect your aunt and her family. Your mum was a very, very powerful witch. Her protection spell will last as long as you live and does not need to be renewed. However, being in your aunt's home did give you extra protection. Dark wizards, intent on doing harm to anyone in the house, really could not get in." Harry nodded and then said, "And if I go to the Phoenix Fire Chamber like Peyton, would the spell be removed?" "Yes, and so would the Parselmouth ability," she said, and Harry nodded as if he came to a decision. "However, there are other factors to consider," Ariel said, and Harry looked at her. "I know Severus told you about the prophecy that had Tom going after you." Harry nodded. "Yeah. He told me he heard it and told Voldemort but then realized it was about Mum and he tried to protect her. That is when he joined the headmaster's order." "Did he tell you what it said?" "Yeah, that I would be the one to defeat Voldemort, but he told me I had already fulfilled that prophecy the night my parents died. He said that others thought it meant that I would always have to be there to defeat Voldemort but that it was not necessarily true. That others had the power and means to kill him but were too scared to do it and felt better knowing that I was there to do it. So they left the responsibility to me. He also told me that he would do everything in his power to help me and that he and Papa would help me train and become a powerful fighter. So if Voldemort comes after me I will be prepared." "Yes, that is good. Severus, Alex and Aiden can help you develop your abilities." "Why I brought up the prophecy," is because there is a part of the prophecy that mentions that the Dark Lord will mark you as his equal. Harry nodded and absently touched his scar. Yes, that scar is the mark that he gave you. What is more important than the scar is the fact that you were Voldemort's equal in power the night he gave you that scar. But I was a baby and he was adult wizard, Harry said. Yes, and he was a very powerful wizard. The thing is, Harry, your aunt and uncle did do a lot of damage to your body and your emotional state. Both your body and magic were damaged and in essence stunted because of their abuse. If you go to the chamber, you will undo that damage, your body and magic will be the way it was meant to be. You would be much more powerful. But without my Parselmouth ability I would not be able to take the dark mark off of anyone like Severus who wants it removed. I will not be able to go into the Chamber of Secrets anymore. I also would not have the magical protection my mum gave me. If Voldemort comes back like he did with Quirrell, he would not be affected by my touch. Harry said, and then as if thinking about what she said before said, but I will be much more powerful than him and with Dad and Papa's help I might be able to defeat him anyway. The decision is yours, Harry. It is a big decision to make. There are benefits to not going to the chamber and benefits to going to the chamber. Think about it carefully, Ariel said, and she stood up. I must go. Take your time and think about what you want to do. Ariel walked out, leaving a very thoughtful Harry. Charlie exited through the gateway. He was bloody and filthy. He lay on the ground breathing hard. He took a breath. He had fought the adult Dark Lord Harry Potter. The man had destroyed the world in a way that made Voldemort look like a harmless puppy. He realized in the end it was not real. He realized that it was all part of the test, that Harry was not an evil wizard and there was still a lot of hope. But his mind now wondered if it was a warning of what could happen. He used all of his strength to stand up and he looked at the statues who now pointed to an ivory tower. He was sure the others were there. Did he really want to go there? Harry was there. He needed to rescue Harry, to rescue him from Snape and that man, the one who fooled everyone into thinking he was a Gryffindor, who somehow fooled the statues. He needed to protect Harry from them. In his test, Harry became like Snape. He was just as snarky, just as hateful, just as mean. He was nothing like the happy boy that Ron spoke of in his letters. Like the boy who he had seen in the pictures his mum had shown him of last summer when Harry had stayed with them. He was not the boy who rescued his sister from evil. He had become the evil. He did not defeat Voldemort. Voldemort joined him. Charlie took a breath. His mother had told him to protect Harry at all cost, to protect him from Snape and that man. Their family had owed a life-debt to Harry, and to repay it they had to save his soul the way he did Ginny's. What you saw was neither a prophecy nor a warning. It was your greatest fears brought to life. In defeating that fear you conquer your fear and become stronger for it, a musical voice said. Charlie looked over and saw a woman in gold robes. Are you the Oracle? Yes, I am Lady Alatariel, Oracle of Albion. Your test has ended, Charles Weasley. You are now welcome to rest at my tower, the woman said. An oracle? Does that mean you are a prophetess? Charlie said, standing up. I see shadows of what may happen. I see you are still full of fear and have doubts. Your fear is not justified, until you realize that you will not be happy, Ariel said. What do you mean my fear is not justified? Snape is an evil bastard and he could pervert Harry. And that man, the one who claims to be a Gryffindor. How can he be a Gryffindor if he likes Snape? Dumbledore says Harry needs to be protected from them. If he says Harry needs protection from Griffin, then the man cannot be good. What makes you believe so strongly in Dumbledore? She said. Dumbledore is the leader of the light. His familiar is a phoenix, for goodness sake. Charlie said. She nodded and then whistled. In a flash of light, Fawkes appeared and landed on her shoulder. Fawkes flew over and cried on Charlie's open wound and it healed. The phoenix then trilled and comforted the troubled young man. If Fawkes is your indicator of Dumbledore's virtue, come let us see how he interacts with Snape and Gryffindor, Ariel said. Fawkes took them quickly up the hill and soon they were in the courtyard in front of the tower. They saw Harry walking in the garden, with Hedwig on his shoulder. Charlie called out to him but Harry just gave him a small wave but did not come over. The boy looked depressed. Let us get you something to eat and drink and possibly refresh yourself while Fawkes gets the others, Ariel said. Charlie nodded and walked behind her. Ariel took him to a room where she said he could take a shower and change his clothes. Fox flashed into the room where Alex lay holding Severus. "Fox, I think Severus needs your healing magic right now." Fox trilled and sang a soothing song. It was not for another hour that Alex and Severus came down to the sitting room. They saw Aiden reading a book. "Aiden, have you seen Harry?" Severus asked. "No, but Ariel said that he was doing some soul searching in the garden." "It may be good for you go to him, he may need you right now," Aiden said. Severus nodded and walked to the garden but did not see him. He went back inside. He saw Ariel playing with the now 5-year-old Peyton. "Lady Ariel, have you seen Harry?" "No, but maybe he is talking with Charles." The boy came out of the temple with some strong unresolved issues. "I advised him to talk with Harry to alleviate his fears," Ariel said. "Did you check the garden or the library?" "I just came from the garden. I will go and check the library," Severus said and walked towards the library. Harry was not there. Severus went into the sitting room where Alex and Aiden were now sitting over a chessboard. "I am not finding Harry. Alex, could you call him?" Severus asked, now starting to panic. Alex closed his eyes but frowned. "I am not getting a response. Maybe he is asleep." Ariel came in, with Peyton running after her. "Severus, Charles is missing. The boy has taken the path of doubt and fear." Severus growled and looked menacing. "He does not know what fear is, but he will soon find out. Come on, dragon, we have a dragon tamer to tame." Golden Heart flew down the mountain and within seconds they saw Charlie walking down the mountain with a knocked-out Harry over his shoulder. Charlie turned and looked at the dragon with absolute shock and amazement. He stared at the dragon and his face just lit up. The dragon could not land, but Severus jumped down and Alex followed. "Weasley!" Severus shouted angrily. "That is a golden dragon. Do you know how rare that is?" Charlie said, laughing. "Boy, you are going to be up close and personal with the dragon in like 10 seconds, as you are going to be dragon food," Alex said, and the dragon roared as if approving. But, that is a golden dragon. There was only one recorded golden dragon in history and it has not been sighted in 1,000 years, Charlie said, still staring at the dragon. He did not even seem to notice when Alex took Harry away from him. "You kidnap Harry and knock him out and you think I am going to be impressed with your knowledge of dragons," Snape roared. "I did not kidnap Harry, I rescued him," Charlie said, and Snape punched him and knocked him out. Charlie held his head and groaned, his head hurt. Who knew that Snape had such a strong punch? He felt strong arms holding him and a deep voice telling him to drink something. He absently obeyed. He fell back asleep. When he woke, light was streaming through the window. It looked like mid-morning. He looked around. He was back in the room in the ivory tower. "You know you must be part crazy to kidnap the son of a former Death Eater and an international Auror, from the top of a mountain that is over 4,000 feet high, with no obvious plan, no idea of where you were going, and on foot," a deep voice said. Charlie looked over and saw a man in gold robes. He had green eyes like Harry and had long white hair. He was not as old as Dumbledore but looked experienced. "I know I was not thinking. Can I plead temporary insanity?" Charlie said. The man chuckled. "As Harry okay? I didn't mean to hurt him," Charlie asked. "He is fine, just a mild headache. Hedwig is fine too, by the way. She suffered a broken wing when you attacked her, but it is healing." Charlie looked at the man. He looked a lot like Alex. "Are you Alex's real father?" "You look a lot like him." "No, but we are related. My name is Aiden. Can you tell me, is the dragon still here?" Charlie asked, looking excited. "Yes, the dragon is here, but you will not see him again, unless you prove yourself worthy, and so far you have not," Aiden said. "I don't understand. All stories say that the golden dragon was good. How can it have Snape ride it and thinks I am not worthy?" Aiden shook his head. "You are a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, yes?" "Yes, I recently joined. This is my first mission," Charlie said. "Do you know that Snape is also a member of the Order?" "Yes, and that he is a spy. My mum said he was. And that how he behaves in school is an act, and he is not like that in real. Dumbledore said we had to protect Harry from Alex, how he was misleading Harry and taking him down the wrong path. I need to protect him. We need Harry, he is the key to the war." Charlie said, sounding angry. "Can I ask what war?" Aiden asked calmly. Have you been living under a rock? The war against you-know-who, Charlie shouted. I was of the belief that that war ended almost 12 years ago. There have been no public sightings of Voldemort in that time, except last year I believe at Hogwarts, where a teacher was supposedly possessed by him. He will return and Harry is the one who was going to kill him, Charlie said. So that is why you and Dumbledore want him, as a weapon to kill Voldemort. No. My mum. Dumbledore says that Harry should stay with us, my family. My mum and dad are prepared to raise Harry to become the man he was meant to be. You mean the man Dumbledore wants him to be? Tell me, Charles, what makes your family so special? Why your family and not any other? My family loves him, and Snape and Alex don't. When you spoke to Harry, did he say he wanted to stay with your family? No, but Dumbledore says Harry doesn't know what is best for himself. My brother is his best friend, the twins they rescued him last year. And your brother betrayed him this year and Severus saved him this year. Severus went into a burning building to save Harry and his family. His family did not love him. Petunia Dursley stood in front of a raving lunatic with a gun to protect Harry. The Dursleys had him locked up. They had bars on his window. He was starved. They beat him. My brothers rescued him. My mum took care of him, Charlie said. Exactly how did your mum care for him? Charlie looked at him confused at the question. Aiden answered his own question. I was told when he came to the burrow. She gave him a big hug and then gave him a big breakfast of eggs and sausages and toast and jam and stood over him to make sure he had seconds. Charlie smiled. It sounded like his mother. Your mother means well, but Charles, for someone who was severely beaten, a hug would put the person in immense pain, especially if they have cracked ribs or a bruised back. Eggs and sausages would be torture on a stomach that has had no proper food in weeks. Harry told me that he threw up after every meal for the first 2 weeks he was at the burrow. He did not say anything because at home he was taught not to. Your mother and your brothers simply did not notice. Harry needed to be taken to a healer and checked out carefully. He needed to be put on a special diet to help him recover from his ordeal. She sent him out to play. She took him to Diagon Alley to buy school books, but I was told Harry wore rags outside of classes. She did not take him to buy clothes or check his glasses prescription. Harry knew nothing about his heritage, his status in the wizarding world, his wealth. Your mother treats Harry like one of you, one of her strapping healthy boys, but he isn't. She did not necessarily do what was best for Harry when he stayed in her care. Charlie looked torn. Severus not only got Harry new clothes and things but found out what he needed physically and emotionally and tried to provide that. He sat and listened to what Harry had to say and the boy confided in him. Severus went and spoke to the Dursleys, and even though Vernon remained evil, Petunia changed and protected Harry. Alex brought him here to give him the magical help he needs to heal. He has started teaching him about his heritage, help develop his magic and help him train, so if he does have to face Voldemort one day he will be ready. Harry has spent time with your family and with Severus, and he chose to remain with Severus. Harry calls Severus Dad and he calls Alex Papa. In a short space of time he has started seeing them as his parents. He loves your family, but he does not consider you all family. But Albus is not God, Charles. He is not infallible. I want you to think about this. Albus knew the Dursleys were abusing Harry and he did nothing, despite the pleas of others. He ignored it until Vernon attempted to sell Harry into SLA*re, and then when that failed, kill him. Albus knew Voldemort was after the Philosopher's Stone and yet left it in the school full of children and left signs where it was. Albus knows that Alex is Harry's blood relative and his legal and magical guardian, and yet he sent you to kidnap him because he wants Harry to be with people who he loves but doesn't want to be with. If your family really cared for Harry they would want to see him happy. Charles, seriously think about what it is that you have done and the real consequences of it. Charlie looked at him confused, but he was obviously considering Aiden's words. Aiden got up and walked to the door. A house elf will come soon to provide you with a meal. While you are not a prisoner, I don't suggest you leave this room soon. Both Severus and Alex are still very mad at you. Severus paced up and down in the sitting room. Part of him had wanted to throw that blasted Weasley off the mountain. How dare they? He despised that woman Molly, The twins were the bane of his existence and Ronald was an idiot who constantly hurt Harry emotionally. They were loud, uncultured and behaved like animals in a zoo and they wanted to turn Harry into one of them. They wanted Harry away from him. He growled, "They were going to pay." "I see a good night's sleep did not calm you down," Alex said. Severus glared at him. "Harry is fine. He is taking a shower and will be down for breakfast." Aiden guarded Charles. "There is no way he is getting close to Harry again," Alex said and moved to hold Severus who just glared at him. Alex backed off but then laughed. "You remind me of Auntie Helga when someone threatened the children." Severus stopped and gave him an astonished look. "Hufflepuff. I remind you of Hufflepuff." "Yeah you do and don't look so offended, she was a wonderful woman. She was very motherly and protected her children and students with her life. I think one of these days, I will have to tell you the true story of the founders of Hogwarts," Alex said. "Most modern people refuse to accept the truth, they believe only what they want to believe. I wrote a book on the true story of the founders and it took me 200 years to get a publisher to publish it and it was only because I was having an affair with the man did he publish it and did not read it first. The book was given a horrendous review and I was told it was a poor attempt of fiction. 20 copies were sold and 10 were given back," Aiden said coming into the room. "I have a copy here in my library, I actually found it quite good and very accurate," Ariel said walking in, with a now very handsome 18-year-old Peyton. Severus smiled and gave the boy a hug. "Are you okay?" "I am great sir, I am back to my normal self. I feel stronger, more powerful. I think I even grew an inch taller. I am really happy and very grateful you brought me here," Peyton said. The boy then turned to Alex and gave him a hug as well. "Thank you so very much, I am eternally grateful for your help." Alex smiled. "You are welcome son." Harry too came in a short while later and immediately went up to his dad who held him tightly. Harry had told them last night that Charlie had tried to convince him that he was in danger and they had to leave. When he refused to go with him, Charlie stunned him. Harry told them that Charlie did not seem like himself, he was panicked and almost delirious. Ariel said that Charlie had suffered greatly in the temple and had gone without sleep or food or water and was still traumatized by the images of the temple. She told them with proper sleep and some food he would soon be his old self. Severus snorted. Over breakfast, Aiden told them more of his life. He had written several books, including many history books, books on dragons, a few on myths and legends which were actually true, some on wizarding culture and even a few romance novels. "Can I ask, how come no one has seen or heard of a golden dragon outside of the siege of Hogwarts?" Peyton asked. "Well actually because I went to live in the realm of the dragons, I spent the first 200 years or so with other dragons, in an area where there were no humans. When I returned to the human world I basically remained in human form. I also trained and developed my dragon power and mixed it with my wizard magic and can actually camouflage myself and even use a form of dragon glamour to make me look like a Hebridean dragon," Aiden said. "There are a few tales and legends of the great black Hebridean who has gold horns and who lost his spiked tail." "That is so cool," Peyton said and asked Aiden if he would tell him a few stories of his past. Harry smiled and laughed at breakfast but Severus kept looking at the boy, he knew something was wrong. After breakfast Severus asked Harry to go on a walk with him. They walked to the garden and sat under the tree. They were quiet for a few minutes until Harry told Severus all that Ariel had told him. "I am exceedingly grateful for you removing my mark Harry. Thank you once more," Severus said and Harry nodded. Severus had told him thank you at least 5 times since the start of breakfast. "However, I don't want you to think it is your responsibility to save everyone. If others like Lucius know you can remove the mark, they would be after you more than before," Severus said. "If any of them are truly repentant they could make the journey and come to the Oracle for her to remove it, for them." "Dad, will you go to Lady Ariel's chamber and do the magical purge?" Harry asked. "No, I am actually quite happy with myself. I mean my teeth could do with fixing but there is a potion I could use in my nose, well I actually like my nose. They are my imperfections. I would have only done it to get rid of the dark mark and you did that for me. However, while I may not want to do it, doesn't mean it would not be right for someone else." Harry nodded. "I want to go to the chamber." I want to purge myself and regrow my body and develop my magic, but if I do, I wouldn't be able to speak to snakes anymore. I wouldn't be able to go to the Chamber of Secrets anymore, and there are several parcel script books Professor Flitwick wanted me to translate. I would not be able to help the Slytherin speak to their snakes anymore. I am not going to have my scar anymore. It would be as if Harry Potter was truly dead, and I don't know if I really want that. It is okay to pretend, but if I do this... Harry stopped and Severus saw a tear rolling down his face. Severus held him tighter. After a minute Harry continued, if I do this, then the sacrifice my mother made would be wasted. No, Harry, your mother's sacrifice saved you from the killing curse, it protected you. It has protected you close to 11 years. It has saved your life at least twice. It was not wasted. Lily was a powerful witch who became more powerful because of her love for you. She sacrificed herself to protect you and continues to protect you as you cannot protect yourself. If you were to give up her protection and leave yourself vulnerable, I would say don't do it, but you are giving it up for possibly an even greater protection. You mean, you and Papa and Uncle Aiden? Yes, you would get amazing protection from us, but also from yourself. You have the same potential your mother had. It used to infuriate me to look at you in class, knowing your potential and seeing you not use it. If this purging would allow you to become more like your mum, then I say go for it. You think I would be like her? Yes, I almost fell off my chair when you told me you flew to the rooftops when you were 8. Do you know how powerful that is? Dad, do you think I would be powerful enough to become a magical animagus like Uncle Aiden? I don't know, maybe. Aiden is your blood relative, and if we do the blood adoption you would be stronger in Gryffindor magic, Severus said. Harry grinned. Hopefully, however, you would become something peaceful like a flobberworm or a puffskein, Severus said with a hopeful sounding sigh. Harry looked at him disbelieving. Dad, come on, really? A man can dream, Severus said. Harry laughed and then said, I think I may be more like a mighty griffin. Or like a mischievous Cornish pixie, Severus replied. Or a dragon like Aiden, but I would like to be a Hungarian horntail. Ron said those are the fiercest, Harry said. No, most likely you would be a fire salamander, who does nothing but sits all day sleeping in the warm fire, Severus said. No, like a might sphinx, all wise and powerful and part lion, Harry said, getting up and walking proudly around. Or a big old troll, big, smelly, too stupid to know they are too stupid, Severus said with a smirk. Harry gave him a mischievous glare. Or maybe I would be a large basilisk who would eat dungeon professors in one gulp. Harry started moving towards Severus, hissing fiercely. Severus laughed and then pretended to be scared and started running with Harry chasing him, hissing madly. From an upstairs window Charlie looked at the two playing and couldn't help the smile which appeared on his face. With Ariel and Aiden's permission, Charlie made a guest appearance at lunch. He apologized to Harry for trying to kidnap him. To everyone's astonishment, he also apologized for trying to sabotage and break up Severus and Harry's relationship. Severus gave him a nod in acknowledgement, but it was obvious he was still upset. I want you to know, while it is none of my business, I approve of and will not interfere with your doing the blood adoption on Harry, Charlie said, and Ariel smiled, but Severus still looked at him coldly. Thank you, Charlie, and I want you to know, while I will not tell them who I really am, I intend on becoming friends with Ron and your other brothers when we go back to school, Harry said. Charlie looked uncomfortable and put down his knife and fork. My mother planned on telling them, Harry. I am sure she already did. She said Ron had a right to know. Alex said something that was obviously a curse word in some strange language. Severus slammed his hand on the table and looked like he was going to kill someone. Harry shook his head sadly. Ariel put up her hand. You do not need to worry. Fox told me that Minerva erased their memories of the knowledge. She went to the burrow the same day you all left and erased the memories of your parents and siblings. They do not recall any connection between Harry Potter and Gideon Griffin. They are of the belief that Harry has gone to America with his family and that you, Charlie, have gone to escort them safely. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Alex then laughed. Remind me to get something really wonderful for Minerva. He looked at his brother. You would like her, Aiden. She is the head of Gryffindor house and reminds me a lot of Mother. Aiden laughed and saw Charlie looking at him. I will send a note to Minerva to check Miss Granger as well, Ronald may have written her and told her. Granger is not a blabbermouth as Ronald, but I do not like her knowing, Severus said sternly. Ariel nodded. I will ask Fox to take it to her immediately. You can understand Fox? Charlie asked. Yes, she answered. I am fluent in the language of all creatures. Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Hedwig asks if you remembered to pack her treats. I did. I will take some for her after lunch. I will have to get a mouse for her as well. With her wing broken she would not be able to hunt on her own, Harry said seriously. Can you speak to dragons as well? Charlie asked. Yes, so can Alex and Aiden, they both speak dragonspeak as well, Ariel said. Charlie looked at them in wonder. He then turned to Alex. You really are the son of Godric Gryffindor. You are the dragon rider on the tapestry, Ron told us. Alex and Aiden, you two are the twins, the Gryffindor twins, but that is impossible. No, you are the dragon, you are Golden Heart. There was an old dragon tamer story of a dragon who could turn to a man, but you are the one you can save the world, you are. Charlie suddenly slumped down into his meal. Some information is not to be known, Aiden said standing up. I will wipe his memory of who we are. He will forget all knowledge of you, Alex, who you are, or even that you were on the journey with him. He would forget seeing Golden Heart. Ariel sighed. He will not tell anyone, Aiden. He is a good person and has the potential to be a dragon rider. You know, a time will come for the riders. With proper training and development, he could be great. Yes, but the knowledge of who we are will not be needed. The cover story will suffice, Aiden said, and picking up Charlie effortlessly, tossed him over his shoulder. Ariel stood up. Aiden, you may erase the memory of who Alex and you really are, or of seeing Golden Heart. That is your prerogative, though I am telling you he will not betray your secret. But I forbid you from wiping his memory of Alex on the journey. The trails of the Oracle of Albion are sacred, and I will not have you tampering with that. Her voice was strong and powerful, and even Alex lowered his head. Aiden looked upset, and Severus saw the same stubborn look he had seen on Alex's face when he was talking to Dumbledore. Ariel then said something in dragonspeak, and Aiden flinched and Alex shook his head. Aiden nodded, and after Ariel gave him a nod he took Charlie upstairs. The table was quiet for a good 5 minutes, and then Peyton turned to Severus and said, Sir, I told you I would willingly erase my memory of your family in exchange for your help. I willingly surrender myself to erase my memory as well. Not of the trial, Peyton said, giving a nod to Ariel, but on everything else. You have not finished your newts, have you, Peyton? Ariel asked. No, ma'am. I am hoping Professor Snape will allow me to repeat the year. My father will accept me back now, so he may be willing to pay for another year at Hogwarts, Peyton said. You have not done any work in almost 2 months. I have several books in the library you could peruse this evening, Ariel said. Peyton nodded. Thank you, ma'am. If you all would excuse me, I think I should get started. Peyton got up and walked off. Dad, you know, if I get into Slytherin House in September, I may need someone who could help me, Harry said, looking at the door that Peyton walked out of. Severus looked at him. Harry, I don't think Peyton will betray you, but I can't take the risk. He said he owes us a life debt. Can't we call it and ask him to not betray us or tell anyone about who I am or who Papa is? Harry said. Alex smiled. Harry, whatever we decide, you could still be friends with Peyton. We will not change who he is. Trust us to do what is right. Harry nodded. So what makes you think you will be resorted into Slytherin? You are too Gryffindor for my house, Severus said with a smirk. If Salazar's son William were to be sorted, he would have been in Gryffindor House, Alex said. I do not mean having Gryffindor blood. I mean the adventure-seeking, troll-bashing, basilisk-hunting, dragon-riding Gryffindor, Severus said seriously, and no blood adoption or magical purging will change that. Harry grinned. So you have accepted his true nature, Ariel said with a smile. Yes, but it does not mean I will not tan his narrow backside for reckless, dangerous, life-threatening behavior, Severus said with a Snape sneer. Harry laughed and then said, So does that mean you will let me go up on Golden Heart? Severus looked at him as if he was thinking about it and then nodded. Harry walked. Ariel and Alex laughed. But Harry stopped when Severus spoke. We have business to take care of first. If you are going to go to the chamber, we could do that today. Tomorrow you could ride Golden Heart, Severus said sternly. Harry walked more and ran over and hugged him. After the laughter died down, Ariel said, Harry, are you sure you want to do this? There is no turning back. Harry considered it. You said you speak to all animals, right? Yes, I can. So you could speak to snakes, right? Yes, they tend to have a wicked sense of humor too, Ariel said with a smile. Harry laughed and agreed. So you could translate all of the parcel script books we collected from the Chamber of Secrets. She gave a look that Severus could only describe as Slytherin. Yes, I can. Harry nodded and took a breath and said, yes, I want to go to the chamber. It is time for Harry Potter to fade and Gideon Griffin to emerge. Ariel nodded. Ariel, I was thinking if we give Harry the blood adoption potion when he is a baby, he could regrow as if he really was Alex and my son, Severus said. I think that is a marvelous idea, Ariel said. Whenever you are ready, Harry. Harry looked nervous but nodded. Severus looked at him. Maybe you could talk with Peyton for a bit so you will know what to expect. Harry nodded and went to find Peyton. Ariel went to set up the chamber. Alex looked at Severus. Do you think you could handle seeing Harry go through the change? Severus looked at him. No. But I have to. He will need me. I think it would be best if you don't go. I will be there for Harry, Alex said and held Severus in a strong hug. At least let me go and see him before he goes in. Reassure him a bit, Severus said and Alex nodded. They walked to the basement room where Peyton stood with Harry talking. Aiden was helping Ariel prepare the chamber. Harry looked at his dad and ran over and hugged him. Don't worry, I will be fine. Peyton said he was more scared than anything. No offense, but he is a Slytherin. Severus chuckled. Harry, are you ready? Ariel asked. Harry gave Severus one last squeeze and said yes. She made him take off his clothes and then his glasses. When Ariel took Harry into the furnace, Severus started hyperventilating. Aiden looked at them. Alex, I think you two should leave. I need to remain for Harry, Alex said. I will be here. You need to be there for Severus. He needs you now and he cannot see this, Aiden said seriously and Alex nodded. Severus did not want to leave but Alex firmly took him out. Severus took a calming draft to calm himself. He then started telling Alex about his failure to protect Lily and how he promised to protect Harry but failed as well and was now making it up. He will be fine. We are doing what is best, Alex said, even though he too was concerned about the little boy who was his son. Harry took a deep breath. Part of him was scared, however he knew this was right. He heard Lady Ariel chanting and felt his stomach hurting. Her chanting continued and he felt the presence of what had to be the phoenixes. Remembering Peyton's advice, he closed his eyes. He felt the strange flames around him. Peyton was right, it felt strange but it did not hurt. He then started feeling his stomach hurting more. He was really embarrassed as his bowels emptied and he threw up. However, he knew the flames destroyed all of the evidence. Then he felt the strange tingling on his magic. He felt as if someone grabbed him and went through his skin and was pulling his magical core. He screamed. Peyton told him that things would go faster if he surrendered to the process and not fight it, but it was in his instinct to fight it. His scar started to pain and he screamed louder. He then heard a soothing sound as if it was a lullaby. He opened his eyes and among the flames he saw a shimmering image. He panicked when he saw the flames but the image held him strongly. Baby, keep your eyes closed, I am here, the voice said. Mummy. Yes baby, I will be here to help you through this, Lily said. Don't worry baby, I am so proud of you and you are making the right choice. I love you, Harry said softly. I love you too. Now close your eyes baby and I will sing you a lullaby. Outside the chamber, Ariel looked on and smiled. She turned to Aiden. He will be fine. I go now to help Alex and Severus get ready. I will return when it is time. Aiden nodded. Alex sat with Severus at his side. Alex was telling Severus a story about a class with Salazar Slytherin. Severus was listening but was obviously not concentrating very hard. Ariel came. Harry is doing fine. He has surrendered to the process so he would not take very long. You two need to come with me to prepare for the adoption ceremony. Severus nodded and stood up. He and Alex followed Ariel. She took them down a hallway and then to a stairway going downward. At the bottom of the stairway they went down one of the many passageways. Ariel started singing in a strange language and an archway opened up at the end of the narrow hall. Okay, this is new, Alex said. The archway opened up to a fantastic garden. It was more amazing than the garden outside of the tower. In it were not only flowers and trees but birds, butterflies and even foxes, rabbits and squirrels. Severus was sure he even saw a snake. It was like a magical glade. They followed her and she took them to a pond. Cleanse yourselves and then prepare yourselves. To adopt a child such as Gideon, you will need to embrace the bond between you two, Ariel said with a smile. She held Severus' hand and then Alex's. She put Alex's hand over Severus. You two are soul mates. It is time to unite that bond. Alex and Severus looked at each other and smiled. Only with bonded soul and magic can you make the child yours, Ariel said and smiled. I will return with the child. Enjoy yourselves. They both watched Ariel leave. Then Alex turned Severus to him and gave him a deep passionate key. Severus looked at him lovingly. She gave us permission, didn't she? Yes, my love, she did, Alex said and started stripping Severus of his clothes. Even though Alex had seen him naked before, Severus still blushed deeply. Alex then allowed Severus to remove his clothes and he reacted to the touch of the long fingers. Severus looked at the Olympian god in front of him and could not imagine that he was so lucky. The man was huge. We must cleanse ourselves first, beloved, Alex said and picking up Severus took him into the pond. The pond was not very deep, only about 5 feet. The water was warm and had a strange feel, almost as if it wasn't really water. Severus came over and wrapped his arms around Alex's neck and kissed him. I like, Alex said. I can't wait to make love to you. He passed his hands through Severus' hair. Come on, let's clean you properly. The faster we do this, the faster I get to have you screaming. Severus groaned. Alex had done a few cleansing ceremonies and had an idea of what to do. Alex reached down and from the bottom of the pond picked up a round green orb a little larger than a golf ball. What do we use this for? Severus said looking at the orb Alex had in his hand. This is a cleansing ceremony. We literally have to clean one another. Come, Alex said and using the round green ball he passed it over Severus' chest. There were no suds but Severus felt the magic cleaning him. He felt as if the magic was pulling from an area under his skin. Alex whispered in his ear, I am going to bathe you and I will be very thorough. Severus groaned again. This is going to be difficult. If you keep making those noises I will not last long, Alex said and exhaled a deep breath. He told Severus to close his eyes and he passed the orb over Severus' face and neck. Alex heard Severus curse softly as his hands trailed down to his nipples. I think I have to do something about that mouth of yours, Alex said and kissed him. Alex and Severus spent over half an hour in the pond. Alex was better than his word in thoroughly cleaning Severus and he made him orgasm twice. His release clumped in the water and was removed by a strange white bird. Severus then repaid the favor after collecting a golden globe from the bottom of the pond and then cleansed his mate. Though he forgot the globe and used his mouth in certain places. By the time they left the pond, they were both clean and glowing. They saw a picnic out by one of the trees and rested under it. They however did not eat as Alex laid Severus down and slowly made love to him. As Severus rested on his lover's broad chest totally sated he said, I was wrong about you. How so? The Olympian gods have nothing on you, Severus said. Alex laughed and flipped over so he was lying on top of Severus. Yes, well, let's make them jealous once more. Ariel looked at the little baby in her arms. He was so adorable, with the tuft of black hair and emerald green eyes. The baby laughed at her as she smiled down at him. Yes, you are a powerful one, aren't you? She cooed down to him. She walked into the glade and immediately the white and gold phoenix appeared. He is the chosen one, it trilled. Yes, he is, but it will be many years before his full destiny is revealed, Ariel said. His parents, they do not know how important he really is. The phoenix trilled. No, but they will train him to fulfill his destiny. They will be loving parents, Ariel answered. He has Lily's eyes and his grandfather's heart, the phoenix said. Yes, and when the blood adoption is done, he will be set on the path to greatest the likes of which the world has never known, Ariel said. Well, the time is right. The world has waited a long time for him, the phoenix said. Yes, I will take him to his chosen parents, now, Ariel said. Wait, let me bless him first, the phoenix said and started singing a song of love, protection and magic. The phoenix glowed and the gold magic surrounded the baby, who reached his hand out to touch the magic and giggled. Alex heard the soft musical voice calling him. He opened his eyes and saw Ariel looking down on him. Severus too opened his eyes and sat up. He blushed and tried to reach for his robes to cover himself. There is no need to be self-conscious, Severus. I have lived many years and have seen everything, Ariel said. Besides, this little one would not mind. She bent down and placed the baby in Severus' arms. Severus looked at the little baby. He is so adorable. Alex reached over and grabbed the baby's hand. There was a flash. They all turned to see Aiden walking in with a camera. Don't worry, I got from the chest up, Aiden said. Though Severus the First must say I will make millions if I snap a few more of you like that. I must say, brother, you have good taste. He is quite a specimen. Ariel rolled her eyes and called Jet, who came in with 2 sets of robes. Let me hold my godson while you two change, Aiden said. And who says you will be godfather? Alex said, putting on the red and gold robes. You promised me. You promised me that if by some possible chance you had a son you would make me godfather, Aiden said. It was over 1,000 years ago, but my memory is just fine. Alex shook his head. Well, all right, but he will be calling you grandpa. Ariel looked at Alex and smiled. Severus looked at her and saw the same Slytherin look she had on her face before. He was, however, not worried as the woman gave off a light aura. I could live with that. It has been a few years since I lived in the human world. I could live with pretending to be grandpa, though having you for a son. Well, Aiden said and then tapped Alex behind the head. I heard that. Severus shook his head. Obviously Alex had sent something telepathically to Aiden. We should start the blood adoption ceremony, Ariel said and called Jet and Jenna, who brought several items. Severus took Harry and held him in his arms. Aiden snapped another picture. Ariel nodded and indicated for Alex to stand next to Severus. There was another flash. Ariel took a covered golden goblet from Jet. She removed the cover and they saw a shimmering clear potion within. Severus looked at it and nodded. Using a ceremonial knife she made a slice on Severus' hand and then on Alex's and had them pour drops of blood into the potion. It turned blood red in color. Ariel started chanting in what sounded like Elvish. Aiden also chanted in Dragonspeak. Severus heard what sounded like Phoenix song in the air. He looked around and saw a fox and a white and gold phoenix on the tree branches overhead. The potion shimmered and turned from blood red back to an iridescent white. Jenna passed a baby bottle and Ariel put the potion in the bottle and gave it to Severus. The baby drank greedily. Severus put the now 6-month-old looking baby over his shoulder to burp. The baby burped but then started crying. Severus held him securely. They saw the baby's hair get a few streaks of auburn in it. The skin paled and the limbs lengthened. The boy's nose, shape of eyes and ears became like Alex's, but the chin and body shape was like Severus. The boy looked like a combination of Alex and Severus. Though if you looked closely and you knew, you could see a little bit of James Potter. In Severus' eyes there was never such a perfect baby. Welcome to the world, Gideon William Griffin. Peyton ran after the very hyper 4-year-old boy. Gideon squealed and kept waving the wand which kept changing everything to rabbits, ducks or kittens. Gideon, get back here, you are going to be in so much trouble, young man, Peyton shouted as he jumped over the brood of ducklings. What is going on here? Alex shouted as he came into the room. Aiden, who was right behind him, laughed and quickly pulled out his camera. Peyton looked over and breathed a sigh of relief. I am so sorry, I thought he was napping. He took my wand. Alex looked over at the little boy who was looking up at him with large deep emerald green eyes. Give me the wand, Gideon, Alex said firmly. Gideon looked up at him pleading. I do magic. Yes, you do magic, but you also made a mess. Look at this place, young man, Alex said, gesturing around. Gideon looked over. Pretty duckies, bunnies, kitties, good magic. Yes, good magic, but you know better than to use magic without permission. And you stole Peyton's wand. Stealing is very bad, Gideon. You do not steal, Alex said firmly. Now I will not ask you again, give me the wand. Gideon looked up at his papa with tears in his eyes and handed him the wand. Good, now tell Peyton you are sorry for being naughty, stealing his wand and disobeying him, Alex said, handing Peyton back his wand. Sorry, the little boy said obediently. Thank you for apologizing, Gideon, you are forgiven, Peyton said. Aiden took one more picture of the very sorry-looking little boy and then turned to Peyton. Come on, let's give these two some privacy. No, we will be going up to his room. Aiden, could you help clean up this mess? Alex said. Aiden nodded and turned to Peyton. Let's see how good you are in transfiguration. Alex picked up the little boy, who started crying as he knew he was in big trouble. Alex walked up to the room they had to keep changing for Gideon. Severus was changing the curtains of the room from what had been used as a nursery for something more appropriate for a little boy. He turned when the door opened. He sighed. Gideon was in trouble again. It was a little over an hour ago the boy had gotten a few smacks as he went through a late terrible 2 stage. At age 2 the memories of the Dursleys came rushing back, and Severus and Alex had to keep reassuring the little boy and had gone a bit overboard in reassuring him. They managed to succeed in creating a new set of memories by playing all sorts of games and having what looked like a birthday party for him with tons of gifts and a big cake. The boy seemed to mentally push the old memories to the back. What did he do now? He stole Peyton's wand and proceeded to transfigure a lot of the things in the sitting room into cute live animals, Alex said. Is Peyton okay? Severus said, hating to think that the boy was once more a frog or worse. Yes, very frazzled and a bit tired after he had to run all around the room after this little gremlin, Alex said, putting Gideon to sit in the naughty corner. What are we going to do? Severus said. Well, after a 5-minute timeout he is going to get a 5-swat spanking, Alex said with his arms folded. No, that's not what I mean. I mean he transfigured inanimate objects into live animals, Severus said. That is powerful magic. Yes it is. He is showing more power now than he did at 12, Alex said. Yes, and he told me that at age 8 he apparated, Severus said. I would hate to think of him apparating now or what he could do in 4 hours' time. We have to do something. His magic is increasing rapidly and he is going to have trouble controlling it, as he did not go through this the first time and would not know what to do. We can't wait for his memories of Hogwarts to come back in a few hours, as it will be too late. To be honest, I really don't know what to do except that we have to do something to get him to harness and develop his magic. We should ask Ariel for advice, Alex said. Looking at the little boy in the corner he said, one thing I do know is if we can't control him now, we are going to have a hell of a time controlling him when he is 12. Severus nodded, and leaving before the dreaded spanking, he went to seek the advice of the Oracle. Godric spent a lot of his summers helping develop his son's magic. Alex and Aiden have a great example to follow, Ariel said with a smile. She led Severus to the sitting room where Aiden sat directing a very tired-looking Peyton. Severus looked on as Peyton transfigured a duckling back into a vase. The room was still filled with many fluffy animals. Ariel shook her head and waved her hand, and everything returned to its former state. Thank you, Peyton said and plopped down on the couch. Aiden, I was now telling Severus that I think it would be best if Gideon experience a bit of what you and your brothers went through during summers as children, Ariel said. Aiden jumped up. I love that idea. I will have to get another roll of film though. I think this one has only a few more shots left. I thought you had 200 shots on a roll, Severus said. Yeah, and Aiden said, maybe a quick trip to the Goblin Village may be needed, Ariel said. Remember, you have about 7 hours left. 8. Harry was almost 13, Severus said. That reminds me, what was the date you chose as Gideon's birthday? Aiden asked. July 1st. It had to be during the summer and Harry said he wanted it to be July, Severus said, and Aiden nodded. July 1st is a week away. I'm going to have a lot of shopping to do, Aiden said. Severus rolled his eyes, but it did remind him that his godson's birthday was also next week. Draco's birthday was the last day of June. Aiden told him to get Gideon and Alex and he ran off to his own room. Severus walked back to the room where Gideon was now asleep in Alex's arms. The boy still had tear streaks on his face. He is asleep, Severus stated. For a maximum 5 minutes. Alex said, putting the boy down on the bed. Ariel had told them that the boy would take short naps throughout the time he regrew but not go into a full sleep. That actually made it better so he could adjust to the various changes. Severus nodded and quickly told him what Ariel said. Alex beamed but shook his head when Severus told him that his brother needed more film. I think we have less than 2 minutes before he wakes, Alex said and reached over and kissed Severus passionately. Papa, Gideon said from the bed. Severus groaned and Alex shook his head. 15 minutes later, Alex, Aiden, Severus and Gideon walked into the goblin village, which was located near the base of the mountain. Golden Heart had flown them down to a clearing a mile outside the village. Severus had finished off the last of Aiden's role by taking pictures of Gideon when he saw the dragon for the first time. Aiden had used his dragon glamour to make him look like the Hebridean dragon, so it was safe to take the pictures. The goblins welcomed Alex and Aiden and the now 5-year-old boy. They however scowled at Severus. Severus did feel a bit out of his element. Alex and Aiden both spoke fluent gobbledygook and immediately started teaching Gideon a few words in the language. Aiden looked at Severus and then smiled. Let me take Gideon to do some shopping, you two have some fun. Severus took a deep breath and smiled when Alex took his hand and led him through the village. Alex bought the supplies they needed. Severus did not want to leave the apothecary. There were potions ingredients here that you could not get in the wizarding world. Within half an hour they were ready to go. Aiden carried Gideon over his shoulder and Gideon happily waved to a female goblin whose shop they came out of. She came running behind them and gave Aiden a magical snow globe and ran back. Aiden laughed. What was that about? Severus asked. Gideon used his magic to calm a niffler that one of the children let loose in the store, Aiden told them. Good boy Gideon, Alex said and ruffled the boy's hair. The boy beamed. Gideon was looking at this snow globe, so I guess she felt it was a good reward for him, Aiden said. It was a snow globe of the goblin village. Yes, I dare say it is, but we are going to have to pack it away, Severus said and put the snow globe in the backpack with all of the things they bought. Gideon looked like he wanted to protest, but the stern glares from his papa and dad made him reconsider. Severus nodded. Okay, so where to now? To the island of Hebrides, Aiden said and whistled. Fox flashed in. We are not using Golden Heart. Severus asked. We could, but I would reach there in an hour. We need to go several places today and we need to go really fast. Fox would be of great help, Aiden said and Fox trilled. Okay Fox, could you take us to the cottage in Hebrides? Alex said and Fox trilled. They all held on but Severus pulled away when he heard a shriek. Hedwig came flying towards them. Wait! Severus shouted and put his arm out and Hedwig landed on it. Hedwig trilled at Gideon who laughed and gently stroked the bird. Let's go, Alex said and Severus nodded. Severus held Hedwig in one hand and Fox tail feather in the other. He gave a nod and Fox flashed out. The cottage turned out to be a small manor. It was heavily warded but it immediately allowed them in. Wow, this place is a mess, Alex said looking at all of the broken furniture. That was me. I wrecked the place the last time I was here, Aiden said and Alex shook his head. Severus looked at the two. It was obvious they were communicating mentally. What's a bitch? Gideon said and both Aiden and Alex turned and looked at him. Something you are not allowed to say, Alex said, it's a naughty word. But Grandpa, Aiden said it, Gideon said. Yeah, well, Grandpa is old enough. Now it is not nice to listen to others' thought conversations without them knowing. Sorry, Gideon said. You are forgiven, we will just have to teach you how to control it, Alex said. For the next 20 minutes, Alex tested Gideon's ability and started teaching him how to control his mental power. Then Aiden turned to his dragon form but used the glamour. Alex put on his armor and took Gideon up on the dragon and they flew off after telling Severus that they would be back in a little while. Severus looked at Hedwig, the owl hooted after Gideon who did not know her. Her wing was not fully healed after Charlie's attack so she could not follow the dragon. Severus considered the pretty snowy owl who was as easily recognizable as Harry's as his lightning bolt scar. He stroked her and said, I think you need a glamour as well. Severus took out a piece of parchment and made a list of things he needed. He checked the bag with the ingredients he bought. He would need more things. He looked around. The house had a reasonable-sized potions lab, but everything was outdated and there were no fresh ingredients. There were several glass vials that looked good and an old chest that was empty. He cleaned them up and fixed up the lab. He went to the garden and collected a few good samples of leaves and even a few plants. He stored them in the chest. The small gang had not returned, so he cleaned up the kitchen and started preparing a meal. He had cut up all the ingredients for a stew when the dragon returned. Alex came into the kitchen. "Where is Gideon?" "Asleep with Aiden." "Listen, we will be heading to Greece now, so pack up your stew, you could cook it there," Alex said. "So what, we will be going from place to place every hour?" "Pretty much. Come on," Alex said, and with a wave of his hand the things Severus had carefully chopped up and arranged neatly were now packed in a large bowl. "I need to do a potion, so I put some things in a chest that was in the lab." Severus started. "Sure, bring it with you, but hurry, we leave in like 2 minutes," Alex said. Severus shook his head and ran to collect the chest. 2 minutes later, Severus had the backpack on his back, the chest in one hand. The chest had magical protection so it could not shrink, Hedwig in the other, and using the hand with the snowy owl held on to Fox. They flashed and appeared in a broken courtyard of a marbled pillar Grecian house on a small island off of Greece. Severus looked at the spectacular blue Mediterranean waters. He looked at the house behind them. It was obviously heavily warded and had several charms on it. "Come, we go to the beach," Aiden said, and picking up the 6-year-old Gideon started towards the beach. Alex grabbed the backpack. "Coming, Sev." "No, I have a potion I want to brew and dinner to make," Severus said. "If you don't mind, I think I will ask Fox to take me to Athens to get some stuff." Alex stopped and gave him a mind-blowing key. "Have fun." Severus went into the villa and checked it out. Like the other villa, there was an old potions lab but with no good potions things. It was obvious that Aiden had probably been here recently but not within the last 100 years. There was a newspaper dated 1842 on the coffee table. Fox took Severus to Athens, where he got a wide selection of potions ingredients and some loaves of bread, cheese, bottles of olive oil and bottles of wine. He was tired when he returned to the house and once more started on the stew, adding some olive oil to the mixture. He had just gotten the old stove lit when a slightly sunburnt Gideon, Alex and Aiden came back in. Severus sighed and extinguished the fire. He felt like an old washerwoman with a large basket in his hand that had the potions chest, a smaller basket-shaped wooden container with the food items he bought, and the pot of stew balanced on top. The backpack on his back seemed heavier than before, and Hedwig looked at him sympathetically. He closed his eyes, and when he opened it, he was looking out of a window to a magnificent view of the Indian Himalayas. He looked around for the kitchen and quickly set up his pot of stew. The stove was an old-fashioned magical stove similar to one of the many stoves at Hogwarts, for which Severus was glad, as it would take a short time to cook the food. It was night time, but apparently the house had a basement dueling area that the 3 Gryffindors disappeared to. Severus went to an outside greenhouse next to the kitchen. It was overrun with wild plants, but there were some fantastic samples that Severus could take as potions ingredients. Half an hour after they arrived, Severus went to look for the others and with Hedwig's help found them. He shook his head. Gideon was standing facing a corner crying. Alex was still obviously angry at whatever it was the boy did and was still scolding the 7-year-old boy in Dragonspeak. Severus told Alex that dinner was ready. Alex nodded and called Gideon from the corner. The boy apologized in Dragonspeak. Severus looked at them in shock. "Don't worry, I have some amazing pictures of it. It was bloody brilliant," Aiden said, coming over and putting his hand on Severus' shoulder. Aiden just seemed to be amused by the whole thing. They sat at the ornate table and ate the stew along with some of the bread Severus bought. Gideon ate hungrily and took second helpings. Alex took the opportunity to have a very long session on table manners and dinner etiquette. Severus excused himself and went to explore the house. It was large and there were many murals on the wall. There were rooms which looked like they were for the different founders. There was a room in blue with a small library to one side, a yellow bedroom with a flowery tea area, and a green and silver room with a glass case that was probably once a small serpentarium. There were children's rooms and a play room. Severus looked at a small wooden male doll dressed in silken Indian wear. The doll was painted blue and had an ornate snake around his neck. "Shiva," a voice said. Severus looked around. It was Aiden. Aiden picked up the doll and looked at it. He was a powerful figure in Indian culture and a parselmouth as well. Salazar made this for Alex when we were children. We had planned to come that summer and get it to give to William as a present for Samhain. He used to deny it greatly and said he was too old for toys, but his death hit us all hard. As a warrior you were prepared to see others die in battle and even to die yourself, but his death, we could not handle. I think the greatest sin Riddle and Dumbledore have done, is to create the impression that we all hated each other. Harry had to fight his friends to defend his right to be friends with Slytherins, Severus said. He is a good boy. My father and uncle had their differences, but they were best friends. The war it torn them apart. I have seen the world divided by petty squabbles, greed, pride and apathy. It is why I lived so long with the dragons. They are old enough to know better, Aiden said with a small smile. Is Harry a dragon? No, but he is a dragon rider. His dragon will be a powerful one as he is powerful. He is potentially much stronger than Alex, so it means his dragon is more powerful than Golden Heart. We search for it, it was not among the Hebrides, nor the Greek hydras. Come on, there is a Chinese fireball I want him to meet. We will have to take Golden Heart and it will take us half an hour to get there. Do you want to come? Severus nodded. Aiden looked at the doll he had in his hand and gave it to Severus and asked him to put it in his backpack. It took Severus 5 minutes to ensure that his things were secured. Aiden told him take everything with him that he wanted to carry and provided him with a large wooden trunk in which he could pack everything. Like the potions chest, it was hand-carved and exceedingly beautiful. It also had magical properties, so it could not be shrunk. He watched in amazement when Gideon expertly climbed up on the dragon's back. He still struggled but managed to make it up without embarrassing himself. Did you ever ride a dragon before, Dad? Gideon asked. Yes, I have. I am not a dragon rider, but I have ridden before, Severus said, and Gideon nodded. Alex jumped on behind them and sat directly behind Severus. The two birds, Hedwig and Fox, settled on an area on the dragon's head. After ensuring everyone was secure, he gestured for Golden Heart to take off. The night air was cold and Severus smiled when Alex wrapped himself around him. Gideon did not seem to be bothered. We have had quite a day, you must be tired, Alex said. No, I am fine, Severus said as he leaned back into the warm embrace. This journey will be long, relax and just enjoy, Alex said, and Severus felt himself relaxing and drifting to sleep. He felt Gideon move and reach over and Alex took him in his arms. I think I will have to make a basket carrier for you, Golden Heart, Alex said with a chuckle. Severus woke and saw he was no longer in the air. He was on a floor mat, with a blanket around him. He was in a small cave-like room. He got up and saw his trunk was at the base of his mat. He saw Hedwig sleeping on top of the trunk. He walked out of the room and saw they were in fact in a large cave. There was a river running through. On the floor down below was a large red and gold Chinese fireball dragon, who was watching Alex and Gideon training. Severus looked at Alex in amazement but at Harry in absolute surprise. The boy was bareback like his papa and was using martial arts techniques that were exceedingly advanced. Severus looked at Gideon. He was 8 and looked about the height that Harry was when he entered Hogwarts. He was much bigger in size, though was still very lean in structure. He had no scar and his eyes, while darker than Harry's, shone with a brilliant fire, like Alex's. The Chinese dragon suddenly turned and looked at him. It roared. Alex and Gideon stopped their practice and looked up at him. Golden Heart lazily lifted his head and then put it back down again. Why don't you come down, Severus? Alex said. Severus was really uncomfortable at the vicious-looking Chinese dragon. He looked at it with some fear but reminded himself that he was a former Death Eater and spy. He was Severus Snape, not some first-year Hufflepuff. He went down to the floor below. As he walked closer to the group, the dragon roared and Gideon giggled. Alex tapped Gideon behind his head. Not everyone has a natural affinity to dragons. Dragonfare is a natural fear. Severus came and stood next to Alex, who introduced him to the dragon. Severus the First would like to introduce you to Master Yang, Dragon General of the Imperial Armies of China. The dragon roared and Alex said, retired. Master Yang, this is my consort and Gideon's father, Severus Snape. The dragon cocked its head slightly and looked at Severus and then roared, and Alex looked at it and then at Severus with a look of pride. He says he has heard of you and your potion's cure for elven wrassel disease. Severus nodded. 7 years ago several of the elves at Hogwarts had come down with wrassel disease, which was similar to muggle measles but only affected the house elves. He had created a potion to help those who were affected and then created a vaccination for the elflings. Severus bowed and said, I am deeply honored that you took notice of my work, Ancient One. The dragon gave a nod and then roared, and once again Alex translated, he wants to know what potions you are working on. I am currently working on improving the Wolfsbane potion, which helps a werewolf keep its mind on the full moon. I am working on a variation that would make the transformation less painful, and I am also working on a potion that would force the werewolf to turn into a wolf on the full moon rather than the beast, Severus said. Yang roared and Alex said, he says that is a noble effort, he wants to know if that is what you are gathering ingredients for. Severus shook his head, tonight I want to brew a potion for Hedwig to disguise her so she can stay with Gideon. The dragon turned to Alex, who told him, the snowy owl. The dragon gave a nod and then roared, and Alex asked, what disguise are you thinking of doing for her? Gideon huffed and growled something and crossed his arms angrily. Alex turned sharply and gave the boy a very stern look. Even Goldenheart raised his head and looked at the boy. Yang moved his front leg and with his talon picked Gideon up by the back of his pants and raised him and turned him so he was looking into the dragon's eyes. The dragon started growling softly. Severus did not have to know dragonspeak to know his son was getting a very stern scolding. Finally Yang gently put down the sobbing child, who ran over and gave Severus a hug and apologized for his rudeness and disrespect. Severus sighed and told him that he was forgiven, but to remember his manners and his tongue, as he wanted him to grow up a gentleman of honor. Alex looked at the little boy sternly and sent him to get a bucket of water and a brush from the back, and within 5 minutes the boy was scrubbing the general's hind talons. Yang gave some instructions to Alex, who nodded and bowed. Alex put his hand out for Severus to take. Both Yang and Goldenheart indicated for Severus to go. Severus held Alex's hand and the handsome Gryffindor took him out of the cave. What he saw was beyond anything he could imagine. His initial thought was that he had entered the Garden of Eden. The moon was high above, and while not full it was very bright and looked very close. It gave the garden a magical look. It was the most beautiful place Severus had ever seen. Welcome Severus to Shangri-La, Alex said, and Severus looked at him shocked. Shangri-La was a legend even in the magical world. Severus smiled and turned and saw a woman about 6 feet in height standing directly in front of him with a staff pointing at him. He gasped. He had not heard her or even sensed her approach and had only looked at Alex for a few seconds. He looked at her. She was as pale as snow and had ice blue runes tattooed on her forehead and along the side of her face and neck. It disappeared under her clothes. She had deep blue piercing eyes, and her hair, which was pulled back, was silver and almost had a mirror shine to it. She had on a tunic which had a white fur lining with matching boots. The staff in her hand looked like it was made of ice. She turned and looked at Alex in shock. Severus then noticed 2 things. Her hair, which was braided, was almost down to her knees and her ears were pointed. She was an elf. She was a high elf. Yang, knowing about the wrassel potion, made sense now. Alex Ignotus Gryffindor, she stated, her voice sounded musical. Alex ran his hand through his hair. Hi Louisa. She lowered her staff and moved towards Alex, and for a second it looked to Severus as if she was going to key him, but instead she decked him and he fell. Severus pulled his wand, but Alex raised his hand. It's okay Severus, I deserved that. Severus lowered his wand but did not put it back in its holder. She started ranting in what must have been Elven. Severus knew a little of the language and picked up a few words like, brother, and waited, and heartbroken. Alex replied in Elven. While he did not really understand, Severus decided this conversation was not meant for his ears and put his wand back and took a walk to the side. He walked for few minutes until he saw a tree which he realized was an elven silver oak tree. Like Shangri-La, it was supposed to be a myth. He immediately wondered what properties it had and walked towards it. After a few minutes Severus heard Louisa shout, husband. Severus sighed. He knew that Alex had lovers before but did not think that he would ever had to worry about what was in the past. He assumed that anyone Alex would have known were long gone or ghosts. He did not think of the high elves who lived hundreds of years. He knew Alex was gay and Louisa mentioned brother, so she was probably the sister of one of Alex's lovers. He looked at the tree which had a mixture of minty green leaves and silver leaves. The bark of the tree was silver. He picked up a silver leaf that was on the ground. Like Louisa's hair, it looked like molten silver. The young leaves are green and turn silver when it ages. That leaf in your hand is probably older than you, the musical female voice said in English. Severus turned and saw the elf maiden looking at him smiling. Severus handed her the leaf. No, the leaves fall when it is needed, so what is on ground was meant for you, potions master Severus Snape, she said. Thank you, my lady, Severus said. Severus, this is Matharinel, princess and warrior maiden of the high elves of Shangri-La, Alex said. Severus bowed low. He then turned to Alex. You called her Louisa. When the Gryffindor twins first came to Shangri-La, they could not pronounce my name. Then they learned my name means warrior princess, so they called me Louisa, which in their language means the same thing, she explained. If it is easier for you, you may also call me Louisa. Only if you call me Severus. She gave a slight bow in acceptance. Tell me something, Severus, are you a prince by any chance? Louisa asked. He heard no sarcasm in her voice nor sensed any dislike from her. I am not royalty, but my mother's family name was Prince. She cocked her head the same way the dragon General Yong did and said, Lord Tiberius Prince. Severus was taken aback and then said, my grandfather. She nodded and said, you are the half-blood son of the lost female prince. Severus looked at her a bit confused, but somehow it seemed to make some sense for her. She looked at him and laughed and said, let us gather your leaves. She bent down and started helping Severus pick up the dozen leaves still on the ground. They then heard a thump and they turned sharply and saw what looked like a silver acorn on the ground next to Severus. Louisa looked at Severus. You are very blessed, the tree very rarely gives its seed to anyone. I have however never heard it give a man before, but I guess since you are capable of bearing a child, it must consider you as it does a female. She handed it to him. Are you sure it is for me and not you that the tree once more gives its nut? Severus said, gesturing to her hair. She laughed. You are indeed wise. No, you can only eat it once. Usually it only gives those who are Virgan warrior maidens. In my 2500 years, it has only given 3 seeds. Severus nodded and said, I think I know who it is for. He whistled. Hedwig came flying out and landed on Severus' shoulder. Louisa looked at the owl in wonder. She spoke in Elven and Hedwig hooted. She looked at Severus. She is the protector of a young prince. My son Gideon, Severus said. Alex cleared his throat. Our son Gideon. General Yong is giving him some words. She looked at the cave and smiled. He went through Lady Alatariel Phoenix chamber and is now being reborn, and we also hunt his dragon, Alex said. How old is he? Right now almost 9. In the morning he will be 12. In the turn of 2 moons he will enter his 3rd stage, though to the world he would remain 12. There are those who hunt him and it is necessary to hide him, Alex explained. She nodded. When the world thinks he reaches his 3rd stage, bring him to us for a moon, he will learn our arts. In the meanwhile I will train her as she needs to be trained. When she is ready, she will come to you. Winged warrior, take your seat and hunt with me. She whistled as Severus had done and took off in a speed running. Severus lifted the seed in his hand and Hedwig took it in her talon and nipped his ear and then flew off after the elf maiden. It is a forbidden ceremony and no man is allowed to take part. The warrior maidens of the elf kingdom are considered the best fighters in the world. They remain Virgens throughout their lives and dedicate themselves to protecting the elf realms. While elf warriors are primarily male and are basically soldiers, the warrior maidens usually personally protect the royal families. Like her brother? Severus asked without turning. Alex was silent and after a minute Severus said, I do not care about what has gone, I look to the future. Severus, just don't cheat on me. You want out of this relationship, tell me and I will walk away. Just don't cheat on me, Severus said looking at him. We are soulmates, Severus. I was trapped 1,000 years just so I could be with you. Turthin and I were lovers once, yes. He was actually my first, but I always knew we were not meant to be. Turthin is now a happily married elf with 2 children. You have nothing to worry about. Severus did not say anything, and so Alex reached over and stroked his face. You are my husband and I love you, you are my prince. From the first moment I opened my eyes and saw you I knew it. You are my angel. Severus closed his eyes and leaned into Alex's hand. Alex leaned over and kissed him deeply. Severus responded with a deep passion. Alex lowered him onto the ground and made love to him. The moonlight streamed through the silver leaves of the oak tree and covered the two in its magic. When Severus came and he felt Alex release his seed in him, he felt as if he truly was in paradise. Neither of the lovers noticed another acorn drop. This one, however, was green in color. They heard Aiden calling their names. Both hastily got dressed and Severus picked up the pile of leaves that was on the floor under the tree. He quickly put them in his pocket. They walked quickly to where Aiden and Gideon were. Gideon now looked almost 10. It is time to leave. I want to be in Australia before the sun rises and the opal eyes go into the desert, and it will take us 10 to 15 minutes to leave the elven borders, Aiden said. Severus said he needed his trunk and ran off. Aiden told Gideon to go to edge of the nearby pond and whistle for Hedwig. Gideon ran off and they heard him whistling. Aiden leaned over and told Alex, your tunic is on backwards, brother. Alex looked down and groaned. He quickly fixed his clothes. Gideon whistled and then stepped back and raised his hands. He magically surrounded himself with a slivery shield seconds before the maiden warrior dropped from a nearby tree. Louisa smiled. You sensed me coming, that is good, you will be a powerful warrior, little prince. Your protector will not return to you right now, she will remain with us and train just like you are. Gideon nodded. Just don't hurt her. I wouldn't, she is one of us, we do not hurt our family, Louisa said and saw the boy's haunted look. Your papa and dad are good honorable men. Yes, I know, Gideon said with a smile. Louisa smiled. May the star of Elendil light your way, Prince Gideon, until we meet again. Louisa jumped up and disappeared among the trees. Gideon ran over to where Golden Heart now stood. Alex was fixing Severus' trunk in the ever-present backpack and Severus was climbing up on the dragon's back. Where is Hedwig? Alex asked. She has to stay and train to be a warrior, Gideon said, and Golden Heart roared in approval. Gideon then expertly climbed up as did Alex. Golden Heart took off and Severus felt Gideon lean against him and fall asleep. Severus looked lovingly at his son. After a few minutes they left the valley through a narrow passageway. Severus shivered as they exited the lush oasis and entered what were obviously the snowy Himalayas. Alex cast a strong spell and the trio felt the cold leave and they were warmed. Golden Heart flew over what looked like a muggle-looking monastery where he hovered for a minute and Fox joined them. They flew to a snowy plateau 5 miles from the ministry and Golden Heart landed. Gideon woke up. In record time, Alex took Severus' trunk and handed it to him and Alex took the backpack. They all grabbed Fox. From the freezing Himalayas, they went to the deserts of Australia. They arrived just as the sun was rising, outside a small compound. Aiden led the way. An old dark-skinned man with white tattoos all over his body came out. He had a wooden staff in his hand. Draco, it has been a while. I thought I would not see you until I crossed over to the realm of the dead. The man said with a smile. Gerera, it is very good to see you, my friend, Aiden said and gave the man a hug. Aiden had to bend low as the man was only about 5'2" in height. Even Gideon was taller than him. And you almost didn't. I am being called away. There is a young witch in Nyangar who is in need of my magic, Gerera said and then looked at the group and at Gideon. He smiled at the young boy. Aiden laughed. I knew you would be interested in him. Gerera, this is my son Alex and his mate Severus and their son Gideon. We have come to see your dragons. The man nodded and then looked at Severus. You would not be Severus Snape Potions Master by chance? Gerera asked. Severus nodded. Yes, I am. Gerera smiled. The girl was bitten by Merlin's mamba. She is fortunate that the snake is still a hatchling, but she is still in grave danger. Would you be able to help her? Severus nodded. I could try, but we will have to be quick. Severus was going to take out what he needed from his chest but decided to take the entire thing with him as time was of the essence. He held Gerera's hand and the man first waved his staff and a gate appeared and Aiden thanked him. Gerera and Severus then apparated out. Severus thanked Merlin that he had bought the ingredients in the Goblin Village and in Greece. He even used what he had gotten in India. He worked fast and precise and within 10 minutes had the antidote. Had the young woman, an Auror apprentice, not been healthy and powerful and had the snake been an adult, she would have died, but they were lucky. Severus told the Auror chief they could have the extra anti-venom, for which he was very grateful. There were only a handful of potions masters in the world who could make the potion, and it was very expensive. The cauldron Severus made would fill a dozen vials. The Aurors had captured a group of wizards who were illegally smuggling various animals, including the Merlin's mamba, which was in a jar looking like a cookie jar. The Auror opened the jar and the snake attacked her. Her partner immediately killed the snake. The Auror chief asked Severus if he would be able to use the dead snake for potions ingredients, and Severus smiled and said yes. Severus was given a box for the 3-foot-long dead snake and he packed it away in his trunk. Gryffindor smiled and he and Severus apparated back to his desert home. Gryffindor thanked him for his help and offered him breakfast. Severus happily accepted as he was hungry. He looked out and saw the dragons in the distance. Among the dozen pearl-white dragons he saw the black dragon, but he knew it was Golden Heart. Alex was on his brother's back, but Severus did not see his son, but he knew he was somewhere nearby. He trusted Alex to be mindful of Gideon. The smell of the food was enticing, however he smelt it burning and turned. He saw Gryffindor just staring at him. The man just seemed to be in a trace and only pulled out when Severus ran forward and took the pan with the sausages off of the stove. Gryffindor looked at him and then the pan and said, "I am sorry, you." Gryffindor just continued looking at Severus and it started to really creep Severus out. "I think we better call the others in," Severus said, and when he got no response from the man he called Fox and the phoenix appeared. Gryffindor smiled broadly and reached out and stroked the phoenix. "You should call the others in. Tell them breakfast is ready," Gryffindor said merrily and turned back to the sausages. Fox flashed out and came back a minute later with the other 3. Alex asked where they could wash up. Gryffindor showed them a small stream nearby. Severus decided to go with them. Aiden asked if they were able to save the young witch and Severus nodded. Severus then had a thought. "Aiden, what kind of wizard is Gryffindor?" Aiden got serious and said, "He is what the Aborigines call a Death Watcher. He is a type of necromancer. He has the rare magical ability to basically see souls. When a witch or wizard is near death, especially if the person is dying a painful death or may be tempted to stay and remain a ghost, Gryffindor helps them move on peacefully." Severus looked at Aiden horrified. "He lives here among the dragons because their souls are very old and are not rapidly dying. I remember the first time he met me, he was 11 and had just come into his magical gift. His father brought him to the hospital, he was just screaming. He looked at me and just stopped and asked me, 'What are you?' When we realized what his magical talent was, his father moved out here. Well, he just kept staring at me with this really goofy trance-like look. It was really creepy," Severus said, washing his hands and face. "He must just find you as handsome as I think you are," Alex said, and both Aiden and Gideon rolled their eyes. "He wasn't watching my face. He was watching straight ahead, so I guess he was watching my lower chest, I guess," Severus said. Alex considered it and said, "The elven silver oak leaves, they live very long lives and are a special type of magic. He could probably see it in your pocket. Not many alive now can claim to have seen one." Aiden nodded. "Not even many elves have seen it. You are truly lucky to even get one. The tree never gave me any. I got 13, Severus said. "I will happily keep a dozen." He smiled broadly. He had panicked for a moment. He thought Gryffindor was seeing his death. Not that he was afraid to die, it is just that he had so much to live for. When they went back inside, Severus presented the man with one of the silvery leaves and Gryffindor was ecstatic. He gave him a box of the pearl-white shed scales of the Antipodean opal eyes. After breakfast they packed up to leave again. Gryffindor smiled at Severus and said, "You are truly a blessed man." Severus looked at Alex, Gideon, Fox and Aiden and smiled and said, "Yes, I am." They flashed and found themselves in another mountainside. This mountain was not as high as the Himalayas or even Ariel's mountain, but the crisp air and thin atmosphere told them it was high. Aiden looked around and Alex shook his head. "Are you sure about this, brother? The vipertooths can be very viscous. I am not sure if I want Gideon to meet them." Given Harry's past with snakes and the basilisk, the Vipertooth is a possibility. There is a wizard here in Machu Picchu who owes me a big favor, he will take us close enough. If Gideon senses his dragon, then we will know. We will not go to it now but when we are better prepared, Aiden said. They were soon in what the Muggles thought was a lost city but was in fact a thriving magical city. They walked through the bustling city. Severus saw many things he wanted to buy but he unfortunately ran out of money since Greece. The Goblin village was very expensive but it was worth it. He was however sure there was a Gringotts somewhere there that he could get a money transfer. He however wasn't sure he would have time. When they went to Aiden's friend who was very happy to see him and was glad to help him, Severus took the opportunity to ask Alex. Severus, if you need money I would happily give you, Alex said taking out a money pouch. No, I have money in my vault, I am sure I could get a transfer but I don't know if we will have time. Aiden's friend Hiram told him he should not go alone especially if he did not speak any of the magical languages. Aiden also told Severus that the shop owners loved to barter. You might get a whole Vipertooth shed skin for one of your leaves, Aiden said. Severus looked excited. However, that is not why we came here, Alex said sternly and put his hand on Gideon's shoulder. Severus looked at Gideon who gave him an angry glare. Severus sighed and said seriously, you are right, we can come here another time for me to shop. Gideon immediately said, no you go, I will go alone with Grandpa and Mr. Hiram. Severus looked at the boy who was now the height and size of a healthy 11-year-old. Are you sure, Gideon? He reached out to touch the boy who flinched and stepped back. The boy practically screamed, yes you go. He backed up again out of Severus' way until he was resting against Aiden. Aiden put his hand out and comforted Gideon. You two go on, we should go to the Vipertooth lair and back in about 45 minutes. Severus looked at Gideon sternly, you will listen to your grandfather at all times. Do you understand, young man? No heroics or I will have your hide. Gideon glared at him and spat, yes sir. Alex looked at Gideon, lose the attitude young man. Sorry sir, I will listen to Grandpa, he said respectfully. As they watched them go off, Alex said, I wonder what has gotten into him. It is the normal pre-teen attitude, I see it all the time in school. When Harry first came he was, oh Merlin, Severus said. What? Gideon is now 11, his Hogwarts memories must have come back. The memories of the greasy git of a potion teacher who seemingly hates him and who he thinks wants to kill him must be coming back, Severus said. Alex sighed and held Severus lovingly. He may now be getting his Hogwarts memories but he also has memories of the last 7 hours. He loves you, you're his daddy. Severus, even if you are correct, it will only be an hour, soon he will get his memories back and he would know that you really aren't that man. Severus sighed, I guess you are correct. The duo went to the bank and the lines were long. Severus sighed and Alex told him he would pay for what he wanted. Severus refused and he and Alex almost had a big argument. Alex looked at his stubborn husband and taking a deep breath said they would see what they could barter. Severus got a whole chest of potions ingredients only found in the Andes for a few opali scales, which was a rare potions ingredient for the Peruvian wizards. A bottle of Greek wine and a plant from the Hebridean Islands got him a beautiful cauldron. A goblin-made potions knife and some Indian herbs got him an exquisitely hand-carved mortar and pestle. Severus had fun and was actually laughing with Alex and smiling at everyone. They were walking through an open craft market when Fox flashed in indicating it was time to go. Immediately a witch asked for a phoenix feather. Fox shook his head. He will not give it. However, he may give a vial of tears, Severus said quickly, and Fox trilled. She smiled broadly and said, I will give you the dragon carving. The woman had a foot-long granite model of the Vipertooth dragon. Severus had picked it up earlier but she did not want to barter but insisted on galleons. And what about the blanket? Severus asked, pointed to a beautiful hand-woven alpaca blanket on a loom to the back. That blanket is not for sale, the woman said with a sigh, my mother refuses to sell it. Severus nodded and said he would take the dragon. The woman got a vial and Fox shed a few tears into it. She handed him the dragon. Draco would love this, Severus said. Okay Fox, we are ready. They heard an old woman shout for them to stop. The woman at the stall looked at the woman and said, "Mama." The old woman ran over and started talking to them in a strange language that even Alex did not know. She said something about a dragon princess I really don't understand, her daughter said. Fox however seemed to understand and trilled. The old woman gestured to them to wait and she took down the blanket and gave it to Severus. Severus thanked her and the woman smiled and touched Severus' hand and told him something that had Fox trilling. Alex looked just as confused as Severus. The woman then walked over and keyed Alex's hand. To their shock, Fox plucked one of his feathers from his wing and presented it to the old woman, who cried and bowed low to them. When they were telling Aiden the story 5 minutes later, he laughed and told them the blanket was possibly a gift for Harry's dragon and said it would make wonderful saddle blanket. "So we are looking for a female dragon, a princess," Severus said. "Possibly. I wish she said what type of dragon princess, it would save us time," Alex said, frustrated. He was however very thankful Gideon had not sensed it among the viper-toothed dragons. "We haven't gone to any of the mainland European countries," Severus said. "Yes, well, we will do that another time. We have less than an hour remaining. We have time for one more stop before we head back to Scotland. I say we make a trip to my home in Tenochtitlan as we are on this side of the world," Aiden said. Alex smiled and Severus said it was okay with him, though he yawned. He was very tired. He looked at the sleeping Gideon. The boy had been asleep longer than 5 minutes, which Aiden had said was a good sign. He however woke up a minute later. They thanked Hiram and flashed out. They landed in Mexico at an Aztec temple. Both Alex and Aiden talked merrily and Severus walked behind with Gideon. Fox helped with the trunk and the backpack. "Gideon," Severus began softly and reached out to the boy, who looked at him with cold hatred, the same way Harry Potter had done earlier this year. "I know you don't remember everything, but know I love you very much." "Love? You don't know what love is, you greasy bastard. I don't know how you fooled Papa or Dumbledore, but I know the truth. You are an evil black-hearted git who loves to torture young children." Gideon spat. He ran forward. Severus knew the boy did not remember everything that happened, but it hurt him that Harry Potter had thought him like that. He loved teaching and loved his students, but had to show the bastard image to keep his status as a spy. He looked as Gideon held Alex's hand. Severus, heart-pained, he took a deep breath and reassured himself that in less than an hour, he would have his Gideon back. In less than an hour his son would remember that he was loved and that he loved him. He saw Alex, Gideon and Aiden pass through a wall. He assumed it was like platform 9 3/4. A minute later he reached to the wall and walked through. It was like immigration. There were goblin guards all over. Severus stood and saw Aiden speaking to the goblin, who nodded. Alex and Gideon went through. Gideon then stopped and spoke to the guards, who looked at Severus and nodded. The boy ran to meet his papa. Alex tousled the boy's hair and turned and saw Severus going through the checkpoint and smiled at him. Severus was asked his name and what his concerns were in Tenochtitlan. He told them he was with Aiden and Alex, and the guard nodded. Alex waited until Severus cleared the guards and then went through another wall that Aiden and Gideon had already gone through. Fox flew behind and went through. As Severus was about to step through, the guards at the wall stopped him and he saw the one who Gideon spoke to, calling him. "You said you were with the party that just went through, but I see your name is Snape and not Griffin," the goblin said. "Alex and I are partners. Gideon is our son," Severus explained. "Do you have any proof of your claim?" the goblin asked. "No, but," Severus started. "If you are not family, you must apply for a visitor's permit," the goblin said and started filling out a form. Severus wanted to scream. He knew Harry was behind this. Even with his blood in him, the Potter gene was still there. His precious child Gideon had momentarily fled, and Harry Potter, not his Harry the old one pre-basilisk, had made a guest appearance. Severus started filling out the form. It took him 5 minutes. Fox came back through the wall. Severus breathed a sigh of relief. At least Alex and Aiden realized something was wrong and sent Fox for him. He finished off the form and handed it to the goblin. It took another 5 minutes for the goblin to process it, and then the goblin said, "That would be 100 galleons." Severus groaned in frustration. "I don't have 100 galleons. "No galleons, no passage," the goblin said. "Fox, could you go and get Alex?" Severus said. "Is he your bird?" the goblin said. "He is with me," Yes, Severus said. You did not tick box for pets and that would be another 50 galleons, the goblin said. But he was just inside. Severus screamed in frustration and glared at him. And now he is outside with you. To get in, he must belong to a citizen of Tenochtitlan or with one of their guests. You are neither, so he cannot go in, the goblin said firmly. Okay, what if I trade with you? Look, I have a leaf from a silver elven oak tree. This is worth much more than 150 galleons, Severus said, taking out one of the leaves. So not only are you a vagrant without money, you are a thief. Prince Tirathan has forbidden anyone from taking the leaves out of their realm, the goblin said sternly, taking the leaf. It wasn't Prince Tirthan who gave me, it was the princess, the maiden warrior, Severus said. The goblin folded his arms. A likely story. Princess Matharinel would kill her own brother if he touched the tree. Listen, I do not know where you got this, but the prince of the elven realm will chop your head off if he knew you stole from him. Now remove yourself from here before I do call Prince Tirthan's guards. They will be here in 5 minutes and then you will go into the city, but you will only see the inside of the jail. Severus looked up and sighed. This was really getting him nowhere. He was tired, frustrated, and he was ready to chop someone up into potions ingredients. He told Fox that they were leaving. The goblin told another one to escort them out. Severus did not bother asking for the leaf back as he knew he wasn't going to get it. If it could have, the goblin would have physically thrown Severus through the wall, but Severus gave it his best professor glare and it backed off. Once outside the wall, Severus turned to see Fox flash out. For a moment he thought Fox had abandoned him as well. The thought was a fleeting one. He heard shouts and what sounded like an alarm. He saw Fox flying out through the wall with about 20 goblin guards chasing after him. In his talon the silver leaf. Severus laughed and ran and grabbed Fox's tail feather and they flashed out. Gideon loved his life. It had been filled with the most amazing adventures. He and his papa and his grandpa, who was a dragon, had played dragon games with the Black Hebridean dragons, went swimming with the large 3-headed hydra, trained martial arts with the Chinese fireball General Yang, who was a strict old coot but was the best, and learnt dragon magic with the opal eyes. Now they were going to see the Vipertooth. He wondered what he would learn from them. He knew his papa was apprehensive. The Vipertooth were vicious, and even though he was not supposed to read his papa's mind without permission, his papa kept thinking it was a bad idea. He yawned. It was time for another nap. He was locked in a cupboard and someone was shouting at him. In his mind he knew the person wanted to harm him. No, his papa would protect him, his papa and his dad. He was on the floor. It was cold. There was a knock on the door, a letter. Hagrid, Diagon Alley, the train. Hogwarts. He woke up. He looked around. He wasn't at Hogwarts. He was on a mountainside riding Grandpa Draco. He yawned and asked his grandpa in Dragonspeak where they were. Machu Picchu. Grandpa told him to process his memories as he had taught him. Gideon held his grandpa's hand as they walked through the town. He was going to file away the memories of Harry, but he had some good dreams, of the train and Ron, but being with Grandpa was better. He snorted when he remembered Ron telling him about the Slytherins being evil. That was not true. Papa told him all about Salazar and William, who he was named. Ron didn't know what he was talking about. He was just a dumb kid. He was about to push the memories away as he always did when he remembered his dad. He shook his head. Dad really needed to buy some shampoo and keep it at Hogwarts. The memories came flooding. The first potions class, the 3-headed dog, Quidditch, the troll, someone was trying to kill him, Snape. Gideon had to push it away. Snape was his dad. He closed his eyes. Hermione said it was Snape trying to kill him. She was really smart, but Grandpa said, no, Grandpa was smarter and he said Snape was good. Grandpa told him to process his memories. He knew he should push the memories away so he would not remember the Harry memories, but he wanted to remember. Something was wrong. He needed to figure out the mystery of Snape. Not Snape, Dad. Dad who loved him and, no, Dad never had time for him. Dad looked for potions ingredients and didn't want to go with them to be with the Hebrideans. Dad did not want to go swimming. He wanted to make a potion. Dad did not want to train his magic with them. He wanted to cook. He sat and ate, and Gideon wanted to ask about potions, but Dad wanted to explore, walked away. He wanted to do potions with his dad. Papa said when they returned home. Home was Hogwarts. He remembered Hogwarts. Dad was at Hogwarts, not Papa. He went to Hogwarts to be with his dad. He was confused. His dad hated him. No, Snape hated him. Snape wanted to kill him. He had to push the memories away. No, Hermione and Ron said Snape wanted to kill him. It was Snape who hexed him at the Quidditch match. No, Snape was Dad, wasn't he? Dads were supposed to love you and take care of you, Uncle Vernon. No, Harry needed to put that memory away. He was not that boy anymore. He was not Harry, he was Gideon. Gideon tried to remember being with his dad. He closed his eyes and remembered Dad riding behind him on Grandpa. Gideon wanted Dad to hold him, but Dad turned away. Dad was asleep on Papa. Papa opened his arms and he went to him. Papa was always there. Dad stopped him from training with Master Young, only talking about potions, always potions, never Gideon. Dad didn't want to see him train. Dad took Papa away. He had to scrub stinky dragon toes and Dad took his Papa away. Voldemort was back. Voldemort had returned and wanted the stone and Snape was helping him. He had to get away. Papa and Grandpa would protect him. Protect him from Snape. He went with Grandpa to see the Vipertooth dragons. The Vipertooth spoke dragonspeak with a hiss. Gideon found them hard to understand. They were strange dragons, their heads like snakes and their bodies like dragons. They were beautiful creatures. They did not like Grandpa, however. Grandpa made him stay far. The Vipers called to him and told him they would teach him to harness his true power, to fight, to kill, to eat the flesh of his enemy. Gross. They returned to Hiram's. Grandpa asked him what was wrong. Harry was not sure. He was not Harry, he was Gideon. Gideon trusted his grandpa. He sat with him and started to talk, to mind talk, then it was easier to show him. He showed Grandpa everything. Grandpa nodded. He understood. Grandpa explained to him all that had happened and why he had two memories. He told him all about Harry Potter and what happened. He told him about Snape being a spy and how he had to show he was mean but he really wasn't. Grandpa said Dad worked hard to help him. He didn't know the Gryffindor magic so couldn't help them train and wanted to help his Hedwig. Gideon scoffed. What did Grandpa know? He never met Snape. Grandpa said that when he went to sleep again everything would be clear. It was Quirrell who was helping Voldemort, not Snape. Snape, however, still did not like him. He went to the Dursleys. They made him work like a SLAE. He was a freak, an abomination. The house elf Dobby warned of danger. Danger at Hogwarts. The pudding, the belt, the beating. He was bleeding and his ribs hurt. He screamed for his dad. Dad was not there. Ron came. Ron's family. Molly hugged him. He vomited. Where was his dad? Where was Papa? They were not there. The flying car. Hogwarts. Dad saying he had to go home. Dad did not want him. Dad wanted to send him away. Lockhart. The voices that wanted to kill. Gideon woke up. He saw his Papa holding his dad and laughing. Papa loved his dad. Dad was Voldemort's minion. Grandpa said everything would be clear when he woke. It was. Whenever Papa was around, Snape was like a different person, but when he was not there he was his true self, the evil greasy bastard. Gideon began going through his memories. He needed it to make sense. Voldemort wanted to kill Harry. He couldn't. Dumbledore had sent him to Aunt Petunia. No, there was no Aunt Petunia. Gideon shook his head. He pushed that memory away. He had to block all memories of that woman and the fat man. He did not grow up with them, he grew up with his Papa. Gideon analyzed his memories. Voldemort wanted him dead and Dumbledore sent him to his Papa where he would be safe as his Papa was a brave warrior who could protect him. Voldemort could not get to him so he sent Snape. Snape was Voldemort's servant. He was evil. Papa fell in love with Snape and made him his dad. It was all a trick. His Papa sent him to Hogwarts where Snape was. His Papa trusted Snape and sent him to continue his training with the man. Voldemort found him and attacked him. Snape helped Voldemort. The broom that tried to kill him. Hermione said she had proof it was Snape. Ron said Snape was a dark wizard. Snape wanted him dead and was only following his master's orders. Quirrell tried to kill him. Quirrell admitted it was him, but it had to be Snape behind it all along. Snape then got Dumbledore to send him to a family called the Dursleys. They tortured him. They beat him. His papa should have come to save him. His dad? No, Snape probably kept Papa away. Papa trusted him. Ron and the twins rescued him instead. They knew of Snape's tricks. He went to the Weasleys and then he went back to Hogwarts. Snape was angry. He wanted to send him away and tried to get him expelled. Snape was an evil bastard and he had his papa confused. Gideon had to get him away. No one else saw it because they were not at Hogwarts with him. They did not have the memories. Gideon had to rescue them all. They made their way to Mexico. Snape tried to talk to him. Gideon screamed at himself not to listen. That was how Snape got to them all, using soothing comforting words of love and family. Gideon had to get away. Snape was the enemy. Gideon saw the goblins. He knew they would help. He told the head goblin that Snape was a trickster and an evil wizard who wanted him killed. Gideon told them to stop him as he had his papa and grandpa under a spell. The goblin nodded. Gideon breathed a sigh of relief. He and grandpa went through the wall to Tenochtitlan. The city was rich and beautiful and Gideon smiled. There were goblins and elves and dwarfs and even a few centaurs. There were no other wizards. Gideon looked up at his grandpa. Grandpa, you are really smart, right? He asked in Dragonspeak. I have been around a long time and have experienced many things and I know more than most, Aiden replied. What can cause someone to be petrified, turn to stone? Gideon asked. There are a few things, but I have a feeling you are asking because of your memories. Do not worry, little one, in a few minutes everything will come back to you and you will get your answers, Aiden said. Alex came over. This is ridiculous, he was right behind me, what is taking so long? Aiden turned and looked at the gateway offices. Gideon, why don't you go and see if your father needs help? Fox, you go with him. Gideon went back into the building. He knew what was keeping his father. He saw the goblins on this side of the wall looking through the wall. A red light was blinking and the guards were on alert. Gideon saw the wall was now like a one-way mirror. He saw Snape arguing with the goblins. He laughed. It was just perfect. He wished Ron was here to witness it. Fox flew through and Gideon saw Snape give a sigh of relief. Gideon was pleased when the goblins seemed to stop both Snape and Fox. Good, now the man would be trapped. He saw the goblins on this side with batons and getting handcuffs. Gideon smirked. The man deserved prison. He smiled in triumph when Snape and Fox were escorted out. They were free. Snape was gone. His hairy memories now remembered Hermione being petrified. No one would hurt his friends and get away with it. He heard the commotion and the goblin guards went after Severus and Fox. Gideon smirked. He hoped they caught him and threw him in a goblin prison cell. That would be perfect for that greasy git. He went back out through the wall. Gideon saw his papa and grandpa standing with a very important-looking man, no elf. He was a high elf like the warrior maiden. Oh, there you are, Gideon. Where is your dad? Gideon calmed himself and said. He said he would catch up to us later. He wants to go to the bank and then get some potions things. Alex shook his head, stubborn to a fault. Ah well, Prince Turthin, it is my great honor to present my son Gideon William Griffin. Gideon, this is a very old friend of mine, Prince Turthin. He is Lady Louise's brother. The prince bowed as did Gideon. It is a privilege to meet you, Your Highness, Gideon said formally, and both Alex and Aiden smiled in approval. The prince smiled. He is truly a handsome child and obviously a Gryffindor. It is a pity your husband is roaming the city. I would like to have met him. Gideon looked at the man. He was lying. He did not want to meet Dad. He was jealous. He wanted Papa for himself. Gideon was at first on guard and wanted to pull his Papa away. Then it came to him. This man, this prince could keep his dad, no Snape, away permanently. Gideon smiled. Yes, this prince could be the answer to his prayers. Gideon heard his papa say, I am sorry, Turthin, but we cannot stay long. We are only here to visit Aiden, but we must then be on our way. Maybe sometime soon we could. Papa, I am a little hungry. Lunch sounds good, Gideon said, looking at Turthin with a smile. That settles it. Come on, Alex. It has been a millennium since you have been to the elf palace here in Tenochtitlan. I know my son Rowan and my daughter Roswin would love to meet you and Gideon. Alex gave a small smile. I am a bit hungry. I am sorry, Turthin, but maybe another time. Gideon and I have a lot to do, Aiden said. Maybe Grandpa and I could go to his home and Papa you could stay and have lunch with Prince Turfin, Gideon said. What are you up to, young man? Aiden said in Gideon's mind. Nothing. I just think it looks bad that we are refusing a prince. His men are looking angry that we have said no, Gideon replied his grandpa in his mind. It looks bad now. Aiden, we have to agree now. Gideon is right, the elven soldiers are looking at us angrily. Alex said, joining their mental conversation. You walked out the day after he announced he wanted to marry you and you were wondering how it is going to look because you were refusing lunch. Aiden said. He wanted to marry you. Why didn't you? Gideon said. That is none of your concern. Aiden, you are right. We will go to your place now and refuse Turfin. Alex said. We will be happy to come to lunch, Gideon said before his papa could refuse. Both Aiden and Alex glared at him. Splendid, Turfin said and clapped his hand, and a carriage came to take them away. Little boy, you will spend the rest of your vacation in the corner, Alex screamed in Gideon's mind. The man screamed at the little boy until Aiden calmed him down. The twins then blocked Gideon out of their minds and had a conversation with one another. Turfin looked at Alex and Aiden and laughed. Some things never change. I remember when I first met them. They would pull the most amazing pranks and would organize it all in their heads. It is an amazing gift to have, but a little annoying to those of us who could not join in their conversation. Turfin started telling Gideon all about some of the adventures he had with the twins, and Gideon laughed. This elf was more fun than boring evil Snape. Gideon yawned and Alex called him over and the boy leaned up on his papa and fell asleep. Turfin looked at him with a curious look. We have been traveling for many hours, it has been a long journey, Alex explained, and Turfin nodded. Alex shook his head. We really should have taken him to Aiden's place to rest. Alex looked at the elf. Turfin, this really was a bad idea. Gideon needs to get some rest. He went through a magical growth spurt recently and still has no control, he is getting some headaches. Turfin nodded. I understand. We are already here. There is an area in the back where Aiden can change. The carriage stopped and Alex picked his son up in his arms. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.